Shall we count it?
Let's get it.
Let's get it, baby. All right.
All right, hit it.
Hit it.
3, 2, 1.
What is good, my friends? Welcome back to episode 21 of the Flash Brothers podcast.
The Flash Brothers podcast is officially able to legally drink in America.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the time.
We're here. We are of age,
We
baby.
are of age.
It is season 2, episode 21.
That's right.
We're recording Wednesday, January 10th. This episode will go live to public feeds on Friday, January 12th.
That's
my
right.
name is Sam. I am the host for today's show.
What's up,
Joined
Sam?
as always by my beautiful roommate and beloved co-host, Joshie.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Joshie?
Joshie in the house.
Joshie in the house,
That's
bro.
right,
Yes,
that's
sir.
right.
New week, new beginnings,
New beginnings.
new horizons.
Hey.
We got patch notes today.
That's right.
What you got for me, bro? What's going
I'm,
on?
I am currently making my way through a couple different things right now.
Oh yeah.
Just like story-wise, I'm working through a couple different things.
Okay.
So one of my biggest things, obviously, I don't know if I got to talk about it too much. I just got caught up with the JJK manga. So
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday to me, I think. Yeah.
I have been clicking through it, and it is so good. It really is. Yeah, I would say it's probably like my top 3 favorite new gen shonen anime right now. Probably top 3, which is tough because right now, there's like My Hero and like Chainsaw Man, and like big boys like that.
What's your other like top 2?
Well, it's tough to say, but I would say like Black Clover and My Hero.
Okay.
I'd say Black Clover, My Hero, and now JJK. I wouldn't have said that. I would have said Demon Slayer before. I'm talking shonen though, like strictly shonen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Black Clover like count as like a new age? I mean,
Absolutely.
I know it's still going, but didn't it, when did it debut?
It debuted in like 2017, maybe 2018.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
it's been recent.
It might be later because I remember when it first started coming out was when like Azzy, that was like the anime he was super into. I'm gonna look it up right now, but I would say that's like one of my favorite newer ones. And for anyone who hasn't, 2016 was when the
Yeah, that's a lot newer than I thought it was.
Oh,
I thought it was
it's
like
2017. I'm so sorry. October 2017.
October. Yeah. Okay.
So that's pretty late.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
definitely.
it is on hiatus, but it last aired in 2021, which I feel like is recent enough that when it comes back, it would be able to like be one of the new gens that goes.
Yeah, and maybe I made the assumption because there's so many seasons. Like it. Oh yeah, it's just been one of these long running anime.
Yeah, it's not that long running though. It's only about like it's 150. It's 150 episodes.
Okay.
So it's like a little bit shorter than.
It's like half a Bleach. Like
half a Bleach.
Yeah,
Bleach is like 500.
It might be like now, but because in my mind, like back when I was like
when you were watching
peak of Bleach,
yeah.
right, and it had like an ending arc in it with like the Aizen arc. I think that was like 360 something episodes.
Oh really?
Yeah, and I remember like looking at that number, and because I'd never watched like an anime or a show that like had consistently like. Before Bleach, it was like I watched like Yu-Gi-Oh, the OG.
Oh, there's
Yu-Gi-Oh,
366, and then
there you go.
Yeah, you're right. And then 1,000 Year Blood War is I think it's only 24 episodes.
Yeah, it's still going, right?
There's like 12
that's
episodes
very fresh.
each, and then there's part 3 that's still coming out.
Yeah,
so it's still coming out.
Yeah, and I just I make that kind of like mental comparison for myself because that was like kind of my first like behemoth anime, and I was gonna say like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon, like those are not. Like pretty, episodic and they show the episodes in that style. Yeah. It's kind of like the 4Kids kind of like or that's what it was called, right?
4Kids.
Yeah, 4Kids. It kind of had that like lens over it, so it Americanized a little bit, and it was just separated by seasons, right? And it didn't really like I don't know. I feel like even going back and seeing it like on streaming platforms because I don't even know if it's still on Netflix or whatever.
Which one?
Like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon.
I think Pokemon's still on Netflix, but I think it might be tougher to find Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
That might just be on, like, Funimation, but I think you can find it.
I think you're right. Like yeah, I got really sad when I saw it was, like, it was one of those, like, little banners one time, and it was, like, leaving Netflix soon.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, of course.
But, anyway, okay, yeah, so, big behemoth. Yeah, anyways, keep going, Joshie. So, we're, we caught up on the manga.
Yeah, I caught up on the manga. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Truly adored it, to be honest. I've been more into it than I expected myself to. I caught myself thinking about it when I was at work, when I was taking down Christmas lights.
That's when you know it's so good.
'Tis the season.
If
I know.
You're just thinking about it just at random parts.
That's the moments where I'm like, because for me, I'm constantly thinking about like stories, but sometimes it's like my own stories. So I'm like writing stories in my head, and usually I'm thinking of that. Right, or I have something in my brain that's that. But if I'm really thinking about the story that is like a story, like AoT did that for me, Xenoblade did that for me, One Piece did that to me, where I was just thinking about that world.
Yeah, definitely.
That's when I know I'm into something. And so JJK, I remember at work, I was just thinking about it, and I was cooking up this idea in my head. Because of the flashback arcs, and I've explained this to you so many times.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to go home. I literally told myself this. I was like, I'm going to go home, watch the first 5 episodes of season 2, then watch the movie, and see how well it goes into each other. I was blown away by how well it was. I rewatched that I just wanted to keep rewatching.
Hell yeah.
But I haven't.
Yeah. For sure.
Gotten a little more busy, so we're doing some other stuff now too. So
for sure,
that's been good. Been in the gym pretty consistently.
Oh hell yeah, man.
So I want to go in tonight because I know we want to hang out with people tonight. So I want to make sure that we can get my gym in, and then we can kick it with the homies.
Yeah,
I think Gabe said he wanted to come over with Jason.
Sweet, yeah, because when I talked to him on the phone yesterday, he said he's like, "Ooh, I might one of those like I think I planned something, but I don't know. I'll get back to you."
Yeah.
And I haven't talked to him yet today, so
he texted me today.
Cool.
So he said, so I think that would be fun.
That'd be awesome.
I also been running through the second part of the DLC of Pokemon.
Yeah,
Loving it. Yeah, it's so good. I'm really impressed with the map. This second part, it's already it's kind of blowing me away because they introduced a whole new map and then a whole new school that you can interact with, and it's not as complex or it's not as in depth as the one in the main game because in that one there's this whole mechanic where you can talk to your teachers, befriend them, do side quests with them, like all these things. They don't have that.
Yeah, like a whole social system kind of.
But they introduced this new currency that is only used in the school. They have like a cafeteria, dorm rooms, all these things.
That's really cool.
All things that they had in the base game. But it's all a completely new school in Unova. And I'm just like, I really am loving it. And
that's really cool.
Even like the character that I was talking about, where it's like they kind of evolved through the first DLC.
Yeah.
If you remember, it's like your rival. Just plays this really, really interesting part, and I'm really impressed with how much it feels like these characters are going through. Like Carmen, who is the older sister character to the younger rival, who is kind of going through this transformation, starts off really like hating you and like kind of like bullying you a little bit, and now it's like the way it's set up is that you and Carmen are like friends, and then you're really worried about this other kid who's like who's kind of going through this almost like really dark evilish change. Not evil, but he's just like, it's like I always thought of that where it's like if you had a rival in Pokemon and they're upbeat and positive, and they kind of started that idea with Hop. Do you remember Hop?
Yeah.
I really like that idea where he was like, he started getting like really upset about losing and not being able to live up to where his brother was, and the fact that you as the main character were just like kind of shattering his dreams in front of him. That they didn't like completely like dive into.
He didn't go like straight evil.
No.
No, you're. I definitely remember that.
In this one, it's like you're crushing this kid's dreams. You're like befriending the legendaries that he's like always been friends with. Of course, someone would be like,
definitely,
I'm absolutely not a fan of yours. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so it's just really good.
Good.
So it's really well done. And
well, if I remember right too, like a big point of excitement for you was this new school.
Yeah.
Like kind of expanding on all the world building it had beforehand and the story and stuff. So do you feel like, new features aside, do you feel like it's like I don't know, really capturing all the hype?
Yeah, I would say what I really wanted was because it was in Unova technically, which it's in the ocean, like the way the school is set up. It's like on the coast of Unova, and so it's like an underwater school. It's really cool and really well set up. But what I was worried about was that it wasn't going to have any like reference or reason for it to be like Unova, but
other than like the name.
Right.
Yeah.
But they've done just some really interesting things, which they've talked about lore-wise. The fact that technically Alola is a part of Unova because of Unova being America and being like an American region.
Yeah.
Alola would technically be a part of it. And so they created a biome inside that has Alolan Pokemon for these Unovan students to study. And then even one of there's like an Elite Four at the school.
Oh, yeah.
One of them is the daughter of one of the gym leaders from Black and White. And so I'm just loving all the little things and all the little like it just feels like a little like expansion of the lore, and I really, really have liked how Pokemon has kind of been doing that as of recently.
For sure. Yeah.
Instead of it being like, each region is very, very like cut clean, like like this is where you're gonna be and you don't need to worry about anything else.
Definitely.
So I really liked it. I also think genuinely, just to get on a little speculative Pokemon brain, I think that there's a reason they're setting up all these Unova stuff.
Which you've been wanting and hoping for a minute.
Praying for.
Right?
A lot of theories are talking about possibly a Pokemon Black and White 3 could be something that could happen. Yes, that's what there's been like rumors. I don't know how much I believe it.
Yeah, that's new to me.
That would be like, instead of doing a Legends Kyurem, instead of doing like a like, it seems like Pokemon Company's really just doing new shit. I could see that being something they did where they instead of making it I do not want a garbage remake of Black and White.
Like
don't touch it.
We're talking about Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl.
Do not touch my fucking favorite game with that. Please, I beg of you.
Bro.
And so, that's been good. Really enjoying that.
Hell yeah.
I am trying to think of anything else. I've been really trying to play Red Dead. I'm not kidding. I've booted up 3 times.
Like Red Dead 2?
Red Dead Redemption 2, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I've gotten like 3 minutes in each time, and then I just put it down.
No.
So that's an attempt that I want to keep talking about it because I want to actually go into that. But that's kind of what I've been into right now.
Sweet. Y'all hear that though? Red Dead. If there are any Red Dead fans out there, and I know there are, you guys reach out to Joshie.
Please.
Write in. Get his ass on this experience.
I want to get on this experience. I want to enjoy it, and I'm ready for it.
Do you think was there anything? Let me ask, like that. I don't know, like that enters your mind when you get it booted up. Is it just kind of like you don't feel in the headspace?
Yeah, it's headspace, but also it's like, it's that common thing with any open world game where there's so much to do, and therefore I don't want to do any of it.
Yeah.
Right? So
overwhelmed.
Yes, overwhelmed. Yeah. Even just not overwhelmed, just like, maybe it is overwhelmed. But me and Azzy were talking about this because he was explaining to me there was a study, and he thinks I do this a lot, and he does this a lot too.
Okay.
It's possible you do this too. The more options that you have when you have things open, the less you want to... the less you are going to enjoy when you choose one of them. So one thing I've been trying to do when I sit down every day is instead of saying, I could do this, 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 I literally say, I am going to sit down and do this, right? I'm going to watch JJK, right?
Yeah.
Or I'm going to play Pokemon. Or I'm gonna, like, even today, I literally was like, I'm gonna get on my computer, and I've been having the C and D drives have been backed up. Just like Trinity's brothers were in town, and they were they downloaded Valorant onto the C drive on accident, and then they downloaded it again on the D, and then it took up all the space on the C, and then nothing was able to run. And so I called Drew, and I got him to help me out, so I was able to download something to be able to get the specific files out, and then everything's all cleaned up now.
Cool.
But I made sure I did that, and then I played games with Drew because I literally woke up and I was like, that's what I'm going to do.
Hell yeah.
And instead of being like, I'm on my computer, like, I don't really, you know what I mean? Like, you ever like sit down and you're like, I'm not really enjoying this, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Just cutting out all the other ideas, you know? And it gets tough because as a gamer who also indulges in anime and I enjoy, like, there's so many things I enjoy, I literally get up and I'll look at, like, my PS5 controller, my Switch controller, or even my Xbox controller, or my Oculus, or my PC, and I'm like, there's so much I could be doing.
So
you know
much.
What I mean? There's
so many options.
Yeah.
No, I totally get that because I feel like I'll oftentimes, like, pull out, like, my laptop or whatever to have, like, a rough idea in my head of, like, what I want to do. Like, maybe, like, as I'm reaching for it, I'm already like, okay, I can check my emails. I can start writing or drafting an episode. I can do this. There's like 8 things in my mind that are like, but I haven't decided on any, right? It's just like, hey, I'm going to pull out my laptop and kind of dive into all these. And then I'll either choose the easiest option, like when I'm there, which generally is the least productive thing, right? Go through my emails. Okay, that's easy enough.
Right.
Oh, shit. Okay, now I got to do all this. Well, maybe I'll just like hop on YouTube and watch a couple YouTube videos. Then I get stuck in a rabbit hole.
Absolutely.
And then I'm done, you know. Yeah, like having those designated goals. It's important. And it's
I think a necessity.
necessary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's a necessity to doing something. Even like getting something done, like when you have things to do that aren't even video games or anime, it's like, you wake up, okay, today I got to do this, and this. It's so hard to get started on that. I always just like, I start with something and then I do it, right? So like the other day I wanted to go to the gym, I needed to go to therapy, and I needed to grab that check for Dave, right?
Yes.
And I did all those things by starting doing one thing, right?
Snowball effect
of just like, and then it worked out perfect because let me think. I'm trying to think that day. Yeah, I did all of that.
2 days ago, right?
Yeah, 2 days ago. And I had the work. I just started that new job.
Yes.
And so I literally was like, okay, there's so much I got to do today. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start this blank gym. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to go to therapy. It's close to my parents' house. Go to parents' house, grab that check. I deposited some money too.
Yeah.
Like some cash. And I just had all these things I had to do. Snowball effect. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Boom.
But it sounds like proud of you, bro. Like, for real. Yeah, it sounds like he was like, hey, plan of action, like this. That always helps me too, like setting up the plan. Yeah. Because, you know, sometimes you can just do things in any order. But depending on what kind of like, you can kind of like, I don't know, combine plans together.
Sure.
Okay, you got to drive somewhere. Great, I can get this done because it's on the way. Do this on the way back. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and those things like really help too. I like to pre-plan a lot. I often find for me, if I'm not pre-planning in some way, and I work really well with just writing it down.
Right.
Especially if I'm writing it down like old school, like pen and paper on a notepad. I'm always bringing my notepad to like when we record the podcast. I also just write on my notepads like when I'm making notes, even with my laptop right there. Right. There's something different for me about making like a little digital list.
Absolutely.
And writing down and physically checking off like what I need to do.
Yep. I agree.
Bro. Did you want to touch on your new job?
Oh yeah, I just started. I started as a cook at Fate Brewery.
Fate Brewery, yes, sir. And I just found this out too, guys. Like, like a couple days ago. Like, actually, like before I even catch up, like Kendall and I were basically gone all weekend. Right. So I come back and it was like, hey man, I'll help with job hunting. I want to like check on you, and you're like, no, dude, got this job. It's great.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's good too. It's really great. I'm going back in tomorrow, and it's been great. I'm really enjoying it. It's definitely like very different than anything I've done before. Okay. But it's one of those things where I'm kind of like what you said. I do notice that I am kind of excelling in where I'm at, and it feels good. Like it feels really good to be kind of a person that it feels like people want to be around.
Definitely.
You know, in that situation.
Yeah. Wanted, respected.
Right. And which was one of the toughest parts of getting fired from Topgolf, which is that feeling of, what is truly like the point if I'm putting in all this effort and it feels like, they're getting rid of me for no reason.
For sure.
Fuck Chelsea though.
Yeah. But yeah. Hashtag fuck Chelsea,
baby.
Fuck
Chelsea, baby. But yeah, no, that's kind of what I got going on. Thanks for asking about the job too.
Absolutely,
I
bro.
Forgot. I was like, I haven't really let anyone know. But I want to hear about what you got going on.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'll give you a little catch up. Like I said, like Kendall and I were We actually went over to her parents' place a couple days before. We normally go over there like over the weekend.
Right.
Usually stay like one night, like Saturday nights, just because usually like her and I were both getting off work like pretty dang late, and then we'll like spend Sunday with her parents and whatnot. Right. But they were out of town for a little short-term little trip that they had. I think they just drove over to California and they went to like Universal Studios and stuff and check stuff out, which they said it was a zoo over there.
A zoo?
Yeah, because they were thought about Disneyland, but because it was Christmas time, they were like, it's probably going to be crazy.
Too much.
Yeah, so they went over to Universal, and they're like, dude, I'm not even kidding. Like, we last went probably like 5 or 6 years ago. Wow. It was like a literal zoo over there. Like thousands and thousands of people in every line. Like, every line for everything was like an hour and a half long.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Have you been to Universal?
I have one time. Yeah, I went.
When was that?
It was a long time ago. I want to say, I think it was like 16.
Yeah?
Yeah, and it was in a mutual, like a duo trip that I went with my family. We did Universal for a day, and then we did Disneyland for a few days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, after that, yeah.
Nice.
And it was cool.
Yeah, I've been once, and I thought it was pretty fun. It's definitely no Disneyland, though.
It's no Disneyland.
It's Disneyland's a little special,
yeah.
You know? And Universal's kind of like the Android of Disneyland.
That's a good way to put it.
You know what I mean?
That's a really good way to put it.
It's not bad. It's not, you know, and if anything, some of the things were cooler than the things you would see at Disneyland.
For sure.
Or even just a different experience. However, there's just some kind of magic you lose in not being Disneyland.
Disneyland,
you know?
is one of my favorite like experiences.
It really is so much fun.
Ever.
Yeah,
and
really
even
is so much fun.
There's something like you said, the magic is the best way to put it. Like, I literally, I don't know about you, but like just standing anywhere within Disneyland, I feel like in a completely different mental space than anywhere else ever.
Completely agree. Yeah.
Like, just positive, optimistic, and I'm already feel like a pretty optimistic and positive guy, but it's absolutely. Like there's just something like this level of happiness, and I'm looking around at the other people too, and you just feel so good.
It is a vibe like no other.
Like no other,
you're
man.
So right. And I think there's something kind of special about it too, that, you know, every time you go to Disneyland, you're traveling there.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it doesn't really feel like you're like in like the world. You know what I mean? It kind of feels like it's like a different place.
Yeah.
Not just because it's like Disneyland, but also you're in California, you know, or Florida. You know, if you go to Disney World, which I've never been to.
Same.
Yeah.
Actually.
Oh, have you not?
No, I haven't been to Florida ever.
I've never been to Florida. Yeah.
Maybe we should go sometime.
Florida trip.
Know. Yeah. I've heard mixed things. You know what I mean? Other than Disney World, and that is amazing.
I've heard Disney World is amazing.
Yeah.
I've heard the best Disney is actually it's Disney World Tokyo.
That's what I've heard too.
Yeah, everyone says that the animatronics are the best, the magic is the best, and then they just say the effects and like the everything about it. I think it makes sense though, because if you think about it, I think Japan kind of works a lot more on their presentation of places. Like if you look at like Tokyo and the way everything looks, aesthetic is kind of one of the most important things.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like even go to the Pokemon Center in Tokyo, and there's that big like centerpiece where it's Mewtwo in a tube with like bubbles coming up, and you're like, this is so fucking cool.
Sick.
Like this looks so sick.
The Pokemon Center in Tokyo, that is a top visit for me.
That's something I really want to do.
When I go to Japan,
absolutely.
I have to go.
That's always what I've wanted to do. But one of the big reasons is because they made it like a Pokemon Center. It's an aesthetic.
Yes,
and we don't really do that as much here. It's not really, you know, but like cat cafes and all those things, there's always like even like showing off like animatronics.
Yeah.
Other places.
Or even what you were talking about off-cast yesterday. You were telling me about like I think we mentioned in the podcast.
Shibuya?
Yeah, about shutting down Shibuya and completely like decorating it and making it feel like a theme.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like, it's kind of like when we do stuff like that, it's like New Year's Eve and like really like
Christmas or something.
No,
but it's that's just kind of how they do it in Japan, I think. And so when you think about that, you're like, oh, Disneyland in Japan is probably a whole different world.
Yes,
like
bro.
It is probably hard to even comprehend. You'd probably go there and be like, this doesn't even feel like Disneyland, California.
Yeah,
like this feels like our Disney World, I guess. It's Disney World in Tokyo, but
right, true. But I'm with you.
Also, do you know the difference? Just one's bigger.
Yeah, and between like the one in Tokyo and the one in the world. Well, what I do know about Disney World is that there's like, you know how there's like Disneyland and then there's like California Adventure.
Yeah.
And they're like two different parks technically.
Right.
There's 5 different parks in Disney World.
I think I knew that.
Yeah.
Isn't Epcot? Is that that in California?
Yes. No,
it's
that's
Epcot,
that's
Animal
Disney
Kingdom,
World.
and then Disney World, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Some space thing.
But they have like
sure.
a big a big castle. Big castle.
I imagine in my mind, and obviously for those who've been there, they're probably like, well, duh, or like, no, bro, it's got this.
Right.
No, but like from our uneducated point of view,
Right.
we have never experienced it.
Right.
I kind of think like, how like you look at like the map of Disneyland and it shows you like the quadrants.
Yeah.
It's basically
like that, but
just blown the fuck
on a
up.
whole new scale.
Yes. Yeah, like you're literally going into a different park for each one.
I love California Adventure. Have you been there too?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, I don't want to honestly like. I think maybe one time I went and we just did Disneyland for one day, but doing Disneyland and California Adventure and really getting the most of them, that's doable in a day.
I completely agree. I have a funny story if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
It's not that funny, but when I went with my ex, when we went to Disneyland, it was like a solo trip, just me and her to California and Disneyland. Our car got towed on our way to Disneyland, and so we were
wait, what?
Dude, it was so horrible. So we parked our car we were staying in Airbnb.
Okay.
And you know how apartments can have just really strict, especially in California.
They're dumb sometimes,
super strict. If you park in the wrong spot, they will literally like tow your car away. And there was no spot except for one spot, and we were like, we were so tired on this one day. We were like, either we park it here and like pray for the best, or like where are we going to park the car?
Right.
There's no place. Or we park someone really far away, pay for it, and then have to walk all the way there.
6 miles.
We're like, I think we're down to fucking risk it. And we risked it, and we lost the car. We literally had to call it. We were supposed to be at Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. It was so funny. It was so fucking... I mean, it wasn't funny at the time.
For sure. Yeah, no, it's always looking back.
No, exactly. So she was like crying, and it was rough, and I was obviously upset, and the tough part was she was very emotional, and so like to talk to the tow truck company, which by the way, fuck tow truck companies,
dude.
Like that is truly like the shittiest, one of the scummiest like places
it is,
you
bro.
can be in.
No, yeah,
it's just
seriously.
like stealing someone's property and then saying, here is the amount of money you have to pay me in order to get that back.
Yes.
Like, and no warning either. I mean, I get it. There's a warning on the sign, but why would you?
Sometimes
maybe. Why would you want to even work there anyway? So it's
no, it is. It's really scummy.
It's so scummy.
Like. They make their money if you get your car towed.
If you get
they want you're trying to work something out with the tow company.
Absolutely.
They're not going to want to budge.
No,
because they'll be like, "Oh, my money?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You need to come get your car and pay us."
And they are rude. They are short with you.
Oh yeah.
They treat you like you did something criminal when in reality, like it was just like what the hell was that?
Oh, there's like this tiny little gnat fly next to like a little Mr. Miyagi? Just you want
to catch it?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly. Actually, I have a fun story. Small one. I had this apartment complex that was actually like with my ex when we lived in Portland.
Oh yeah.
And it was like kind of the same vibe. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like the apartment complex has its own parking, and the way that the complex was, it was like on a kind of like side highway, and there's all these windy roads, very different from over here, right? And it came up like above, like you got off of I-5, the main highway that stretches like all the way from Washington down to Disneyland, pretty much, right? So right off of like the busiest highway in Oregon, it like you just take 2 exits and you like go up a hill. There's the apartment complex, right? But because of the way the hill is and the way the roads are designed, it was so shit. There's nowhere you could not park on the road.
Right.
You had to park in the complex. If there was no open parking in the complex, I literally had to park like 3 neighborhoods down the road and walk all the way the fuck up the hill.
That's
you know,
so rough.
And even then, I'm still parking my car on a public sidewalk, so it's not really like a safe.
It's not like
feeling,
it's safe,
especially because it's not in front of my place. I can't really see it.
Absolutely.
Right?
And if something happens, you're blocks away.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one night I just got off work and came home and parked, and the way that like the parking was set up was it was also kind of a jank lot where they had like the marked spots going around.
Yeah.
And my ex we would alternate between like whose car was like staying in that spot. So then the other person for that week, we would just kind of fend for ourselves and try to find another empty spot that was like a public spot. So right in front, usually the public spots are like at the entrance. Right. And so right at the entrance, it had like literally 4 slots. And then there was like a really shitty kind of like spray paint job on the ground for extra spaces, okay? That were in the middle of asphalt, right? So if you imagine it's like, here's like the building. Sure. Right? You know what? We're good with pictures.
Oh, let's do it.
Diagram. Yeah, I got pen and paper here, okay? So here's like the main like office building for the complex. Yes. You go in and this is the rest of the complex up here. This is your entrance, okay? So it had like these 4 slots right in front. And then in the middle of like, this is all just a massive asphalt like parking lot, but not really, because all it really had was like this like really shitty spray painted zones, right? And there was like 12 of them. Right. So one night I'm like pulling in and lights are off and stuff, and the only spot that was open was there was like a car on the very edge, and in my mind I'm like, is that a zone? I think it is. So I park my car right across from them, and I go to check with my phone, and I could see a faint outline of the spray painted. Okay. So I'm like, okay, I'm good. Fine. Yeah, I'm definitely good. Right. Wake up the next morning, try to go to work. Guess what's not there? Your car. My car. They towed it? Gone. Yes.
And the other car?
The car wasn't there, so I'm like, either they towed it or they just moved or like whatever, right? But my car was definitely gone, and it was kind of one of those things too where like I kind of forgot like fully what happened the night before. It was kind of like I came out and I'm like, hold up, did I like park my car in that neighborhood? What happened? Right. I ended up calling the tow company to try to figure it out. Yeah. They would not have it, right? Everything you said. They're like, nope. Like it was like basically the apartment complex pays their guy to like go around, and if he finds a car, that's how he gets a payout, right? So he's like, absolutely not. You need to come down here and pay. It was like $289 because they had held it for 3 hours, right? Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I'm not paying $289 for parking in my own apartment complex. Yeah. So I raised havoc. The office wasn't open, so I'm calling and trying to find a manager. Finally get a hold of one. Yeah. And she tells me like, I just talked with the towing company and this is where they found your car and it wasn't a spot. And I said, well, that's bullshit because I need an email address or something, and I'm going to send you a picture of where I parked and how it was a zone. Right. I did that, and the lady was like, okay, you're right. Yeah. And they revoked it. But I still, even with all of that.
You fought that, though.
I fought it. Wow. They got to relieve the money. Wow. But check this out. Yeah. It's still Portland, right? Oh, yeah. So the place they towed my car to was like North Portland. Bro, that's like a 45-minute drive.
So you had to get there somehow.
Yes, and my ex was working downtown Portland. Right. She can't get out.
And you had work to go to.
I had work to go to. I had to call out of work, so that I lost money on that. Right. And I had to pay for a freaking Uber that went all the way to North Portland, and I was on the Uber for probably 55 minutes with like traffic and like whatever. How much it took me like an hour. It was like $35 or something like that for that Uber, Man. I ended up getting it back, but it was a bitch and a half.
That's a bitch and a half.
You just pulled that story out of me, so thank you very much,
so
bro.
Great.
Yeah, so great. Do not get your car towed, everybody. Yeah, absolutely. It is not fun.
It is not fun at all, and they will not treat you in any way with any respect.
Nope, absolutely. No. Yeah.
What else you got going on, though?
Sorry, brother, let me, I just wanted to, like, really add in on a personal level, which was that it's been cold as hell, and I know, like, it's honestly a lot colder in a lot of other places in the world, but we hit like a record cold of kind of like, I felt like there was a dip last week for our like normal cold over here right now. So we had like freeze warnings, we had rain warnings. I'm working outside and in Apache.
I was going to tell you, I've been taking out Christmas lights. The last time I worked, I was in Scottsdale, and it was hailing like sharp, like large bits of hail. Yes, and it's so funny. I went to work with no jacket on, just long pants. Yeah, so I literally had to like me and you remember Ryan Clemens? Oh yeah. We had to fight over this jacket where he had it for a little bit, I had it for a little bit, he had it because we both didn't bring one. And
you got to put one arm through one side, your arm through the other. Still take on the Christmas lights.
I was freezing. I was freezing my nuts off.
Yes.
So it was rough.
I feel that because I'm freezing. I've got heaters outside. Right. I'm triple jacket, right? And so it was a very cold weekend. And then to top that all off, massive meme with Kendall and her parents, which is that her parents. Oh yeah. Yeah, we talked about this a little off cast, but her dad doesn't run like AC or the heater like at all. Like she makes a joke, and she made it like when I first met her too, of like, hey, like unless like if you're cold, unless you're bundled up with 3 blankets, you're wearing 2 hoodies, and you have like sweats and socks, and you're holding a cup of coffee, it's at that point you can decide if you're still cold, and that's when the heat can come on. You know? And I literally was in that state, and I'm like, bro, it is 56 degrees in this house. I can see my breath. What is going on? But honestly,
finding it cold. And it's kind of colder over where he's at, right? I mean,
I feel like it's like a little like when you're getting like more east, like towards like Apache in that area, and they're over in Gold Canyon. Yeah, it's just colder.
Well, I think what happens is winds don't get broken as much because it's less buildings, right?
Yeah,
so it's literally just the cold winds that sweep throughout the valley. The coldest winds hit you, and then there's another thing is asphalt and sidewalk. What's it called? Concrete.
I
mean, I guess sidewalk technically because that's what it is. But asphalt and concrete absorb heat and push it back a little bit. So a city is naturally going to be hotter than a place with less city.
Yeah. No, you're so right. Yeah.
It literally is. And that's where I was when it started hailing.
Okay.
Was like out in like Scottsdale, like in the mountains. I was in like the super rich neighborhoods. Yeah. Like cold. The wind cuts right through you. And
cutting your fucking bread and butter, brother.
Cut my bread and butter back.
Yeah, that shit is cold. So besides the cold weekend, man, I have been continuing my venture in Super Mario RPG.
Oh yes,
I'm almost done.
Oh nice.
So now I'm well past. And I'll give you more specifics here. Sure. I'm well past the point that I got like when I originally had tried playing the game when I was a kid.
Oh yeah,
you know, and
so
that's awesome. So like
cool.
I never even I think I got to the point as a kid right before you get Bowser as a party member, which is like chapter 3 or 4. Like it's not that far, right?
That far
like not even like halfway through the game.
As a kid, it's so funny because you'll think that you got much further into a game than you really have.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's a funny little detail.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So like. What I want to say about it, like right now, is that the game, it's very, very true to its original nature. Like sometimes with like remakes, especially like Nintendo, I feel like they're guilty of this.
Yeah.
They'll go through and they'll modernize things in a remake, and a part of the modernization is oftentimes it's like they'll change words or straight up redo the dialogue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And this is very akin to the original nature, and it's obvious. Like when you're hearing the dialogue, when you're seeing like there's all these like goofy animations that are happening that I'm like, wow, there's so much genuine charm to this game, right? Like Mario they reached like this one city in the clouds, right? And Mallow,
Cloud City.
Yes. Well, I think it's literally called Cloud City or something like that. Nimbus City. Something.
Skypiea.
Yes.
One Piece.
Yes, definitely Skypiea, bro. Yeah, and those who are the Sky people?
The Skypieans.
The Skypieans, yes.
Or the Shandorans.
So we were visiting the Skypieans, and there was like a village elder, and he asked for a little like ketchup. Yes. This is the modern version of a ketchup.
Okay.
Is it like in Xenoblade, right? The screen goes dark for a sec, and it lights back up, and they're like, wow, yeah, okay, that's the story so far. You know what I mean?
Right.
Are you following?
Are they not telling the story?
Yeah, like
it's to
in the example, I'll reiterate. Like, you hit like a plot point, and then there's a new character that comes in.
Oh yeah.
And they're like, hey,
you
party,
tell them,
catch me up.
What's
and you
going
go,
on?
yeah. So the story starts, ...
Right.
It fades out, fades back. Now we just went through a time skip where they're caught up. Right. But that's the modern version of telling, right?
Absolutely.
The way that it happened and unfolded in this game was like village elders like, tell me what happened. Mario literally like pulls away, and it has a party of 4 people in your party, right? Mm-hmm. Well, now in the overworld, it shows everyone. So you got Bowser, like Mallow, Peach, Gino, and Mario. That's it? Yeah. For sure.
You said Mario twice, but yeah.
Did I? Yeah. Okay, so Mario is 2 characters.
Oh,
no.
what?
So it shows
Mario.
all the party members leaving out, like, from within Mario, as in, like, they're just there, right? They go and they stand next to the village, the elder, and they're, like, watching, and Mario is, like, acting everything that happened in a really silly way. Like, Mario's, so like... waving, and then he like falls down, and it like shows like something falling here.
Yeah.
So it just has all these very wacko animations, and I'm like watching it, and I'm watching with Kendall, and I'm chuckling, and she's like, "What's funny?" I'm like, "This is like this is old school as fuck, and it's awesome, you know. And even just some of the words they use, like the word choice by Toads or by Mario, it's like, wow, they just don't talk like this anymore.
Absolutely.
And it's really genuinely charming.
I think it's super fun, and I love little charming things like that.
Yeah.
I think one like those kind of things. It's funny. I think the older I get, I love that. I think as a kid, I would have looked at it like it's childish. Or like it's a cartoony, like kind of like jokey.
Definitely.
But there's something so enjoyable about something that's charming like that. You know what I mean?
And I feel like I appreciate it like being older.
Absolutely.
You know, like looking back at it now. Because I think you're right. I probably would have looked at that as a kid and been like, it's just so being
goofy.
It's being like corny on purpose. Yeah, corny on
purpose, yeah. But it's just charming. And
it's
it's just cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's
really,
awesome.
Really cool.
You still loving it?
I'm loving it. Yeah, good. I think I'm very close to beating it. I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna go through and like do anything like crazy. I think there's secret bosses, and I want to go fight those. But I'm not gonna like go through and like 100% or like find every hidden chest or something like that. Like there's like this item I just got that's like you can have like one like equipable like accessory slot, right? You have like a weapon, armor, and accessory, and I just got one that basically tells you on screen and vibrates your controller and makes a sound when you enter a room and there's a hidden block. So it's like, okay, the game definitely like has hundreds of these hidden blocks, and if you want to be a completionist, go through and find them all, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do that. You know? So,
no, I'm with that.
Yeah, I'm going to go through.
There's some games I could or I would, but sometimes I don't. Yeah, I don't need to.
No, for sure. Yeah. And I just want, my goal of this is to really just experience this entire game for the first time. That's honestly the whole point of this remake is for old and new fans to really experience this.
Feeling it for the first time.
And it's really good. So I'm excited, and I'll have my full review coming, and we can even do an episode on it if you are. Did you say you want to play it?
I do. Probably not soon. To be honest, it's just not on the high bucket list. But eventually, like one day, cool. I definitely see myself absolutely playing it. Like high bucket list stuff for like a Nintendo game would be like, I really want to do Pikmin. Yeah. Like that's probably the next big game I want to touch on there.
Okay. But like Pikmin 4 specifically?
Yeah, I think Pikmin 4, I'm guessing Pikmin 4.
Yeah.
Probably Pikmin 4, and then if I really love it, like go to Pikmin 3.
Yeah.
And then if I really get into it, 1 and 2, if I even feel it, you know.
Yeah. But I feel like from what I've seen from my limited knowledge, they've added so many like quality of life changes.
I've heard that Pikmin 4 is the best one.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
Which is wild because it feels like Pikmin 1, 2, and 3 are like it's a cult classic, right? People who played it love it, and they just think they're so good. So for that to be the case, if I'm going to use it as a reference into music, you know, Kid Cudi is a fantastic artist, and people love him, right?
Yes,
but people often say that one of his latest albums, Man on the Moon 3 is like his best work. And it's so funny because you look at that and it's like I only know this stuff, by the way, because Adrel and Dylan love Cudi. Sure, I love Cudi too now because they've really shown you, right? And I was trying to get into Cudi too, and Adrel was like, listen to that latest album because it's the best one. Yeah. I'm like, really? The latest is the best one? You know? Because that's not really what you'd always expect. Usually there's one before that really got people into it. Yeah. But yeah, I love that. Yeah, so Pikmin and Cudi are the same thing. I
feel like for established artists or mediums, you know, like usually like after years of content has come out by them, especially like an artist, right? Then oftentimes I feel like they're really judged on their eras and what really like, no, this is Kid Cudi, right? Or like, you know what I mean?
Right. Oh, I do.
And then like if a new album comes out, it's generally not like the whole album that's very well received. It's like certain songs and then the rest are like, meh, don't like the new style, don't like the change. Right. So that is rare. And
that's
it is really cool.
It is. So I thought that was a funny little detail, and I noticed that.
Yeah. Hell yeah. What else? Well, last thing I want to say, Joshie, is that I have been playing like still extensive amount of Pokemon Go.
Nice.
And pretty much
a classic at this point.
It's a classic.
It, you know?
Yeah. You should definitely expect it every week. I'm playing a little bit. I think I mentioned on cast last week that I got that new Pokemon Go Plus accessory.
You did, yeah.
First of all, I'm not going to call it that ever. It's called the Pokemon Go Plus.
Why is it called that?
Because
why not the Pokemon Go Plus?
Because they came out with the Pokemon Go Plus years ago.
What is that?
It is like their first little auto catcher device that I don't even think it's an auto catcher. I think what it did was that it would blink if a Pokemon's nearby and you physically press the button.
Oh yeah.
And maybe I think it did spin Pokemon stops for you, but it might not do it automatically. It might just light up and you have to press the button.
Oh, I see, yeah.
But this new auto catcher that they've come out with, it has like all these new features with like the sleep and whatnot.
The original one was like a wrist strap.
Yeah, it was a tiny thing. Yeah. This is like an actual Pokeball. And there's something about it that is kind of sick. Imagine this. Like, you have Pokemon Go running, like in your pocket, just whatever in the background. It's connected to your Pokemon Go Plus Plus. But again, I'm not calling it the Pokemon Go Plus Plus.
Why not?
Because it's ridiculous.
You also have been calling it that.
Because
every time you've said it.
You're right. Because I need to clarify right now that I'm going to, from this point on, call it the Pokewalker. Which already is its own device.
Yes, but you could have said that this whole time.
You're right.
Everyone would have been like with that.
You're right.
Because Pokewalker is just
officially from Sam from the Flash Wars podcast. I am going to be calling it the Pokewalker. And I actually have been. But
I love it. I know that's what I called it when you and I were first talking about it. Did you ever see that commercial with Zach and Cody with the Pokewalker?
Dude, I don't know if I did.
And they called it dude, they called Pokemon the funniest thing in the world. I wish we could show clips on this podcast.
Yeah, me too.
Because they call it like Pokemon. It's literally like so clear that they do not play Pokemon at all. It's gold and silver.
Yeah, it was for the Heart Gold Soul Silver. Right?
Yeah. Dude, it's so funny. Can I try to play the way that they say it?
Yeah. Pull it up.
Just like put it up to the mic. Pokemon. This is the way they say this.
I play Pokemon Heart Gold version.
Okay, Pokemon.
I collect Pokemon, trade
them,
and engage in heated battle. Mostly he loses, like now. And when I'm not playing, I have my Pokewalker on.
Pokewalker.
I use mine to find items I can use in the game. I can also catch Pokemon and connect with friends or my brother.
I cannot take this seriously.
It's so funny, right?
Just took 5,000 steps. What about you? Hey, me too. Pokemon
So
Heart
funny.
Gold.
Pokemon Heart Gold. It's so funny.
Me too. And
My
that they're
Pokewalker.
twins.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
Love it so much.
Pokewalker. Yeah, so what I want to say about it was like, okay, imagine this, okay? You're a Pokemon guy.
I'm imagining.
Pokemon Go is just like running on your phone, but you're not thinking about it, right? And you go out and about, you're doing anything. Right. But your Pokewalker is just sitting either in your pocket or I got like my little man bag, you know what I mean? My crossbody, right?
It's
just there. And so you have it, and it just starts going off. It buzzes green because a Pokemon's nearby.
Right.
And you're like, oh shit, a Pokemon's nearby. And you just press the button, and it attempts to catch it, right? And it's like, right? And it catches it. There's something so novelty about it. It literally feels like I'm like, wow, it actually like is kind of this weird bridge of like the fantasy of catching Pokemon
and
as you're going out and about.
And actually being a part of it.
Yeah,
I think that's really cool.
It's cool.
I think that's I think making it look more like an actual Pokeball that's like in your pocket is cool.
Yeah, and holding it in your hand, it's like it's kind of satisfying.
The buzz?
Yeah, and it buzzes and everything.
How much was it?
I think it's like $50.
$50.
Yeah, $50 whole dollars.
That's a lot of money.
But I wanted it when it first came out. I think it was like November, and I was like, I'm gonna wait. I'll see if how I feel about it after Christmas. Right?
I remember you said something about it. You told me about it. I think on the podcast.
I think so. And I almost went and picked it up, but I was like, no. I'm play smart. I still wanted it, so I got it, and I'm really glad I did. Yeah, it's really good. So if any of you play Pokemon Go out there, I definitely recommend it. Yeah. It's sweet, and it's got me a handful of shinies without me actually playing the game. You know what I mean? Just in the background.
Oh, yeah.
But the last thing to cover real quick, Kendall and I just started because we finished Attack on Titan.
Oh, yeah.
Leading to today's episode, and we mentioned that, I think, on the last cast.
Yes.
But we have started a new series, which is The Last of Us.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. HBO
Last
original.
Of Us.
Did you mention the show at all much, like on cast?
I haven't really talked about it. We just talked
you've
about
seen it, right?
No, I've seen the first 3 episodes.
Right.
And that's it.
Okay.
That's all I've seen.
So,
but I kind of got the idea.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think it's a really good adaptation because for anyone who doesn't know, I'm a huge Last of Us guy. Like,
yes.
I think Last of Us Part 2 is one of the best gaming experiences you could ever have.
Yeah.
And one of the most well-written video games ever. Like, there are not a lot of things that come close to the true just level of acting, of visuals. It's the most beautiful game. By the way, the 17th or maybe it's the 15th, we get the remaster.
Oh, already?
For part 2.
Wow, okay. Yeah, sweet. And if it's anything like, honestly, like the trailer and videos and gameplay you showed me of the part 1 remaster, the improvement in like the facial structures and when they're talking and emotions,
we just watched a clip on it yesterday.
Yes,
just kind of talking about what it really kind of brings to the actual story, or even not just the story but the experience.
Yes,
I think anyone out there who wants to play Last of Us, I think that the original was like the OG, the remastered OG. It worked for the time, but for everything we have, if you have the opportunity to play part 1 and then part 2, absolutely.
As a remaster, right?
As a remaster, yeah, absolutely. And it is, I am so unbelievably excited.
I am too.
Part 2.
I'm really excited.
Can't wait.
And what I want to...
It's a $10 upgrade, by the way, for me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I'm going to do that.
Yeah, that's why I'm
absolutely
so excited. I'm broke as a joke right now, but I can look forward to it,
Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
Which is so...
a little affordable upgrade.
Cool. Yeah.
No, dude, what I really want to say on it is that I've only seen the first 2 episodes with Kindle so far.
Yes.
The first episode, though, is an hour and a half, and what that episode covers as far as the lore and the story... it covers a lot. I was really surprised with how much it covered. Like, it was like, wow, this is like the first 8 hours of the game is like summarized, like plot-wise, into this hour and a half episode.
Yeah. And
it's done not just well, it's done exceptionally well. There was moments watching it, and I don't know if you caught much of this, or I really remember like watching this one scene where there's Tess and Ellie walking like right in front, as they do in the game when you're walking through. There's it's an over-the-shoulder kind of third-person perspective, even when you're not shooting or doing anything action, right? Oftentimes, like kind of like where I left off with my Last of Us Part 2, right? It was with Tommy and Ellie, right? And we're walking, and he's kind of he's turning around and sharing things, and they're talking to each other, but you're still playing the game. But it handles it in a dynamic way that you experience the story. And the cinematography
with that.
in the show, like, captures that in ways I have never seen. Right? There's in that scene, it like shows like Tess, Red, and Ellie, and they're walking ahead of you probably about like 10 feet. They're not really looking back and talking to Joel, but the camera is panned behind Joel, and not perfectly, it's offset.
Right.
It literally looks like a third-person video game perspective.
It's really well done.
It's so well done. And I like, oh my god, it's Joel.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally like the game. Like, he's walking and it shows his stride.
I don't know how they made the back of Pedro Pascal's head look like the back of Joel's head so perfectly. Like, they got the hair color so well, the shirt, and like the way it all looks. It looks like Joel from the back.
It does. It does, legitimately.
Yeah.
And small, like mini complaints aside about, the massive meme that you pointed out to me off cast yesterday of like,
what was it?
Yeah, basically it's all the same, and it's all just as amazing.
Right.
The characters are just, the actors are just a little uglier.
It's like the uglier version.
The uglier version.
Because it's also like, it makes sense, I get it, because also like as a video game, you can make anyone look like anything.
Yeah,
because
even if it's based on something.
Joel doesn't, absolutely. Yeah. Joel doesn't look a damn thing like Troy Baker. You know what I mean?
No.
But they absolutely made it so that, everyone looks a little more realistic.
For sure. I mean, like, do you remember when... like The Last of Us was starting to like be like critically received, and it was like
the show.
Yes, no, not the show. I'm sorry, the original game, like way back when.
Yeah, sure.
And all of the like comments from the community about Troy Baker's role and how it was like, how is this Troy Baker?
How is it Troy
Baker? Because he's an amazing voice actor.
No, he absolutely is.
And like he's done some of my favorite roles. Like he did Yuri Lowenthal, or not?
He did Yuri Lowenthal.
No.
Why would he do that?
It was Yuri. Yeah, I think there's another character with the last name Lowell in the game, and it's strangely similar to
what?
Lowenthal. It's in Tales. Tales of Tales of Vesperia. That was the one that got a remake a couple of years back. Yeah. The main character is voiced by Troy Baker, and it's exceptional. And I've heard him in a couple. Yeah, he does a great job. And so it was like
he was also Sam. Did you play Uncharted 4?
I didn't, but he plays
Sam
in that,
Drake,
right?
And he's just so good. His voice, we just think about like Dorian. He's planning more things for his character Reese. For a One Piece universe, and he was like, I want to do an accent like Sam or Troy Baker that case. And so dude's a
legend.
He is an actor. Like, that man can act his chops off.
Yes, bro.
And I think one of the most amazing things he does is that all his characters are very different looking and have very different looks. But he personalities and voices, and he just like captures those characters.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
in a way
one
that
of those,
you would not expect.
Yeah, like voice actors that you can really tell that they care. You can really tell they're really trying to put their mind into that character and be the character.
Agree.
And I think that's just exemplary, and those are my favorite.
It's respectable.
Type of, voice actors, especially in like the medium of like video games. Yeah, that's what you need.
Absolutely.
It's like beyond the actual like physical acting. Yeah. It's the voice acting.
Keep your eye out too. Troy Baker's in it. Did you know that?
In what?
He's in the show.
Is he?
Yeah, he plays like
I'll definitely
like a side character.
Oh, so hell yeah.
Something
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, I didn't recognize him when actually I didn't see to the point he was at.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't see him in anything until I saw like a post.
Yeah.
And
okay. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Yeah, thank you, bro. And
pretty fun.
The last thing I want to say on it is it legitimately, because I know you've been telling me for years and on cast that I need to finish Last of Us Part 2.
Oh my God,
and
so hard.
This is making me want to so bad. Like, so I'm thinking my plan of attack is watching through all of this.
Oh, yeah.
And then the remake's going to drop, or the Part 2 re-release, right? Yeah. And I'm going to get that upgraded, and I'm going to play through it from the beginning with Kendall.
I love it. I think that's a fantastic idea.
So I'll keep you and everyone updated.
Keep us all posted.
Joshie, let's dive into the episode.
Get into it.
Yes, sir. We got a lot of info to get through today. We do. And it's going to open up for a very casual conversation, I think, about just everything wrapping up Attack on Titan and all my thoughts about it. So I am really excited.
Me too.
So before we get there, my friends, this is the Flash Brothers podcast. Welcome back. I have a lot of new info for our patrons out there. We'll get there when we get to our patch notes section in our news. But I wanted to just give a little plug of kind of what we're all about. And I've revised it a little bit. So I want to know what you think, Joshie. Basically, I think the best summation of this podcast is it is a comprehensive and informative gaming podcast.
I like that.
Composed of casual discussions, current events, and highlights of our collective interests.
I like that.
Focus is on positive vibes, building a vibrant, engaging community.
I love that.
Sound good?
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby. So that's what we are all about over here. And
that is what we're all about.
Yeah, covering our scope, like this extends into other mediums like movies, like shows like The Last of Us, like anime especially.
Oh, yeah.
So Joshie and I have a lot of collective interests. So we're basically only talking on here about things that we're really passionate about.
That's right.
Yeah, baby.
Unless we get on the topic of something that's informative that we have to talk about.
Absolutely.
Check out our, some of our other videos, our State of AI or even the AAA
controversial
episode.
Shit.
Controversial stuff that makes us a little bit upset. And we'll talk about that.
We do. Yeah, and, we definitely
but
do.
But you're right. Informative, but also like, what did you say, cohesive?
Comprehensive. Yeah, and I chose comprehensive because I feel like these podcast episodes and the way the structure of the show, it's longer than what you would normally find from like podcasts. And
absolutely.
I feel like the kind of industry standard right now is maybe like a half an hour to an hour long episodes. Yeah. And we're just deep talkers. And so we're going to bring the depth into this podcast.
Absolutely.
And unabashedly and unashamed. Love you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I love it.
So new episodes will be uploaded every Friday, including this one. Record currently every Wednesday, and episodes will be available across all audio podcast platforms, I guess you'd say. Yeah, we mainly base it out of Spotify, and you'll be able to see our exclusive features and bonus episodes on Spotify directly once we get those launched. We're also available on YouTube, so you can check us out over there for our audio format.
If you're not watching us on YouTube right now.
Yeah, absolutely,
That's
baby.
right.
We invite all of you to get plugged in. Check out our website where we base everything out of. That is going to be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast. And you can also input your questions, comments, ideas, and suggestions to the show directly to us. We have a section towards the end of our episodes where we go into our reader mail. We call it Party Chat. So if you want to get involved in Party Chat,
you want to join the party,
yes, check us out on our Patreon page. You can also write us via email if you want to bypass all that. Totally cool. We'd rather everyone just get involved with the episode if they want to. Yeah. Absolutely. So be a part of the conversation. You can email us, which is going to be flashbrospodcast@gmail.com. And that's pretty much all I got for you.
I think it's fantastic.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. The support from all of you means everything to us. And it means the growth of this podcast and the community. And we appreciate and love every single one of you.
That is so right. That is so right.
That being said, Joshie,
yes, sir.
I got a special list here of our current Patreon sponsors.
What?
Yes, sir.
No way.
It is sadly down to 7.
What happened?
Because, Austin... I reached out to Austin a little bit. He actually had a decline payment after he moved. And he's got a lot of different focus in life right now. And that's totally fine. Yeah, no. So he's still a part of the community and a part of our inner circle, I would say. But I have a list of our 7 current Patreon sponsors. We'll get a shout out every week. Let's start at the top with Annette Anderson. Annette.
She's now at the top. I love that.
Yes, she is.
Beautiful.
As she should be. Followed by Donald Duck.
That's Donald D.
Yes, sir. Donald D.
I thought when you said that, I was like, oh, we lost Donald.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
No, Donald is still kicking.
Still kicking around.
So, and Donald, I got some news for you in our news section, like I said, about patch notes, because I got something launching today for our Patreon members and sponsors.
Please.
So stay tuned. Next up is Kendall Sutherland.
Oh, I love her.
Love her.
Love her
so much. Beautiful girl. Thank you so much. And we have Adrell Williams.
The man himself.
Our beautiful roommate. You want to give him a little plug real
Absolutely,
quick?
Yeah. He actually streams on Twitch. It's at Sweet A. That's Sweet AYEEE. That's 3 E's. Check him out. He is super, super funny. We just had a wonderful dinner last night, actually.
We did.
Me, you, Adrell, Kendall. Oh, my God. With our Patreon sponsors.
Yes.
And our
sometimes you can eat dinner with us. Yeah. And Dave.
Yes.
Yes.
And if anyone wants to have dinner, we would probably make that happen. I'm not kidding.
Absolutely.
If someone reached out to us and was like, "Hey, I would love we should have dinner with the Flash Bros."
Absolutely.
We'd say, "Fuck yeah!"
Anyway, take advantage while we're still growing and still small. And we got all this time, We got plenty. We would love to. We'd love to meet all of you if we could. So that sounds amazing.
Sounds wonderful.
Next on the list here, Joshie number 5 is John Rao the 4th. Johnny himself.
Love Johnny.
Love this guy. And we got Lene, Love Lady.
Love Lene.
The superhero.
Yeah. Yes. My older sister.
Absolutely. Our superhero sister. And Mikey Sandoval of the Sandoval 7. Love this guy.
The Sandoval 7, I forgot.
Yes, sir.
I love that.
I love him, bro. And a special shout out. Oh, yeah.
Did you find out his son's name?
I did. Yeah.
Oh, what is it?
I put that in the corrections part of this episode.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, I'll just skip to that because his name is Tayden. And actually, Tayden. Like Hayden with a T. Yes.
Love it.
Yeah.
Tayden.
Tayden, thank you so much for tuning in every week and giving us a listen.
Yeah, you're
and
the
being
man.
a part of he's a part of our current Patreon members on the free membership on there.
Yeah, dude.
So Tayden, you are involved.
Tayden's the man.
Yes, sir.
Tayden, write us in, please.
Love that you're
at some
right
point.
Here with us.
Yeah.
Please write in, bro.
We would love that.
Even if your dad just tells me in person or shoot us a text, whatever you want to do, brother.
Whatever you want to do, man.
Get involved. And last on here, Joshie, is a special shout out for Brad Schmidt. He is our music guy.
Yes,
and
sir.
His handle, you can find his music on I think Spotify, and he runs out of SoundCloud and YouTube as well. It's Shadow Buddy.
I love it.
And his Instagram handle is Shadow Buddy Music. So go ahead and give him a shout out.
Wasn't that theme song that just played earlier in this episode amazing?
Amazing.
It's just so good.
Yeah, man.
Just so
I love it. I'm so glad you love it too.
Oh, how could I not?
Man, and dude, so fast. I just asked him. He made me a few kind of ideas, and he's just always kind of brainstorming things and sending them to me. And right before season 2 dropped, I'm like, do you have anything where you can add a little bit of Mario sound effects, old school or something? Yeah. And he sent me that same day.
He just did it.
And it's perfect. So thank you so much, Brad. We love and appreciate you. Joshie, let's jump into our first official section here,
Let's get it
brother,
in.
which notoriously is known as Retro
Recap!
Yes,
Why are you saying notoriously? Isn't that a negative connotation?
No, notoriously. Isn't that just like also known as?
I thought notorious was negative.
Famous or well known, typically for some bad quality. No, you're right.
Okay, so
is there?
Yeah, it would be.
What would the correct word be?
Of
infamously?
No, infamous is also negative because you'd be infamous. You'd be famous for a bad reason.
Yeah.
No, you're so notorious is bad, so it'd be
also known as.
Yeah, or what's
synonyms?
Synonyms. Find a synonym.
What's a cinnamon?
A cinnamon.
Find a synonym.
It's
otherwise.
Right?
Otherwise, alias. It's kind of like another name, right? AKA are also called. Kind of all the basic stuff.
That's basic.
I like to add flair to as many words as I can. You know what I mean?
I'm that kind of guy.
Well, all right. We'll say our section is also known as Retro Recap. It's notoriously known as our Retro Recap. You know what? It's come a long way too because back when we were doing like 30 episodes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
kind of did have a little negative. So it is notorious. Sometimes if you look back at some of those older episodes, Retro Recap or whatever it was called back then, was just as long as the main topic, if not longer. Yeah, it was so funny.
Ridiculous,
so
man.
Funny.
No, so I got a curated list here of gaming history for this week with North American release dates, unless otherwise stated. And this list I get from GameFAQs. Yes, sir. Yeah, these are pretty good. I got a list here of 5 games we've got selected, as well as some anniversary shout-outs in our anniversary corner. So this is between the dates of January 8th and the 14th this week, Joshie. Let's begin with Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. It came out on the PSP January 9th, 2010 in Japan.
Nice.
Do you know anything about this
just
Kingdom Hearts
title?
On
the podcast.
Okay, yeah.
Which is that it was a PSP game. And I don't know much about it.
Okay, yeah. I'll give a little info tidbit for you in the audience, which this was probably like the last like big time that I was like on the Kingdom Hearts hype train, and it was well deserved, you know, because I also jumped on the bandwagon. They started doing those re-releases. There was like the 1.5 remix and like the 2.8. Remember that bullshit?
Right.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is just as bad as anybody with their naming. 358 Days Over 2.
That's a crazy
they were prepping for Kingdom Hearts 3, which ended up just being a really big disappointment for me and a couple of my buddies that were really hyped for it,
and a lot of people.
And most people. Yeah, it was kind of critically not well received.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And kind of bombed commercially.
Did you play it?
I did. Yeah.
Did what's his name? I almost said Cloud. Did Sora have amnesia? Because I just heard from a couple people that it was a cop-out because it meant that they didn't have to reference any of the spin-off games that were building up towards it.
You know, I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I want to say that from what I experienced, he did not have amnesia. So it might be something like endgame, like a plot point they used to kind of like go around some things. But you're really right. And like along those lines, like basically like there's a couple of tropes in Kingdom Hearts that kind of did that. Amnesia is a big thing in the game. And so they do use that. They have in the series past to kind of like explain the plot that way. They also like gameplay wise recycle so many of the same Disney worlds to the point where I mean you really start to feel it in Birth by Sleep where you're like, okay, I have played like Tarzan's level 8 times in the series already. And it don't matter at this point how much you tweak it, it's still Tarzan when there's so many other IPs out there and there's so many other ideas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
And that's always been kind of like an issue there. But on a positive note, on Birth by Sleep, and why it was so hype, I want to put you in my mind a second, take you back to the past. So it starts actually with the end of Kingdom Hearts 2, which shows this. And Kingdom Hearts followed this Final Fantasy trope of after you I think you either had to beat the game on the hardest difficulty and do like one side quest, or you had to do the game on normal difficulty and do every side quest and every secret boss to be able to unlock the true ending. Okay, which is basically like a little like CGI'd, extremely high quality cutscene after the credits that is hype for like the next thing to come. Right. And this has been a trope in a lot of like Final Fantasy and JRPGs like from forever, right? So and Kingdom Hearts has done the same thing. And
looking up a picture.
Kingdom Hearts 2 at this point was my favorite and my friend's favorite, like Reese, in the series thus far. In fact, Kingdom Hearts 2 is still my favorite in the series.
Nice.
But they showed this ending cutscene at the end of the game, and so badass. It shows these 3 guys coming out, and they're like in a suit of armor, but they're wielding keyblades, so they kind of were coined the nicknames like Keyblade Armor, right? And it shows a battlefield, and it's like covered in like, it looks like a desolate wasteland, like Fallout vibes. It's just like sand and dirt. And it just shows literally thousands of different kinds of Keyblades in the ground, all over. It's called the Keyblade Graveyard. Okay? So it looks, and then you see a guy in a huge suit of armor walking up, and then there's 2 other figures behind him, and there's 3 guys with Keyblades in a suit of armor, so you can't tell who they are. And they're approaching one guy who's up at like the altar.
Is this at the end of Birth by Sleep?
No. This is before Birth by Sleep is even announced or anything yet. This is just at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2. So it shows what looks like a different time period. It shows like, okay, there's a great Keyblade war. Whoa. I thought only Sora could get a Keyblade. Like, what's happening? And it just a lot of questions. It's very cryptic. And it's like these figures approaching another armored figure, like standing at like an altar looking at them. And as they approach, it cuts and it says Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. That's the end of the trailer.
Of which
So there
game?
was that was at the end of 2.
Oh, okay.
Right, on PS2. So there was all this speculative hype on what was to come for Kingdom Hearts, especially after Kingdom Hearts 2, in my opinion, was a masterpiece, right? And so fast forward years later, because I think it came out in like 2005 or 2006 on PS2. 2010 comes, and they have this game drop. I think a year before we got it on the PSP. And it had 3 main characters. So it was Roxas was like basically a substrate of Sora, and he's his own character.
Like a clone, kind of.
Yeah, like he's called a nobody, so it's like a half clone. It has the personality, some of the memories, and then like the same heart as the person. But they're a nobody, so they actually only have a half heart, and so there's all these like very convoluted concepts that go into Kingdom Hearts, right?
Sure,
but without going into that, you start off the game and you're choosing one of the 3 main characters to play. There's Aqua, Terra, and Terra looks like a younger boy version of the main antagonist from Kingdom Hearts 2. Okay,
a boy version?
Just because the main antagonist, it's almost like the Final Fantasy like white hair trope. It's long and spiky, and he's much more mature. So this was like a much younger version looking of him, and his name is Terra, right? And that's not the main antagonist's name in the earlier games. So you have these 3 characters, and they have a girl who's a Keyblade wielder. Oh, we've never seen that. Okay, her name's Aqua, and then a character who looks the exact same, even voice actor as Roxas, but his name's Ventus. And so that's the kind of like setup for the game. Oh, and that it's like hundreds or thousands of years before the events of Kingdom Hearts 1.
What the hell?
Yeah. So the game opens up with the coolest concept, right? And it's like it's before, basically like in. I don't even know how I want to say this. Like in the nitty gritty of like lore, in Kingdom Hearts like 1 and 2, it's like it's the what are they called? The Heartless, you know? And basically like they're like with the Keyblade having the ability to unlock hearts. When that happens to a person, it separates them. And the person exists, but then it creates a nobody and it creates a heartless version of them. The nobody has a half heart or no heart, right? But they're like they have the personality, they're the embodiment of the human. And then there's like basically an evil version that's created. That's the Heartless. Even though they're called the Heartless, they actually technically contain the heart of the living soul. So there's all these concepts, but stuff. And so Heartless in this time period, especially because it's like a what's the word? Yeah, prequel. Precursor. Yeah, anyway, a prequel. Heartless don't exist yet. Neither do nobodies. So there's unversed, which is like chaotic energy that stems from each world. And that's the evil that exists. So that's the premise it sets you up on. And I was on board, brother. It was so hype. It was like...
Did you beat it?
I didn't because unfortunately the way that the game had set up from a gameplay perspective, that was the part that got me. So from a lore perspective, it was amazing.
You were like in it.
But the gameplay wise was that you literally had 3 different stories to progress through, and you go through pretty much the same worlds in the same order with all 3. And you don't get the full story unless you beat all 3 stories. So it almost felt like you had to beat this game 3 times to fully experience it.
Right.
And I never got that far. I probably did like a playthrough and a half before I was like, I'm getting a little bored. I'm getting a little stale.
I'd be on the second time I'd already be bored, and you have a third time to beat it.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
So that's kind of all I wanted to say, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, it sounds really cool.
It's definitely a piece of history.
I'm interested in the lore.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll watch a video on it and just see how complicated and wild it gets.
Yeah. No, I think you'd really like that, Joshie. All right, Joshie, let's move on to number 2 here, which...
Is there any way we could, that last part?
No, we're getting blinded by the light over here.
Blinded me up.
Actually, here, I'll write down for a tiny little pause, and let's fix that, and let's actually turn on the fan, because I'm getting a little toasty. All right, we are back. Joshie, let's jump into the next game here, brother. I actually just saw it on the list and threw it on based on our combo from last week.
Oh, really?
When you were talking about Banjo-Kazooie stuff. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Banjo Pilot is the name of the game. So I don't know if you've heard of it. Yeah.
Is it a racing game?
It is a racing game. Came out on the Game Boy Advance, January 12th, 2005. I had never played it, but I am a big Diddy Kong Racing fan. And apparently when they made this game around the same time that they were like working on like the next game release by Rare after I think Xbox acquired them, you know?
Yeah.
So it is a racing game, and I think it's just focused on the flying aspect. So you just have like the flying.
Right.
Where in Diddy Kong Racing, you also had like, the racing, and you had like the watercraft. The little with like the floaty on the outside.
Yes.
So I looked up a little bit of gameplay. It actually didn't look too bad. Did you play this?
I never did. No, I never played it, but obviously I feel like I know of it because I think it's one of the only Banjo games out there. Did you also know that Banjo had there was a Game Boy game where you explored and you were Banjo-Kazooie?
Dude, I think was it like Gruntilda's Revenge?
Yeah,
or
Gruntilda's
like
Revenge is the exact name. Yeah. And it's you literally are like it's like a top down.
I did know that.
Yeah. So
it's you know what?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
I don't think they developed it. I think it's
Rare?
I think maybe
it's THQ.
That's it. Yeah. So they were like the IP. Wow. Rare's the IP holder of Banjo-Kazooie, right? But they outsourced the development because I think it was because of that weird time period we talked about of like when a Game Boy Advance game would come out, right? Like if it was the same game, it was just so dramatically different. They almost had like developers just make like their own, like a small team just for like the Game Boy Advance games, you know? Do you remember a Spyro game that came out on Game Boy Advance?
Yes, I did. It was kind of the same vibe where it was like top down, right?
I think it literally is made by the same guys. Yeah.
That's so funny. Okay, so I remember I was on a Wikipedia, I don't even remember why, for Banjo-Kazooie, right?
Yeah.
And it was, there were a couple, there's only a couple games, right? Because there's Banjo 1, Banjo 2, Nuts and Bolts, and then the one on the GameCube, the one on the Game Boy, and then there was Banjo Flying, whatever it's called.
Yeah, Banjo Pilot.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the history of games here, and it's like Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie,
right.
Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts,
right.
Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge, which we just referenced, and then Banjo Pilot. Yeah. Grunty's Revenge actually came out before Banjo Pilot.
Yeah. That's right.
Whack. Okay.
Wild stuff, huh?
And then I'm looking at the Spyro game, and the Spyro game that I'm referencing here.
Oh, by the way, Banjo Pilot is also THQ.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's what it says,
Yeah, okay. I'm following. Yeah, now I'm looking at this one that's by the Spyro game. It's called Season of Ice. And it's published...
Spyro Season of Ice?
Yes. It says Universal Studios, though, so not... It just says published. Oh, developed by Digital Eclipse.
Huh.
And now I'm wondering if they made the Banjo... They didn't! I'm shocked because it really looks the same. Like it look like in terms of like how you kind of move around the map,
right?
What the map looks like, all those things, like it being kind of like a semi top-down perspective, which is not how you experience Banjo-Kazooie and Spyro, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, weird. They apparently used to be known as Backbone Entertainment.
That's what THQ was?
No, this is the developers who were Digital Eclipse, who made Spyro Season
I see.
Yeah, so if we go to, let's see, so Grunty's Revenge on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah. THQ has done a lot of fucking games.
Yeah, dude, and with THQ Nordic, which is like when they went under and then they like merged. Revamped and merged. Yeah, and actually THQ Nordic, they have
they did
I think
Blob,
they're just under Xbox for the IPs that are under their belt right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was a huge fan of, and still am, of Darksiders 2.
Yes.
I love Darksiders 2, and I remember being really impressed with just how I felt the world was really expansive and interesting without it being like I don't know. At the time, I was like THQ. Like who is that?
Yeah.
Right.
Obviously,
they're not small or anything, but I just was very impressed.
Yeah.
I guess you know.
No, for sure. And Darksiders was a series it interested me for a second. I really wanted to get into it.
I still love it. I have it. It's so funny because just today when I was downloading and deleting things, I saw on my PC. Yeah, I still have Darksiders 2 on there, and I was like, should I delete it? Nah. I'll keep it on there just because I just love too. I love the combat and I love the skill tree. I just love, and every weapon it has the way that you fight is different.
Yeah,
and so you'll have like a big massive weapon, or you'll have like your two size, or you can even do like there's like two like gauntlets you can do. There's just a bunch you can find throughout the world, and instead of it being like certain moves that you have to unlock, it's certain moves to a weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is not that crazy different of an idea, but I just love the way they did it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, especially if it's executed well.
It was executed amazingly to a point where I'm not kidding. To this day, I played it so much when I was younger. I picture like when I like walk into a room, I picture how death would how I could literally roll and jump on a wall. And I still do that sometimes, catching myself to this day.
Like with any game?
Yes. No, not just with a game. If I walk into a room, like in here, I would look at, because you would literally, what I would do is I would dive, and then you could do this immediate jump kick, which will get you a little bit higher than a normal jump, and then you can another jump, and then you can jump off a wall.
Okay.
And then you can dive again, and it's just I literally, and then there's you can instantly drop to the ground and the ground will crack.
Yeah.
And so I picture every time I walk into a room, I picture be oh, sure, and I just literally and I can hear the sounds, and I don't know why.
Wow.
It's stuck with me so much, but that game has stuck with me probably more than another
more than I thought for sure.
On a daily. I'm not kidding. Maybe
wild.
Not as much as I used to, but every day at school when I was younger, I would literally just picture just rolling as death. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with
Wow.
I still don't know what's wrong.
No, honestly, I don't think I could ask for a better combo with Banjo Pilot being the base here. Let's move on though. Yeah, I was gonna ask something about Diddy Kong Racing, but we'll get there when we get there. So let's move on to Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. Came out on Vita and PS4 January 12th, 2017 in Japan. Oh. Yeah. So, and I know we've touched on Danganronpa a little bit. For you and me personally, and just in the sense of one of those stories where I feel like I've experienced most, if not all, that especially the games have to offer. Yeah. And it's a series I wanted you to get into for sure, and I think you would really and I think you should hold on to those because genuinely it really holds up. I remember though, specifically about V3, the way the plot had connected Danganronpa 1 and 2 and the way that it ended, basically, it didn't really set up, lore wise, for anything like this to happen again. Right. I would say another way to say it would be canonically, there should not be another killing game or anything like that. Right. So the premise starts, and it seems like a completely disconnected, like it's like in the future, and it references like because of the school. It was like some academy, right? I can't remember what the academy is called, but the academy for like the talented, right? For the special. Right. And so the game at the beginning references that, and it kind of has like the way that the main character kind of like gets amnesia in the exact same way the first character does in the first game. Right. So it almost was like, okay, is this a reboot? Is this like what's happening? But then you continue to play, and honestly, all the new features that they added, which isn't a lot, but they just kind of added just the right things in just the right way, and even plot-wise made things make canonical sense. It blew me the fuck out of the water, man. For real. I love it. This game is extremely special. It was one of the last Vita games I played. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Right?
I'm excited, and I have it on Vita, so I think I'll play it for the first time on Vita.
I think you should. I think you honestly, and anyone else out there, if they're able to, you should experience the entire series on Vita, because I think there's just something really special about how the game like is set up and you're playing it on that little screen. It's really special. I
want to check it out.
Definitely.
It's on the list.
It's on the list, baby. The last thing I want to say about it is that it is one of those series too that, like others, and I can't think of any other examples in my head. Final Fantasy maybe, but you know, there's this trope in JRPGs of having like obnoxiously weird and difficult mini games within the game that have nothing to do with the game. You know what I mean? Yes. And I remember this game drops, and I want to get the platinum for it, right? And I had gotten the platinum already for Danganronpa 1 and Danganronpa 2. And I was determined. Like, I went through the whole story and everything, and I was like, all right, all I got to do basically is master. There's like 3 mini games that are kind of fucked up on it, right? One of them is literally its very own self-contained dungeon crawling RPG where you get characters, you level them up, you have to like go through like a dungeon and not die, and like there's all these floors. Very extensive for just being a little fucking mini game within the game. Probably took me like 25 hours to actually like beat that mini game.
Way.
Yes, bro. Like actually ridiculous, right? So it's not even, it's for the hardcore only, I would say, right?
Absolutely.
There was this particular mini game that I was so fucking frustrated at that I had to like limit myself and only attempt to play this game twice a day.
Really?
Which then I did for like a week, and I eventually ended up beating it because you needed to get really lucky.
Right.
It was basically like a very glorified version of Minesweeper. Okay? And in this version of Minesweeper, you I don't even remember all the nitty-gritty. It was something like the objective is you're like mining kind of Dig Dug style, and you're trying to mine like these gems, and you need a certain amount to get the top score. But you also are timed. It like starts at like 300 seconds or something. And so like you're timed, and each move matters. It's almost like a like not quite turn-based, but each move like makes other things happen. So you have a limited amount of moves and a time limit. And if you fuck up like even, I think it's if you fuck up twice, you cannot get the top score. And you needed the top score to get the trophy I wanted. And it was, I remember I was like in the subreddit, I'm looking up YouTube videos. Because it was randomized to such a degree, there's no definitive strategy to actually get the top score. Yes, I just grinded for days. And it basically, like, if it was like Minesweeper, picture this. There's like all these squares like on a grid. And there's a ton more than this. But say there's like this like small grid here. And it's like, okay, you got to like pick one of these squares to like hit the Minesweeper. And it's in an area that you can't see anything. So you hit this one, and it's got like a little gem in it. And you're like, okay. And if it's got this gem, that means it's surrounded by at least one other gem on one of the corners. So
you
this
have
little
to hit
math.
one randomly?
Right. So I'm like, okay, I'll hit this one. Oh, you hit the corner of a Monokuma bear. So this, along with the entire Monokuma square, is gone, and you lost all the points. So it was just fucked.
So frustrating.
It's so frustrating.
It's kind of stupid just to be stupid, you know?
Yeah.
Like not
that's
actually
how it felt.
skill-based or anything. Kind of
definitely.
Just like, oh, okay. Well,
so
I guess I'm fucked.
I'd say it falls under one of those categories of like, I loved the series so much. I wanted the Platinum Trophy so bad. I was willing to go through an excruciating amount of bullshit. To hell.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So,
wow.
Coming from that, I would say I do not recommend you play any of the mini games. in Danganronpa.
I think I'm going to stay away.
You should just experience the stories for what they are.
All right.
So we'll move on from there, Joshie.
I'm going to do it.
Next one on here is for you, my friend. It is Five Nights at Freddy's Core Collection. This actually didn't come out too long ago.
Core Collection?
Core Collection. This is available. This came out January 12th, 2021. It came out on the Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X. And you, I know, are a huge Five Nights at Freddy's fan.
I am.
And yeah, so this is the Core Collection.
Yes.
What is this?
So I haven't gotten it, right?
Okay. But do you know about it?
Yeah, but what I'm assuming is it's essentially like kind of similar to what they did with Help Wanted. Have you played? Do you know anything about that one?
No, I don't know anything about it. In fact, I'm gonna even say I'm probably just I represent a group of people who I know what Five Nights at Freddy's is,
right?
And I know that there's some heavy lore implications,
yes,
stemming all the way back in the series,
yes.
But that's all I really know, and I know how it plays,
yeah.
But that's kind of it.
So the way that this is essentially just a re-release of 1 through 4 and Sister Location.
Okay.
Which is the first 5 games.
Okay.
Right? Beyond anything that's come out after, like Pizza Simulator or
Help Wanted.
Help Wanted is a it's kind of a re-release as well with a couple new games. It's a VR game though.
Oh.
So the way that they did Help Wanted, at least the version that I have, because I know they just made Help Wanted 2, is that they have the first 3 games and a couple mini games all done in VR, right? I think Help Wanted 2, they're going all the way up to Security Breach, which is the latest game that just came out.
Shit.
So I don't know if that is the case, but I think that's what
I feel
doing.
that would be the way to experience this game.
Yeah. I'm not kidding. That shit is scary.
Yeah, bro.
Help Wanted is it literally. I was playing with Trin and her brothers, and we were literally so freaked out. Normally, when I play Five Nights at Freddy's, it's spooky.
Yeah.
But the truth is, it's man, I ran out of power. I'm gonna get a jump scare. I get that. But when you're in it, you're literally I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. It's scary. It's
the
really
immersion.
scary. Absolutely. Yes. And so they have this is just a release collection, the one that's coming out. But the reason I say it's similar is because of the way Help Wanted is set up, where they redid the games and it's on a different engine.
Yeah.
But it's essentially the same game.
Okay.
Has the same voice files and everything. It's all the same thing. This sounds like just a re-release of everything on console, which was kind of a crazy idea.
Yeah,
at first,
probably the first time it got released on Switch. No,
I think they released the first. Oh no! Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay. They released them on iPhone though. They had the first.
Oh, did they really?
4. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Sister Location. First 4, I believe, and they were running pretty well.
Yeah,
really well.
Would you recommend this series to anybody?
Absolutely,
the whole series.
I would say when it comes to scares, good scares, and just getting immersed into something, you don't need to be too over the top.
Okay,
something simple I think works a little bit better. And especially when you're playing it and you're in it, there is something really, really fun about the way the game makes you feel like you're literally you have to check all cameras, all rooms, you have to really get involved in it, and then you start visualizing where all these characters are physically, and it only gets better the way the series moves on more, because the first game it's just 4. 2 I think is the best one. No question.
Okay.
Yes, because there's a whole ventilation system that you have to check, and there's a whole other fear of in the second one there's no doors. The first one, it's very simple. You have a certain amount of power that you have to save until the end of the night. You have a light that'll take a little bit of power, and then a door that you can close on each side, and a light. So if the door is closed, it's just draining your power, right? But when the door is closed, you are safe from that corner. It shows you an entire map of where all your stuff is. You can click on each part to check the cameras. Each character it works really differently.
Animatronic character?
Yeah.
Okay.
Each, so Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica all have different personalities, and will kind of Bonnie's the one who's always on the run. He's the one who's kind of on your ass essentially, and usually most times
the bear guy.
That's he's the bunny guy, the purple bunny guy, or blue. Nobody can decide what color he is. But yeah, Freddy's the bear. Freddy's the bear.
That's Freddy. Okay.
Yeah. And it's just really fun. But the second one, they just take it all to a new level. No door. just a light that you can flash, and you have a mask that you can like put over, and while you're wearing the mask, they won't fuck with you, but they will be they'll like show up in the door, the ventilation they can come in. It's just like, and there's so many animatronics to like worry about, and it just gets more fun like the more the series goes on. So I wouldn't recommend it for everyone, but if you like a good scare, and I'm not even a scary game guy, I don't try to play that much. Incredible lore, really, really good lore, and then it's just fun. Like, if you don't even want to focus on the lore, the game doesn't push it down your throat. But you can tell there's something more. This is just the surface, and there's something more going on very deep. You can just see from all the little details. So yeah, 5 minutes.
That's hype. Yeah,
fucking awesome.
I feel like. Because I don't think Kendall's experienced it, and I've thought about like that might be a fun series.
Try with the first game and just see what you guys think, because that's the most simple one. It's easy to get into. Yeah, I mean it's only 5 levels technically.
Oh yeah.
The only hard part is getting through them.
Yeah.
You know, so it's literally 5 nights at Freddy's of just like, and it gets worse every night. Usually the first night you're able to get through it because like if you're smart,
knowing much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you just like first night easy. You know, your power, you don't have to work on too much. By the 5th night, it is hell.
You're stressing.
It is like serious. You are in it.
Yeah, I like that.
And they only progress to just different locations and just get more interesting. Yeah. I have not played Security Breach or Pizza Simulator or any of those, so my knowledge only goes up to Sister Location.
Okay.
And that one I actually didn't even play. I just watched a video. And
watched. Yeah.
But I played up to 4, and I think the scariest one it's got to be 4, because it takes place in like a child's bedroom.
No, bro.
And it is terrifying because it gives you all those vibes of like the way you felt as a kid. You're a kid with a flashlight. Like looking in the hallways, looking in the closet. You have to like lay in your bed, look on the side of your bed. Terrifying.
Yeah.
And it
sounds like they could literally just call it your childhood.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Like, absolutely. It's like a nightmare that you'd have as a kid.
Yeah.
It's terrifying. So yeah, anyway. Love me some Five Nights at Freddy's though.
Yeah. Damn. Thank you, Joshie.
But this collection would be great because it has 4.
Yeah.
And it's got all the other games, so
yeah, that sounds like a steal. Sounds like a steal. Yeah, especially if it is like on sale or something. Like that sounds like an absolute steal.
Oh yeah.
Joshie, last game I got on here for the retro recap is Oxenfree. This came out on PC January 14th, 2016.
Did you play this game?
I did actually. I didn't beat it. Did you?
Neither. No.
Okay.
But I was very into it.
I was so into it.
I thought it had such an interesting setup. Like especially just dude, I mean even now I kind of wish I beat it because I don't even know really what the whole like that apparition was that you find in the cave. I don't know if it was like a ghost, aliens, like I don't even know. But the setup was so interesting. I really liked the dialogue between the characters too. I started thinking really hard on it, and like I started really liking certain characters. And it had some like creepy vibes. Not like it wasn't a scary game.
Yeah,
but that was
like thriller.
Yeah, thriller. Absolutely. Yeah, but there were some points where you're like going through the cave. You're like, what the hell is this? Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a really good game. I heard they came out with a sequel.
They did come out with a sequel. Yeah. And I haven't either, and mostly just because I hadn't beaten the original. Right. I kind of just thought in the back of my head, similar to you, seeing it on my Steam library or whatever, and being like, oh, I'm definitely gonna go back and play that. I have it on my PlayStation, so
I have it on Switch, and I could absolutely beat it. I remember it being very, very good.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's one that it literally right now is on my list for Kendall and I to go through.
And the art style was really
That's honestly
really cool.
probably my favorite part.
It was
is that
really cool.
It feels like a Telltale type experience.
Yeah.
But it's just done like, Life is Strange, same thing, right?
Yeah.
But if anything, that almost maybe even plays similar to Telltale.
Right,
with a little bit of like explorative like concepts that are beyond what Telltale, like if you explore in Telltale, it's like a small area.
Very much
but
so, yeah.
like this is like the hand drawn, like, and the voice acting was top tier if I remember right.
It is. And it's good.
And just it's all hand drawn, like it's like the expressions, like the voices. There's a lot of power behind the voice acting because like the visuals just complemented it so well and really made it look and feel like a unique experience.
I completely agree. I remember one moment that I was like, I literally like got hooked right off the gate. They were sailing on the ship.
Yes.
And you're like, it's you, and then like your friend, and then like you have like a cousin.
Yeah.
Who's like really like people don't really fuck with them that heavy because they just don't know
like they weren't super like happy that you invited him.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes. And they didn't really like him very much. And I remember your friend is like, hey, can we like talk real quick about this guy? And I was like in the game, I was like, I don't want to be rude and like pull aside from them. So I told him no. I was like no.
Yeah.
And I never knew what that dialogue option was. And I remember just being like, wonder what he was gonna say. Like what?
Yeah,
bro. That just got me so interested in all of it. That was a really good game.
Yeah.
I thought that was really fun. Never beat it, but I thought that was really fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it sounds like you probably got to like, because I got past like you remember like when the triangle forms and it starts getting all eerie and all that stuff. I got quite a bit past that. Yeah, me too. But I also never.
You got to the watchtower.
Yes.
I got a little bit past the watchtower, and then like it kept switching around. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I don't remember.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of exactly what I remember. Like, it did a switch to a different group.
Yes.
And that's when I stopped playing.
That's when I stopped playing. We might have stopped at very similar
Wow.
That's
yeah, because we didn't know each other.
Yeah.
No, I definitely remember playing this in Oregon. And
back when
I
the
was,
Switch first launched pretty soon.
Yes, yeah. Like, because I think it was free on PlayStation Plus when it came out.
You played on PlayStation?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of games that, like, when they first came to Switch, and it's one of the reasons why I love that era so much, and where I was as a gamer, where if it came to Switch and it had really good reviews, I was like, there is no reason I shouldn't try this out, because it's a brand new console, like brand new experience. And Oxenfree was one of those. And then one day I really want to talk on the podcast about SteamWorld Dig and SteamWorld Dig 2.
Yes,
are two of my. I literally was just looking up on my phone because I was just thinking, because you told me about the mining game, you were talking about that. And I literally thought to myself, I was like, holy shit, I am not kidding. Probably one of my most yearn for like dream games in this world is SteamWorld Dig 3. I'm not kidding. I got so into the characters and everything and in all aspects of it that I was hooked.
That's amazing.
Because
I did not get on that train, but
Did you ever play?
No, I very much remember though.
Yes.
The hype that this game was getting, like, basically, like how people are talking about Dave the Diver right now, is what was being said about SteamWorld Dig 2 specifically.
2 is absolutely incredible. I think it's an indie marvel. Like, genuinely, the way that they take the first game, which is pretty simple, but it's also with the context of what it is. It's simple, but you get this strange like subtext of, okay, there are zombie humans that exist underground, and robots rule the surface. Just small subtext of what you can see, right? There's monsters underground, and like, but it's set up like Minecraft, where it's like you don't really ask questions, right? Because you could do the same thing with Minecraft, where you're like, okay, why are all the villagers people, but then there's zombie villagers, and then there's villagers of what? People that were once gone? You could ask that same question on Minecraft.
Absolutely.
But what they did with SteamWorld Dig 2 is expand on all of that, and they make this whole like question of where is Rusty the point of the game. They made this game like character heavy, lore heavy, and still have multiple minds with different like spots. They took what the first game was. If the first game was this, which is incredible, and I'm holding my hands up into a ball.
He's making a little ball.
They turned it into this, like a huge ball. Like, not just they made it bigger, they just made it better. They made and one of my favorite things was the skill tree, the things you could, the things you could get, pick up like weapons and shit. Not just weapons, but like different like mining, the way that it worked. And they just made it all better.
It's like a Metroidvania too, right?
It is. It absolutely is. Yeah. So much
Big appeal.
Yeah. Dude, I cannot recommend that game more. I'm not kidding. I think that I 100%ed all of it.
Yeah.
I beat it. I was so into it. The coolest thing is at the end of the first game, because I bought the first two, there was some kind of bundle with the way that it works. And the first game, I remember the ending is just very like strange and very vague, and it sets up for a sequel in a way that you wouldn't really expect.
Sure.
And I guess I don't want to give too much away, but essentially the main character of the first game goes missing at the end of the game, and you kind of like you assume there's something bigger going on because but it's very like strange and cryptic the way that it happens, and then you play as the shopkeeper from the second game. Or like the person who would like work on all your stuff and is like who you become friends with in the first game and is like, I'm gonna go find my friend Rusty. Dude, it's so good.
Sick.
It's so cool. Anyway,
it's so sick.
Anyway,
thanks, Josh.
I could talk so much about.
I wrote that on here. We'll definitely cover that.
I think we should.
Whether it's in a retro recap or a actual topic for the fans out there.
I would love it.
Okay, Joshie, real quick, I want to mention some anniversaries.
Yes.
I think most of these you have heard of. First up, we got a few 10-year anniversaries versus Kirby Triple Deluxe on the 3DS.
Kirby Triple Deluxe.
January 11th, 2014 for Japanese release date. Yeah, so shout out to Kirby Triple Deluxe. That's one of your top Kirby games, right?
Triple Deluxe?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say top.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay,
but it's a sequel to Ultra Kirby Superstar Ultra, which the translation, the reason it's called Triple Deluxe, is a very, very strange translation because Kirby Superstar, which was on the SNES, was the game that it was a Kirby game with multiple games in it. Have you heard about this?
I have.
Yeah. Did you play it?
I did a little bit.
Superstar Ultra was
I don't think I played Superstar Ultra.
That was the one on the DS.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, it was just a remake, right?
Okay.
But the Japanese name for it is essentially Superstar Double, right? And so they made a sequel to Superstar, and it was essentially Superstar Triple. And so the way that they did it was, and it's a Japanese name, so I'm kind of butchering it, and I'm not saying it the exact way it would be done. But the reason it's called Triple Deluxe is because it's the sequel to
the second one,
which I really liked it. I thought it was really good, but I was a little disappointed because Superstar Ultra is filled to the brim with shit to do. You got Dynablade, you got King DDD, you got Meta Nightmare Ultra, DDD's Revenge, you got the Gourmet Race, you got freaking Great Cave Offensive, like all these awesome plots, all in one game, and side games with mini games and all these things. And then Triple Deluxe had the main story, and then it had like a battle arena, and then it had just a couple other things.
Bummer.
Kind of a bummer. No, yeah. Because if you're gonna compare it to like this game you did in the past, you expect it to be, if it's going to be a true sequel, like it would kind of have to be better, right?
Yeah, or have more, or at least more, or at least
the same amount.
So you think that Ultra was better then?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, I mean, they used the art, some of the same sprite work as
the pixel art, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I loved it, and it was a DS game, so you had 2 screens, and it was portable. You could not beat that.
Yeah.
And so when I heard about Triple Deluxe, and I'm a huge Kirby fan. Yeah. I played it I pre-ordered it, played it first day, and it was fun. Yeah. It was good. It was very, very good. If anything, I think I'm undermining it because I had an amazing time.
For sure.
But it was good.
Yeah.
Was
or really if anything, maybe it just was a lesser experience in comparison.
Just in comparison.
Yeah.
But I loved that game. I'm even picturing it in my head. It was a great game.
Well, then, next one here for the anniversary corner is Nidhogg. And this came out on PC January 13th, 2014, making it the 10-year anniversary.
Never heard of it.
Haven't. So, I wanted to play this game with you. This was a Nidhogg. Nidhogg, right. Which I think is, there's some mythology there for Nidhogg. I'm pretty sure Nidhogg is a demon in Persona, and is like even referenced in the Marvel in the MCU.
Okay.
But it is a really, really silly game that is just 2 stick figures basically duking it out and trying to take something like a spear, I think, or something, and take it and run it like. Basically, are you pulling up a picture?
I'm trying, yeah.
Let me pull up a picture for you.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Yeah, okay. So if you look at, like, the screen right here of, like, what it shows with these 2 stick figures. Yeah. Oh, this is what it is. It's a sword fight, okay? So you start out the game, and it's like, they almost look like they're fencing. And it's really, it's designed very simply, but there's, like, some depth to it, right?
Okay.
You basically can jump, you can throw, like if you have 3 different placements of your little fencing sword, you can have it at eye level, at waist level, or you can hold it straight up. And if it's straight up, you can press forward to throw it, okay? Any one hit that hits the other person's body kills them, causes them to despawn, and they respawn in like 3 seconds, okay? After you kill your enemy, like basically like if you're both alive, here you are. I'm going to give you the visual again, okay?
Give it to me.
So you got your 2 stick figures right here on the left and right.
Yes.
Your goal is to, like, say this is player 1 and player 2. Player 2's goal is to run several, like, it treats every area as a screen. So you keep, every time you hit the edge, the screen will move and it will, like, respawn the other player, right? And your goal is to move the screens as far over as possible into, like, your enemy's zone until you hit the goal. You're just trying to touch it, okay? But when like both players are on screen and active, player 2 cannot cross over an invisible boundary over player 1, and same thing the other way around. So basically, they can't like hop over each other and run that way.
So what's the goal of player 2 then? Player 2 is to get there.
Yes,
and then player 1 is to
get to the other side.
Your characters have to clash. That's kind of sick.
With a really, really silly, just action-packed stick figure.
Wow,
is all it is. And it is so addicting, it's stupid.
Wow.
I remember having there was a Smash party I was having like a year before I moved here, okay? And it was like Ultimate had been out for like a year or so. But one of the guys came to the party and he's like, hey, I got a proposition for like another like fun game. And there was like 6 of us in the room. We're like, all right, what is it? So he hooks up his PC and just gives us all like, I think he had like a little Xbox controller hooked up to the PC. He's like, just check it out, just mess around. He didn't tell us jack shit about the game. He said, just jump in, you'll see. And we got so hooked on this game after playing Smash for hours, right? We completely stopped playing Smash. We played this all night.
That's crazy.
All night, bro.
That's so
I wanted to throw that in here, especially because it was a little anniversary. But that is a game
I'll definitely check that out.
We got to check it out.
Cool,
I have it on PlayStation too. So I want you to check it out with me.
Let's do it.
And update the channel.
Keep it posted.
Next episode. Yes, sir. Next on here is the Banner Saga. This came out on Mac and PC January 14th, 2014. Also a 10-year anniversary.
Okay.
Have you heard of this one?
No.
It's really cool. It's beautiful. Saga. Yeah, just look up Banner Saga and look up Google Images.
Okay.
It was I don't even know like the team behind it, but it's an indie game and it was so well received. It might have even been a Kickstarter game way back when, okay? It was so good that they made a sequel and they made another sequel. So there's 3 of them that exist and it basically was a top-down strategy RPG with a hand-drawn sprites and art style and everything. So it's not quite pixel art. It's more of just like this very well-done like 2D hand-drawn.
Yeah, hand-drawn stuff.
And it's made in the vein of like Fire Emblem.
Wow, I was going to say it looks like it from the gameplay.
Yeah. Beautiful game.
Very cool.
One I never got into, sadly.
I think it sounds like you're...
It does, right? Yeah, it almost looks like Lord of the Rings with Fire Emblem mixed in there.
I think that's a cool art style too. I like that.
Hell yeah. So shout out for the Banner Saga. Next on here is Dot Hack Quarantine Part 4.
Hey, Dot Hack.
Yeah, Dot Hack, baby. This came out on PS2 January 14th, 2004, making it the 20-year anniversary this week. Dot Hack Quarantine Part 4 is the first series, which is 4 games. It's the final part of it. So this was it's crazy because I'm pretty sure that it came out in like it's either early 2000s or like late 90s is when Dot Hack started.
Yeah.
And they completed the whole series with only probably like 5 or 6 years or something like that, right? Yeah, and apparently like it was extremely well received.
When did the anime
in a
come
way
out?
that like is very akin to Xenoblade.
Right.
Kind of a game that nobody's heard of, nobody's played.
But it was kind of a cult classic.
Cult classic, definitely, amongst the hardcore. Much like Xenogears, too.
Xenogears,
but this was a completed series, so definitely worth mentioning. And worth mentioning that the original series wrapped up 20 years ago.
Wow.
So hell yeah.
That's very cool.
Isn't that cool?
That is very cool.
I always really liked how they named it, too. It's literally, dot hack / and then, like, the name in that volume, you know?
Like,
because Infection was the first one.
Yeah, it's like a website URL.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I love it.
And the last one here, Joshie, is a game called Tennis.
Tennis?
Simply Tennis.
What?
On the NES, January 14th, 1984, making it the 40-year anniversary.
Whoa.
As an original NES game. That's crazy to me, bro.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine 40 years ago?
Yeah.
Like, was the first time you had a video game console at home that you could play.
And my favorite thing about that name, too, means that, like, you know, it wasn't competing with anything else.
Yes.
It was just tennis.
Yes.
It's like if you wanna play tennis, here you go.
Yeah.
It's not like Super Mario.
It's not even Mario Tennis.
Yeah, no.
It's
not
just
Mario
tennis. Yeah.
Or like tennis Smackdown or like tennis anything.
Yeah.
Just
nothing.
Tennis.
Just tennis.
Just tennis.
Yeah, back in the days when you could do that.
Yeah, you want to play tennis? Here you go.
Yeah, for sure. Did you play it
Like,
at all? Did you ever see anything on it?
Absolutely not.
I played it. I think
You played it?
Yeah.
Why?
I want to say that it was like back in like the PSP kind of like retro days of like getting a bunch of emulators.
Yeah.
I got like a NES emulator that just had like all the games.
Yeah.
And it was highlighted. It was just tennis, and I was like, tennis? What is this? You know?
Funny
No,
stuff.
it's pretty good actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I definitely can see a lot of elements that Mario Tennis has now.
Oh, really?
That they just directly
They
took from
took
that
from
game.
there?
Yeah.
I like
And I
it.
think it was made by Nintendo. So there you go.
I love it.
Yeah. Some history for you, Joshie.
History.
Let's move on to Pixel Press, brother.
Let's
Are
Pixel
you
press
ready?
it.
Dive into some
Absolutely.
news here. Dive into some
run it.
updates.
Let's
I want to start
run
real
it.
quick with some patch notes.
Yes.
I've been alluding to this since we started the episode, but
Yes.
I've got some exciting news for you and everyone else out there,
Run
Joshie.
it.
So
Yeah.
first up is I have been testing Patreon exclusive content.
Oh, yeah.
And that's basically what this update is about.
That's
because
right.
It has been a big goal in my forefront to give our patrons more.
Absolutely.
Right, like as much as possible. And
Well, they
we
deserve
are
the world,
They
no?
do.
Yeah.
No, they really do. Yeah, especially for just jumping on the bandwagon so early
That's
before
right.
we really even have exclusive content.
That's right.
And I know like most of the Patreon like sponsors that we have that I communicate with, they love the shout out.
Right.
And I'm all about it too. Right.
Right.
It's a two-way street for both of us.
Absolutely.
But they need more, right? And bonus episodes are coming. YouTube videos are coming, right?
Absolutely.
At the very least, just for the patrons, that's all coming. But something I wanted to bring today is Discord. Brother.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir. And
Yes.
we had mentioned this, I think, from like our second or third episode ever.
Oh, yeah.
Where we talked about like, hey, like, is Discord something that like people want? And so I've spent the last like week or so really diving into Discord and all the things that you can do with it. It's so much more than I thought.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
basically like making your own Reddit community.
Yeah, everything you showed me was much more than I even expected.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So it's really hype, you guys, and I want you all to check it out. In fact, I'm going to be sending out. I know this episode doesn't go live till Friday, but I'm hoping by like today or even tomorrow, I'm going to send out a message to all the patrons with specific instructions of how to get this set up.
Yeah.
But if you are a Patreon subscriber,
Yes.
you have a like unique like link to your profile on Patreon where you click there, you click connect to Discord, and you literally log in or create your own Discord profile that is connected to your patron.
Right.
And your like Patreon membership is directly linked to your Discord profile.
Yep.
So what that basically means
Yep.
is that we've set up a community now on the Discord, so you can specifically like basically like there's all these like subcategories of topics.
Right.
In fact, I'm just gonna pull it up right here
Good.
for a little reference.
Referee.
But basically, like, okay, if you want a place to submit questions or comments or ideas to the show,
Right.
you can do that directly through Discord.
That's
There's
right.
a little, there's basically, they're called channels, and in each channel has like very specific things that
Can I
you
join
can.
the channel right now?
Yeah, absolutely,
yeah.
bro. Yeah. Do I have you as a friend on here? You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say invite friend, and I'll just invite you directly. What's your Discord?
It is.
Actually, you know what?
wanna look
I'm
at
just gonna text you.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, then you can just click the link and you can set up that way because I have there's a specific role which like roles within the community is like it's basically like a status and like you're allowed to do certain things with it. So you'll have the admin status when you join. I got you set up for that. And basically anyone who joins, I'm gonna have the public link for Discord because I don't want to make it so you have to pay or there's any paywall to join the community.
Yes.
I think it's counterproductive for making a community, right?
Agree.
We're going to have the public link on our Patreon to
right.
encourage people to check out our Patreon first of all.
That's right.
Jump on there, then you'll see the link and it's open to everybody. Yep. If you're a Patreon subscriber, your profile automatically gets access to the Patreon exclusive role or the sponsor role, and you have a certain set of channels that only you can access.
Yes.
So yeah, exclusivity, baby. So we have there's a general chat, there's general memes, there's podcast submissions, there's message boards for video games, anime, TV series, movies. Looking for group, right? LFG, kind of like a generic term for hey, you want to link up if you want to actually game with people. You want to play Mario Kart with people online, you can post on there and set up a lobby, or you can literally if you just want to share your friend code and add people on your Switch, add people on Steam. There's a whole dedicated page for that.
That's
so it's
so
really
cool.
Sweet. Yeah, and also Discord. Because I used it back when Discord first came out, which is 2015 or 16 or something like that. It basically was just a very simple kind of you could chat and you could it was the new Skype, right? Gamer Skype. Skype. You could have a voice chat. So there are still the voice chat function in here, so you can join the lobby and it's called the Loft on here, right? Little voice icon, so you can jump into the Loft and talk with anyone in the community if you want to.
I love it.
But for the Patreon subscribers, you have your own Patreon Loft. And you have a Patreon submissions that have priority over the general public.
That's right.
Patreon chat and Patreon looking for group. And more is going to be added over time, but I wanted to basically set up just a very basic layout for it to be ready to launch and everyone to jump into.
That's what I love to hear.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
it's
really,
super cool.
Really hype.
I think it's going to be super exciting, and everyone come check it out.
Yeah, definitely come check it out.
Awesome.
Yeah. I would love to know what you guys think and give us feedback. See if it makes sense. When you, the last thing I'm just going to really say is right when you're invited in, you jump in, there's going to be a welcome and rules thread. Just read through that carefully. That's got basically all the rules that we're wanting to enforce for the community because we want it to be vibrant and we want it to be positive.
Absolutely, it's all positive.
And that's not to say talking about things like OpenAI or have any conversations. I'm not saying don't have debates or anything like that. But don't be rude. Don't not
it's
safe
all about
for work
the way
content.
that we say some stuff or the way that we handle it. And you can tell when someone is being rude or if someone is discussing.
Yes.
Discussion is not a bad thing.
No. Yeah.
So, join the community, please.
Join the community, my friends. Thank you so much, Joshie.
Thanks for working so hard on that.
Yeah, bro. Absolutely.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that grows along with the podcast.
Me too, man.
Yeah, so look forward to that direct message, my friends. But I haven't actually, even though I haven't made the announcement, other than this announcement right here, right now, it is live. So anyone is able to right now look up.
I just hopped in. So,
hell yeah, baby.
Will I have
Joshie
any kind of priority, by the way?
Or? Yes, you do, yeah.
Really?
Because you have the admin role just like I do.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's called something cool in here.
It's got a cool name.
Yeah, I'm I don't know how to use the mobile version as well as the iPad version. Or
technically, it's still mobile, no?
Technically, you're right, bro.
I'm not wrong.
I don't even know how to view the members on here, so... Ooh, no, that's okay. My friends. All right, we'll look at that later. Okay, yeah. Because I'm still learning. So
I'm with it.
We're going to be learning it together.
I'm with it.
And the last thing on here for, I mentioned Patreon exclusive content. Yes. So Spotify is something that I've been testing is I wanted to officially kind of figure out how we're going to have the paid content for subscribers on there, the paid episodes.
Yes.
So right now how I have it set up, and anybody can actually check this out. This is public right now, but if you go into our Spotify Flash Bros podcast page and you click more like this, which is right at the very top, it says episodes, about, and more like this, you'll see a link to a different version that has a yellow background. And it says Flash Bros podcast Patreon exclusive. So if you click on that, it's really dope because this whole feed is linked to your Patreon in the same way that Discord is linked to your Patreon. So you will only have access to this feed if you are a Patreon subscriber.
So cool.
So dope.
Yeah, so
cool.
It
shows subscriber right at the top. Otherwise, it'll say not subscribed. And on the episodes, it'll say paid next to it. And if you're not a subscriber, it'll have a lock, and it literally will not let you access it. It'll have a link saying, "Hey, you want access?
Yeah.
Click here, join the Patreon."
You gotta be a Patreon.
It's right there.
Love it.
You can check it out, and it just says Spotify audio test just to make sure it works.
I love it.
But that is what is in the works, my friends, and I'm really excited. So
I'm excited too.
Thought I would just share updates.
I'm loving it.
Front. Yes, sir. And Joshie, the other thing here is last week's poll.
Yes.
So we asked, what are your goals and ambitions for 2024, since episode 20 was the first episode of season 2 and starting off this year, 2024.
That's right.
Johnny got a response here he said, spend more time with my hobbies, not working all the time.
Yeah.
Live life, not slave away.
That's the truth,
That's
man.
facts, Johnny.
That is so true,
that's straight
man.
facts. I really appreciate that you said that, because I think that's a goal for... that's a goal that I've been definitely wanting to have. Because I feel like as life goes on, after you're not a child anymore, you are every year kind of slowly awakened more and more to responsibilities and things and work and goals, and it gets to a point where it's too much to handle.
That's right.
So if you don't set aside time for yourself and hobbies and games, which is what this channel's all about,
truth.
Right? And talking about our passion here.
That's truth.
But it's not going to happen. So you got to make that time.
That's the truth.
And you have to decide, I understand finding purpose in work.
Right.
I do, right? That's kind of what this whole podcast is for me, right? It's the work. But you have to decide, what your purpose is.
Yes.
And if you are not finding purpose in your work and you're feeling burnt out, hey, maybe it's not that you need a new job.
Right.
Maybe it's that you need to just give yourself a little bit of a mental break.
Absolutely.
Right? And allocate time.
Which are I would say mental breaks are so funny, because sometimes it doesn't feel as important as making actual work that you need to get done. It doesn't feel like that. But I think it is. I think it's just as important.
It is.
If not more important. I mean, to be completely honest, because what are you living for? Like Johnny said, you're not a slave. You're not slaving away. You're a free person. So do what you, in the name of Attack on Titan and freedom and everything Eren Yeager stood for.
Yes.
You gotta be free, man.
Gotta be free.
Gotta be free. You are not a slave,
Yeah. Yes, sir. That was beautiful.
Thanks,
thank you,
brother.
Joshie.
Thanks, brother. Wouldn't have been able to say it without Johnny, so thank you. Man.
Yeah, thank you so much, Johnny. And the last thing on here was the corrections, which was Tayden.
Yes,
right?
Tayden.
So,
yes.
referencing
Another shout out to good old Tayden. The man, the myth, the legend.
Thank you so much. Yeah, to the Sandoval 7 in the house here, brother.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Joshie, now I have the news, the official Pixel Press here.
Pixel Press,
for
we're in
you.
it.
And I do have quite a bit of bonus bites as well.
Okay.
With just a lot of info, really just keeps dropping week by week.
That's right.
And I really do want to kind of preface here that big piece of news right now is on all over Gerard the Completionist. I don't know if you've seen anything on it. I think we touched on it when the news first was breaking. That I'll run you back. Do you remember when it was probably dude, it's been a minute now because we had that break too.
Right. I was gonna say real quick before we get into this. Do you mind if I pee real quick?
Oh yeah.
Just write it down, because I literally just have to pee, and I meant to when we took that little break, but I forgot.
No, bro. Chillin'.
Ready? Let's get it going.
All right. Let's get back into it.
So you said
Gerard the Completionist.
Yes.
Small recap. It was definitely before Christmas, right? So it's been probably a month or so since we talked about this. But a bunch of stories have been breaking, basically about the charity fund that is it's I don't even know the whole story or remember it's bits and pieces, but from what I understand, Gerard the Completionist is his whole brand. So it's not just him, right? It's him and his family and other partners they have.
Yeah.
They started some foundation which has a name, and the foundation has been that's where all these donations for certain diseases or to help people or whatever.
Yeah.
All the things that they've claimed that the money should go for.
Yes.
He started getting allegations at the end of last year that that's not what's happening, and there's shady shit happening with the money.
Oh no.
And kind of leading to what I'm saying right now. New stories are coming out by the day about this, and it's all over YouTube. We will cover this. I want kind of the stories to kind of unfold a little bit more.
Yeah, and break a little bit more.
Yeah, because we're finding more and more info out, and it's it's really sad because I am a huge Gerard the Completionist fan.
I was going to say, I feel like I grew up on
Oh my
Gerard.
God. And you just reminded me.
Yes.
I didn't talk with you about it. I talked with Caleb about it.
You didn't tell me about it.
It was on Caleb's episode.
I did not hear about any of this.
No, you just reminded me literally
Yes.
because we both said the same thing. I said it sucks because I'm a huge Gerard the Completionist fan. Remember, even in Sea of Stars, I said he was a character.
I
in
just
it.
saw
It was
it.
Gerard the Constructionist.
Yeah, I just saw a this by Game Radar. Hit JRPG Sea of Stars removes donation collecting NPC based on YouTuber the Completionist. Yeah, we'll
That's
remove.
so funny you found that because
they're gonna remove his cameo.
That is the story that I covered with Caleb.
Shoot.
Yeah, and it was very disheartening, man. Because
That's so disheartening. He was Normal Boots back in the day. Did you ever watch Normal Boots?
No, I didn't.
They were. It was a whole community of. It was John Tron, PBG, Did You Know Gaming.
Oh, I know all those guys.
Pro Jared, freaking Gerard the Completionist.
Ego Raptor?
No, he wasn't technically
Okay.
on them. But it was like a whole community of them.
Yeah.
But Game Grumps was good friends with them.
Okay.
Because obviously John Tron used to be on Game Grumps.
Right.
But it was like, I swear those were the guys I like grew up on. They were like my favorite dudes.
Yeah.
And that's really unfortunate. Man.
It's really unfortunate because basically the news is kind of overwhelming evidence that this is real. So we will cover it. I actually think I want to do a whole episode on it because the news is so big.
Yeah.
And of course it is not a super lighthearted subject, but we got to talk about this stuff because this is it's really important. Integrity is really important and branding and a representation of what this community is all about. You know what I mean?
Completely.
And that means being held accountable.
Completely agree.
On all fronts. So
Completely
I wanted to preface that going into the news. So that will come. And I think we're going to cover it next week. But stay tuned, my friends.
Stay tuned is right.
With that being said, Joshie, shall we jump in?
Yeah, let's hop right in.
Let's hop right in, baby. Okay, sweet. I want to cover something that's crazy for the first piece.
Let's hit it.
So news article number 1
Yes.
is titled Impossible Tetris NES. So the original Tetris that came out in the NES. I don't think it first came out in the NES, but maybe it fucking did. You know what? Let's fact check real quick. Tetris first release.
Is it on
June
the
6, 1984.
Was it?
On an emulator called the Electronica 60. So I think it was an arcade game first.
Oh, okay.
But the first console release, it was either Atari or it was the NES, okay? So it was somewhere right around there.
I don't think it was Atari.
I think you're right, okay? Because notoriously...
If it wasn't Game Boy, right?
No, sure? Dude, no. Because Game Boy came out after the NES.
The original?
You know what? Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
okay.
it does not.
Yeah, okay.
But
so I think the stories come by way of IGN. Okay. What were you going to say? Sorry?
Oh, no, keep talking.
Okay.
I think I know. I think I watched the video on this.
Oh,
just now.
Yeah, yeah. This is huge news. So maybe you did. Also, let's turn on this little light. I feel like the sun is setting. It's getting a little dark.
Yeah, a little dark.
All right, so the news is that this impossible Tetris on the NES has been beaten for the first time.
Yes, I saw this video.
By a 13-year-old phenom.
Yeah.
Okay, that literally crazy, bro. Yeah, so you saw this video, so you got something to say about it. Let's jump in. I'll give all the tidbit news here. So the NES version of Tetris, believed to be impossible to complete even by the most dedicated fans, has finally been beaten after 37 years.
37 years, yeah.
What? Okay.
So
13-year-old Willis Gibson, known as Blue Scooty, reached level 157 before hitting the infamous final kill screen. So experts usually only make it around level 38 for reference. Experts, level 38.
Yeah.
This guy made 157, okay? Experts usually make a level 38 before it literally becomes impossible to keep up as the game lacks features that we have today, like basically making sure the RAM can keep up and there's certain things within gaming and within the original NES and it couldn't keep up with the difficulty of what it's trying to have you accomplish. Right. And in this version, this is before you had storage, so you can't take a piece and store it in modern strategies today, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it becomes basically impossible about level 38 as the game lacks features such as store pieces. As the active community has progressed over the years, players have discovered corrupted colors they've nicknamed charcoal and dusk. So once you reach a certain point, there starts being corrupted files that are inconsistent. You sometimes hit them, and you sometimes can't. Yeah, because the game, the RAM and the storage on the physical cartridge can't keep up.
Wow.
Okay?
That's insane.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
There's so much depth to this. It's so fascinating. Okay?
It's so funny because it's giving so much context to the video I saw.
Yeah.
Because I watched it and I saw him beat it.
Okay. Yeah, you watch it.
Yeah.
In fact, when you pull up the screen where he gets like right to the end, I want to see because I didn't watch a video. I just read all the info.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'll continue. So investigation led players to realize the game could be crashed at level 155, resulting in a new kill screen. Okay. And basically, kill screens in quote here. Kill screen is because the game has so much overload of RAM data, it literally crashes the game, and thus you reach an ending screen.
Yeah,
right.
That's it.
Because the game is designed to not end. That's the premise
that's the whole
of Tetris.
Point?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
That's
even
so
the original.
Funny.
So in December 2023, which is when this all went down, Blue Scooty battled Fractal. His name is Justin Yu, current classic Tetris world champion, by the way.
And did he win?
Blue Scooty beat him.
Wow.
Which is nuts.
That's
to
so
me.
nutty.
So the goal was a race to beat the new kill screen.
This guy has to be the new best world champion, right?
Yes,
of
man.
Tetris.
He has to be.
And he's 13.
That's insane to me, man.
That's so crazy.
So Blue Scooty came in first place, strangely missing the initial crash point, which further kind of shows that the game is just broken.
Yeah.
It was supposed to break at 155.
Right.
But he continues and achieves the kill screen after completing level 157.
Wow.
Apparently taking 37 years to accomplish, with 34 years being intentionally... with an intentional goal by the community of reaching the screen.
Right.
Now, theoretically, the highest point would be level 255.
Wow.
Which they've been able to identify this, I guess, through literally hacking into the game and looking at game data. But when you reach level 255, the game has fully maxed out everything it possibly can for that RAM.
That's
to the
crazy.
point where every single Tetris piece on screen is just a color red.
That's so wild.
Yes. So that's the new kind of tentative goal after reaching this point. Beating that level also would theoretically bring players back to level 0,
right?
And it wouldn't reach the kill screen.
Holy
it would literally complete the game and it would reset that way.
That is some of the most wild things I've heard about Tetris.
And you're a big Tetris fan in general.
Dude, I was just playing it this morning. That's so wild. I saw this clip, so I don't know how exactly if you can translate this clip well. But this is the screen. This is the final screen.
Yeah, so it's a bunch of pink, and that's got to be the dusk pieces, right?
Yeah. And then that's it happening, right?
Yeah, it just crashes.
Yeah.
Halfway through.
That's the moment, right?
Yes.
Because there's no more game.
There's no more game.
Right? There's nothing more the game can
Yeah, and
do.
even the game keeps kind of resetting in levels, but it's not resetting because it's still going up in difficulty. And his scores, it's all maxed out at 99999.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
It's literally nuts.
So
it's
nutty.
Nuts to me that this guy was on a live competition with the actual world champion.
Did he make any money off this?
I don't know if he did. I hope he does.
I hope he does too.
Yeah, and
he
recognition because he deserves
Absolutely.
it. That's crazy.
What's his name? Blue Bunny?
His name is Blue Scooty.
Blue Scooty.
Blue Scooty.
Love it.
Yes, sir. Good job, man.
Yeah. Dude, I love it.
Legend.
Those guys are demons. Have you seen their technique? You know about rolling?
Yes. And I left that out of the article because the article was so thick.
Oh, yeah. It was talking about all
it was talking about how that was a more recent technique.
Yes,
that had been recently discovered where you're rolling the bottom of the controller, right?
No, so what happens is you have the controller, so you'll have it up against your leg this. The controller is pressed against your hand, so the buttons are against your hand, and the way that you're able to move it with your fingers, because your fingers are not, your brain cannot move fingers quick enough for those pieces to be placed. So what you do is to move them is that since it's up against your hand or your leg, the way you're holding it, you flick the back of the controller, right? And that would be to move over one or to move over or to rotate it, right? And so each different flick, it literally, you'll see Tetris players, it looks like they're doing this. They're doing this over and over and over, or they'll be like, it's some of the craziest ways I've ever seen anyone
blown, bro.
Like, just look up rolling, because it is like, it is the way that those that kid, he was rolling. You always wear a wristband on your hand. You can see it on it, or like a sweatband, because you have it like pressed up against your hand, and you're flicking like every single time.
That is nuts. That nutty? That is so nutty,
So once you get so far into that game, you literally, like, the human brain and body can't keep up with how fast those pieces are coming down, right?
Yeah.
So rolling is the only way that you can do it.
Dude, this is nuts.
Nuts stuff.
That is so nuts. All right, all y'all's homework out there.
Yeah.
Look up rolling.
Look up rolling,
Tetris
man.
rolling.
Yeah.
A literal technique made for this 40-year-old game.
Yeah, I did.
That's so nuts,
It was discovered, and now it's...
All right.
Joshie,
Joshie, what do you got for...
All right. So for number one, I reported on this, but I also didn't get to mention because during the break, I got to see this. But do you remember the Boy and the Heron, the brand new Studio Ghibli movie?
Yes.
So just a quick little recap. I saw it. It's incredible. It has.
You saw it?
Yeah, in theaters with me, Dory, and Azzy.
You told me this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah, I think you did. That you were going to see it.
Yes. Yeah.
It was over on the break when I was gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went and saw it with Azzy and Dory. And it's just incredible. Like those Studio Ghibli movies are filled with a level of just like magic that no other like studio will ever be able to create.
Yeah.
Especially Hayao Miyazaki. He is the master of his craft, and it was kind of beautiful because it's his last movie, and that's kind of what the movie's about. It's about kind of coming to terms with this world that you are creating, because this entire time he's been wanting his son to become an animator and kind of take in his place.
Oh yeah.
And he's been very disappointed in a lot of aspects, and he feels like he is the only one who's able to do this. And so he feels alone in this world, in that sense, because he is kind of the master of this craft, right? And the movie's about that, and it's very beautiful. It's about letting go. It's about like moving on and finding kind of the pieces that you need, even when you think that you're missing pieces.
Yeah.
Finding the pieces that you truly need, not like the whole picture, if that makes sense.
Definitely.
I know that sounds kind of confusing, but it was beautiful.
No, I'm following. Yeah.
As a review, knowing the context going in and knowing what Hayao Miyazaki is kind of going through before seeing it, I think is really important. It was also just incredibly animated and really well done. But
do you think it looked better than like all the other?
Oh yeah. I mean, it looks, very similar. It's by the same vein, but there were some scenes, the way they were filmed and shot, that I could just tell were done in this very like fluent style.
Yeah, I guess a better
really,
question. Could you see kind of like an evolution of the animation and like the artwork?
I would absolutely say so. Yeah. Especially if you follow Hayao Miyazaki's work, like everything he has done throughout the years, like starting with Nausicaa and then moving on to all the other stories. It's very clear. You can see it's modern and beautiful, but still looks like a painting in its own way. And it was fun and funny and good, and it just had everything you would want. But
that makes me happy.
Yeah, absolutely, me too. So Studio Ghibli's Boy and the Heron wins Golden Globe for the best animated picture of in 2023.
Let's go.
Yeah, so it won the Golden Globe.
Wait. Didn't Across the Spider-Verse come out last year?
Did.
And it beat Across the Spider-Verse?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
The Golden Globes. I'd say so. I think Across the Spider-Verse is incredible.
Yeah.
But it's really not like Golden Globe or like Oscar worthy when it comes to like the story itself. When you look at the story, it is telling a very, very complex story, but it's not finished, and it's not metaphorically like profound. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
And so the idea of this story is it's a little bit more than, because that movie, to be honest, I like that movie more than this movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I like Spider-Verse more than this.
Yeah.
But this is a little more powerful in a way that you only see every once in a while, like every once, there are not a lot of movies like this that are very personal, but yet so beautiful, and everyone can find something from it because of the fact that it is so personal, you know?
Yeah.
And, Spider-Verse is personal to its own sense, but it's also a superhero movie with action and comedy and all these things, and it's just not as profound. And so, is it a tough choice? Absolutely, but I can absolutely see this being a very clear winner for the best animated picture. I figured you'd be the most
qualified person to answer that, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So. Because I know how much Spider-Man means to you, as well as Into the Spider-Verse itself.
Yeah, I would say, even Into the Spider-Verse, I had a better movie-going experience. I had a better, I enjoyed it more watching it the first time. And I thought about it for so much after, but this movie is it's just a little too special to really pass up on an award like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
a little too incredible. And this animation too, these movies don't come a lot often. You don't see a lot of animated movies nowadays. Disney stopped doing 2D animation, and so this kind of beautiful, fluent storytelling that feels almost fairy tale-esque is a rarity in its own sense. And now that Hayao Miyazaki's out, I mean, I'm glad he's been able to find this kind of beauty in it, right?
Yes.
And create this story in it. But I'm gonna miss it. I don't know when's the next time I'm going to see a story with that much just beauty put into it.
Yeah.
So,
wow,
very good. Well, thank you, brother.
Yeah, for real.
Very good stuff. I loved it. I thought it was incredible.
Yeah.
And
I'm
super happy it won that award because I think it deserves it. And I think that it gives a lot of recognition towards animated movies and what they can really do and the stories they can tell. I don't think there should be a best animated picture. I think that all animated movies should be put into, because it's ridiculous putting Spider-Verse up against that movie in the first place, because they have nothing to do with each other. They're basically saying animation is not a genre. It's not even close to a genre. Animation can be any genre. It's just a style in which you would make a movie.
No, you're right.
And so
right.
The genre of Spider-Verse as an action adventure comedy or whatever it is, and The Boy and the Heron being whatever it would be, an adventure melodrama, right? Those are two very different categories, and I just think it's the way that people don't understand true what can be done in animation. And trying to fit it into a box and trying to say that, this is where the kid stuff goes. And it's not. It's not the case at all. If anything, you're undermining the idea. This movie, The Boy and the Heron, I believe, has so much more effort put into every single shot than than a movie you could do in live action.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just, I think
it's
that...
making you feel that way?
Absolutely. And I've always felt that way about the Golden Globes and the Oscars. They have a category for animation, and it makes no sense.
That literally makes no sense.
But I am happy that Boy and the Heron got it. I am happy about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
sweet.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for covering that, Joshie.
Of course, man.
Okay, number 2 from me on the video game side of things is... you already guessed, it's on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. What can I say? More hype train coming. Yes, it's specifically talking about the ending scene, the scene that has been repeatedly brought up by, it's the biggest point of conversation and fan speculation right now in the series, but I'm talking about the iconic Aerith Sephiroth scene that happens in the original Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
As you know, it is Sephiroth showing up very out of the blue and stabbing Aerith right at a pinnacle point in the story.
Right.
Whether you've seen it or not, I've seen the scene, but I didn't play the original game and experience that scene. But
it's pretty iconic.
It's very iconic. At that point in time, it actually, the director touches on it in this article when he's talking about it, but at that point in time, the weight of that scene and that happening, it hadn't really been done before in even movies to some degree, but especially a big epic plot-based JRPG like this, it's huge, you know? So I'm going to dive into the nitty-gritty here of what exactly was said at a recent interview.
Yeah. And
we'll just dive into it a little bit. But story is called Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Creative Director Discusses the Scene Everyone Can't Wait to See by IGN. Okay, so Tetsuya Nomura, the creative director of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, states he was, quote, able to do what I truly wanted to with this title. Oh, man, that gets me so
That is pretty hyped.
hyped,
I like the way
bro.
he says that, too.
Yes, because he did not talk that way. This guy doesn't say things he doesn't mean, basically.
Right.
So the fact that he is saying this in, like, right when the game is about to come out in about a month from right now,
right?
That is so hype. And that, I think
agree.
that is... It is just big, and I think for everyone who's really on this hype train with us.
Absolutely.
Okay? So talking about one of the most iconic scenes in the history of gaming, the death of Aerith by Sephiroth. Bunch of quotes here. So, quote, beginning with the original Final Fantasy VII, when we started working on it, it was already decided from the get-go that life would be a central theme. I knew it had to depict life and death within this title. Prior to Final Fantasy VII, there have been other titles where characters were experienced tragedy, but many of them come back or have been revived in some ways. But I believe that loss is something that happens unexpectedly, and it's not something so dramatic or drawn out, but is something in which a person that you have just conversed with is suddenly gone and is never coming back.
Wow.
I believe that the person who dies should not return in this title, and that is just what we did in the original. For Rebirth, Nomura is very proud of what the team came up with, and he believes, quote, the way we have depicted it brings about a new emotion and a new feeling for both players who have played the original and newcomers.
Wow.
End quote. While we don't know yet if Aerith will make it to the credits of Rebirth, it has been confirmed that the game will end with the fateful encounter at the Forgotten Capital, which is where that scene takes place in the original. Yeah. Director Naoki Hamaguchi said, quote, players will see the characters interact and deepen their bonds with each other, which is the focal point of this story, end quote.
Wow.
Yeah, so big hype, and it's not exactly like news, because to be honest, I really feel like from that second trailer with them literally showing the scene in question and having a couple added tidbits, which is like there's a little ghosty in the corner, and then there's a couple of Sephiroth feathers. It's like, all right, they're definitely setting up, like, even the camera angle and everything.
Yeah.
Like, you can look back at the original cutscene, even though it looks kind of shoddy, it still is like, it shows Aerith, it's a very close up to her, so you can't really see much else, and it shows, like, in the Forgotten Capital, it kind of shows, like, spirits and whatnot in the background. It's just kind of iconic looking.
Sure.
And so it's like a definite recreation of that original scene, right? And that's how the trailer ends.
That's wild.
And because of everything they've done with kind of plot changing to kind of, that's what remake is all about, is that it's not a remake. It is a, like, complete
It's a rebirth.
It's a rebirth is what it is. That's a better...
That's right.
Right. Yeah, it's so interesting because Caleb and I, you know, we did our whole episode analyzing and hyping and talking about theories on Rebirth. But I do think there is very intentional reason that they called the first game remake when it was not a remake.
Right.
And now with this one being called Rebirth, and with another interview where he's saying like, hey, like the theme of this game is life.
Right.
Okay, so rebirth, life, death, this scene. What is going to happen?
Yeah,
man?
who knows?
I
could not say. I mean, I think that's really exciting though, because you know, I mean, the lamest part about a remake, truthfully, is the fact that you know everything is coming.
I completely agree.
And so just turning that on its head is exciting in its own right.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely.
So I'm loving it.
So prediction right now.
Oh yeah.
And I know like you're like a little more limited on kind of like your scope of this, or even like if you're gonna play it.
Right.
Prediction right now. Do you think Aerith will die in that scene?
I think the scene they're gonna I think they're gonna twist it some way. I don't think she's gonna die.
You don't think she's gonna die?
I think someone else will die. I think someone's gonna
too.
hop in front of the sword, and then Aerith is gonna live, and then that person's gonna die, and then they're gonna do the same thing, but Aerith won't be dead. Kind of like an alternate ending thing.
Yeah.
They're gonna do like a Scott Pilgrim Takes Off.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen that?
No, I haven't, but. I know you're a huge Scott Pilgrim fan.
Yeah.
You know what? The last thing I'll add on is that Kayla and I were talking about this in the theory crafting. But one of the last lines that Sephiroth says to Cloud at the very end, they like go into, they're almost teleported into like this space. I don't know if you've seen the scene, but it shows Sephiroth and Cloud, and they were just in a massive boss fight, trying to literally like save this thing called the Harbinger, a big, huge plot ghost, from destroying everything, it seemed like, okay? And then Cloud and Sephiroth are sucked out, and they're just in this plane that shows like, basically, it's called the Edge of Creation. Yeah. Okay? And it's just space, and you're on what looks like the surface of like a moon or something, like some like celestial plane. Right. And you look up and you see like a galaxy kind of look like it's forming. Right. You see like another kind of like what looks like a supernova, and then you see like the sun. And it's literally just Cloud and Sephiroth. They go through a little cutscene where they're fighting, and Sephiroth like laughs and doesn't actually like want to kill Cloud, but he says 7 seconds till the end. What will you do with it, I wonder? And another like fan conspiracist on YouTube pointed out that when the cutscene starts in the original game with Sephiroth and Aerith, it is exactly 7 seconds before Aerith gets stabbed by Sephiroth.
That's really interesting.
It's all like, I feel like they're from the beginning have intentionally been building up this scene and what is going to happen. Absolutely. Because also what I'll tell you too with like the like limited knowledge you have on plot. Yeah. Basically, like, were you aware that Sephiroth summons a meteor? Right?
Yeah,
and that's like his whole thing.
I played Smash.
Okay, yeah, you know, from that background.
Yeah, I know it.
In the original game, the reason that Sephiroth is ultimately defeated and the Earth is saved from the meteor is because Aerith died, implying Aerith needs to die then. It's her destiny. Everything that has happened, like that does happen, all the sadness, like Zack dying, you know, that was all necessary parts to make the original plot happen. Right. And the reason that Aerith needs to be dead is because she summons the most powerful white magic spell in the game called Holy, but she can only do it within the live stream, which is where your soul goes when your physical body dies.
Interesting.
So she summons in the live stream, saving everyone. Right. So then the theory is kind of brought up now of like,
if she doesn't die.
Right.
The world
she
gets
knows
destroyed.
she needs to die.
Right.
What's gonna happen?
She kills herself.
Bum, bum, bum. So that's where we are, brother. Okay.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Let's move on. It's good stuff, bro.
I love it.
It's just, I'm
when you were talking about
this,
that,
man.
it made me want to play Xenoblade 3 really bad.
Really?
Yeah, because you were talking about the universes, and I was thinking about that one scene at the beginning where you see Noah as a kid. And everything freezes, and in his eye, you see the two universes start to... I don't know why I was thinking about that.
Dude.
But I was like, dude, I need to play that fucking game.
Bro. That's such an iconic scene,
it's
too, man.
so cool, dude.
All of it. Okay.
What
do you got for your last piece of news, my brother? Wait. This is number 2, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah.
Wait, did you start
getting ahead of the game? I did start.
Oh, okay.
You normally start, right?
I normally do.
That's why literally why. Yeah, I'm all fucked up.
So check us out. We got Arcane. Season 2. Just dropped its first teaser trailer.
Oh, yes. Let's go.
We don't see too much, but we do see enough to know that it's gonna be just as I can tell it's gonna be pretty dark. Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty dark. But I'm really excited because we got a release date of November of this year.
Okay,
2024. So
that's my deadline.
Later this year,
that's to catch up and watch it.
Oh yeah, you haven't finished it.
No, I only got like halfway through.
Oh my god!
And I think I want to restart it with Kendall because I think she'd be down.
I don't know how it was a crazy cliffhanger. I don't know.
Oh really?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen.
Yeah. Okay.
It's really good. I would say Arcane is probably one of the more impressive animated shows I've seen in the last 10 years. Just because of the animation style. Like, I want to say it's like kind of like cartoonish meets like that 3D style, which I really like.
And like a hand-drawn
kind of style.
Yeah.
My favorite scene in the whole show, even if you haven't seen it, actually no, just watch the whole thing. Yeah. Have you seen Jinx versus Echo? Have you seen that part?
Because
dude, it was so...
I think when I stopped, Echo was introduced.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Dude, it is like... I literally pulled Dorian into the room and I was like, bro, just watch this scene. Because it is so fucking cool. It's like...
so sick.
Oh my god. One of my favorite scenes. It literally gives me chills thinking about it. So... Very exciting.
Yeah,
very exciting about
super
that.
hype,
But yeah,
bro. Wait, I have a question. Does Echo, what like power does he have?
He rides around on a skateboard.
Okay.
Not like a skateboard, but it's like a floating
like a little hoverboard thing.
And then he has like a stopwatch.
Okay.
And I'm kind of forgetting now, but he was really cool.
Okay. I was wondering
like bombs, I think.
Okay, yeah, like time bombs.
Yeah, time bombs.
Yeah, I was wondering because I haven't seen that part of Arcane, but I was like an active League player when Echo came out, and I was pretty obsessed with Echo for a minute because his whole kit design was based around time.
Yes.
Right? So it's like
that
he was
scene,
like the chrono something.
Yes.
Yeah.
That scene has everything to do with like the stopwatch he holds on to.
Dude.
And it is so fucking
cool.
good. It's literally so sick.
Dude, I'll even like add, so like when you're playing the game, it's in like a top-down view, right?
Yes.
So you got like, this is like your little Echo and you're running through. When you hit your ultimate, what your ultimate does is it takes Echo back to his exact point he was like 3 or 4 seconds into the past.
I see.
And he does a big mega boom when he does that, and he's completely like immune from damage and anything when it's happening.
That's
so
so
once
cool.
you reach your ultimate, which is like level like 6, I think, or level 5, you have like there's like Echo and you're doing your thing, and then a shadow of Echo is there that's not doing anything. You can just see him,
right?
But you can only see him as the player. The enemy can't see him.
So
there's just this shadow Echo running around that's like where you were 4 seconds ago,
right?
And so like you're initiating a fight, or you're doing something. So much clever shit, you know.
I love that. I absolutely think you should rewatch it because even I kind of want to rewatch it now. Like when I think about it, but yeah.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff, baby. All right, Joshie, my last piece of news here for you. Number 3 is Steam update adds new game genre category.
What are we talking?
Yeah, this it was big enough to make headline news. So what are we talking, okay?
That's a good question.
Comes from by way of Game Rant here for the news. So it's a new boomer shooter category for its lineup of games.
Boomer shooter.
Boomer shooter. What do you think that means?
Like an
if you're to make a guess.
Old style shooter, like a Doom style shooter.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So, and they give some like kind of
Boomer
clarification.
Shooter is a fucking hilarious name. That's
I know.
Funny.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Like looter shooter. Have you heard that term before too?
Looter shooter?
Looter shooter.
No.
Looter shooter.
What is that?
That's like akin to like Borderlands.
Oh,
where
okay,
it's like, like you kind of level up but it's about like you're getting loot, right? It's almost like an MMO or RPG meets a shooter.
Right.
That's like looter shooter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like Destiny is a little bit of a looter shooter.
Yeah.
You know?
Destiny, yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like the one you just said, Borderlands.
Borderlands, yeah. I think that's where the term was like coined from, as Borderlands. It was like an OG.
I love it.
So while the jokey title pokes fun at more traditional style shooters, the category is a legitimate addition that highlights a unique style. In 2023, Steam broke its own record for the most games released within a year on a platform.
What?
As it added over 14,000 last year. 14,000 games.
That's wild.
It broke its own record.
That's insane.
Insane. So another category, okay, respectable. It definitely helps to kind of like differentiate the chaos here, right? So boomer shooter includes games that resemble 1993's Doom's classic approach. These titles often include fast-paced and violent gameplay centered around a wide array of unique enemies while supplying the user with beefed-up weapons like the super shotgun and grenade launchers.
Right.
The gameplay mechanics in these games often exclude a sprint feature, unlike most modern shooters, yet still allow for skillful movement through other actions such as jumping. Currently, there are 150 games in this category, with examples being Ultra Kill, Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, Dusk, Turbo Overkill, and Black Mesa.
Do you know if Black Mesa?
Black Mesa.
Really?
Yeah. Which
shit.
You know about that, right? Because you played it, right?
I have it downloaded, but I haven't played it.
You haven't played it?
I played the original Half-Life when I was playing through them originally, but it wasn't out by the time I was originally playing.
Yeah, because that's like just newer-ish, right?
Like 2 years ago.
Like 2 or 3?
They just dropped it, yeah.
Yeah.
They just dropped
Caleb played through.
Yeah.
And he's a big Half-Life guy.
I am so excited to play it. I'm not kidding.
You should play that.
That's my plan.
ASAP.
My plan, I literally was like, because this morning I was dealing with all my stuff and I was like, oh my god, I think I know what I'm going to do. Because the reason I haven't beaten Half-Life 2, episode 2 yet, is because I don't want it to be over, right? But once I finish up episode 2, I think I'm just going to start over Black Mesa and then just work my way down to just play them all.
Hell yeah.
Because I just love that series.
I like how you having like the grand strategy. You're like, well, here's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Here's where I want to be.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be because X, Y, Z.
Right.
So here's what I'm going to do.
Here's what I'm
right?
Doing.
Plan of
Absolutely.
attack.
It's the way we do it.
Love it, bro.
Is Cruelty Squad on there?
I didn't see that on the news article for an example, but
I was just curious because you haven't heard of Cruelty Squad?
Mm-mm.
It's a absolute cult following. It is really kind of taking names, to be honest with you.
Cruelty Squad?
Cruelty Squad, yeah. It's a very like.
Here, I'll look that up. Well, you give your last news piece here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cruelty Squad.
Cruelty Squad.
Yeah,
give it a
I've never
look.
Heard of it? Okay.
Alrighty. Well, let's see. Kind of a weak last one, but this is what we got going on.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Dorohedoro?
I don't know if I have.
It's an anime with a lot of it's kind of a I keep saying cult classic. I don't want to just say that all the time, but it really is. Anyone who's
just
seen
kind of a cult
it,
classic.
Kind of a cult classic. Anyone who's seen it absolutely adores it. Some people I know, it's like their favorite anime of all time.
It's called
right?
Dory?
Dorohedoro. So it's one word, Doro, like D-O-R-O, he, and then Doro, like D-O-R-O. All one word. And people love this show, right? It is a very, very popular one. And the last time anything was updated for it, the first season was released 4 years ago, and they just announced that there's going to be a season 2 coming out. Yeah, and this is honestly some of my favorite things to see because I am not always a fan of the idea of trying a show if it doesn't have all the fan appeal right off the gate, or it's not just like it doesn't blow up. Just pick up another manga. Yeah, I don't really like that. I want a story to at least have more than one season of legs to stand on. You know what I mean? And this is a 4-year-old show. Like they could have absolutely said like that first season is all they got, but they announced they're working on it.
Yes,
and I think it's more of like a. I think it's more of just a testament to what anime can be now. Yeah. Because kind of during like the 2010s, it really felt like anime was. It comes out, it can get canceled, and it'll be done. Now, Bleach is fucking back. Naruto is getting new episodes. There's a
resurgence.
Anything
is huge.
Anything can come back.
Yeah,
genuinely. So it's like doesn't matter how much time it can come back. If someone wants to see it, it'll probably come back. Yeah, okay. And it just makes me real happy. So I like that article, but I've never seen Dorohedoro. I know you haven't either. So it's more of the idea.
Okay, yeah, like that's hype, bro. I'll take more stuff, idea. Right? Yeah, I looked up Cruelty Squad here. Yes, it looks very akin to that style.
That's what I was
like
thinking.
The OG Doom.
Right when I saw everything from it, or when you were explaining the thing, I was like, it sounds like Cruelty Squad.
No, this looks like. Yeah. Very akin to a boomer shooter.
A boomer shooter.
Man. Yeah, I don't know if I can, if I'll remember that, but I got to add that to my vocab now. Yeah. Boomer shooter, brother. All right, brother, I got the bonus bites here for you to wrap up our news today. I got quite a bit, so hang tight. Number 1 is AoT, the final season dub release.
That's right.
Baby.
On the 7th.
What is, yeah, so 3 days ago. It's the 10th today, right? Yeah, 3 days ago it released. It's currently just on Crunchyroll. Yeah. But it will be coming to Hulu.
Is it on Funimation too?
Maybe. I just know that Crunchyroll,
they are the same company, so I'll literally just check
Funimation does the dub work, right?
Yeah.
And Crunchyroll's just the biggest host platform, even though Funimation has their own.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah, I would bet it would be on Funimation too, but it is currently just on Japanese streaming platforms.
Got you.
With it coming to Hulu soon. It didn't really have a release date or anything, but that is hype because I watched the final 2, and we'll get into it with the main topic, but the final 2 specials that were the hour and a half long, which is if I remember right, each of those specials, right, there's 2 of them.
Yes.
They're 3 episodes in one, or 4 episodes in one.
What do you mean?
Like, it literally, as you're watching through it, it literally says, like,
it says, like, chapter, yeah.
Episode.
I think it's 3 chapters.
It's, like, 3 per,
yeah.
right? Yeah, okay. So then the last 6 chapters.
They love breaking it up so much.
They love it, bro.
They had to have chapters for the final. So that's, listen to this. It's Attack on Titan, final season, part 3, parts 1 and 2, that is broken in. So there is. If you wanted to reference something so specific, you'd say, Attack on Titan final season, part 3, part 2, chapter 2. You could say that.
Nuts.
If you wanted to.
Literally nutty, man.
If you really want to.
Yeah, I really don't want to. But
no.
The dub is coming out, and I'm really excited because I do want to. I really like the sub,
Yeah.
What everyone said, like.
They released it on Funimation, by the way.
Hell yeah. Okay,
so it's on Crunchyroll or Funimation.
Sweet. You guys can find that there. I'm definitely going to be watching it because I finished those last 2 specials, so the last 6 episodes in sub.
In Japanese.
Having experienced the entire series in dub up until that point, I definitely see like Reese and some other people are saying hey, the way to experience AoT is sub. And I see a lot of that argument. We've talked a little bit off and on cast, and there's just a lot of gripe with Bryce and his role of kind of future Eren. Yeah, and I understand, right, a little bit. I understand
who's got gripes?
Reese has a big gripe
with Bryce Papenbrook's performance as future Eren.
Yes, yeah,
I completely disagree with that.
Yeah, I agree with it to a point, and I see the appeal of I felt like his performance was so good up until final season, up until the time skip in Future Eren,
right?
Because it is kind of a muddled version of his voice. It's kind of tainted, but I feel like it's intentional. It's very intentional.
Also that's the way that it's supposed to be.
It has to be,
and that's if you watch the sub, it's the same exact thing,
right? So his argument is that the sub voice actor just does it way better.
I disagree.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree.
If anything, I would think either they are on the same level, or I think Bryce's performance extends beyond the original performance, which is, I'm biased because I've watched it multiple times, but I just rewatched it, and when I first watched AoT part. All the parts when I was watching it in dub with my mother, the only part that was out was part 1. Okay. And so I watched all that dub. But I saw the scene where he runs up and he's holding a mirror and he's everything he says you're nobody's slave. Everything he says is so emotionally insane.
Yes.
There is no fucking way that you could convince me that is not one of the best performances in any anime.
Yes.
Though Eren Yeager, Bryce Papenbrook has blown me the fuck away.
Yes, man. And I want to say the same thing too about Reina's voice actor.
Oh my god.
Because his whole performance, through and through, especially when you get into the nitty gritty of, you think Reina's story is over and you dive into what happens in the final parts, his performance was also exceptional.
Incredible. The performance of, what is probably my favorite is Armin. I am not kidding. I've heard I've heard the voice clips from the final season where that part where he's screaming at himself.
Yes.
As he's kind of fading away, right? I've seen the clips of it and it is incredible. Literally,
you've seen the dub clips.
Yeah, the dub clips, just on TikTok, and it is genuinely incredible.
Hype.
It's so
big
good.
Hype. So look forward to that because that is now available. We've got second piece here is Spyro officially sent out a tweet that said "You gotta believe" at the beginning of this year. So basically, potential new
game
rumored hype for new Spyro release by Activision / Xbox because Xbox owns Activision.
That's right.
Now, right?
New Xbox exclusive.
Yes, sir.
That would be so nice.
Potentially either some new thing for Spyro, like they did the trilogy, so now being a brand new Spyro 4, maybe just a reboot, whatever's happening, right? That's hype. I love Spyro.
Love it. We all love Spyro.
Next on here is Cyberpunk 2077 getting an update soon. Apparently there's been, this is just, it's not official, but what's been gathered from, basically, quotes directly from the Cyberpunk team from CD Projekt Red on X and stuff, basically saying they're looking into a lot of these things that fans have had outcry for since the drop of the newest big update.
Right.
I know Johnny played it a little bit. I don't know if he's played it too much, but apparently there's some bugs and like whatnot.
Sure.
So apparently those will be addressed the next Tuesday or the Tuesday after, because that's notoriously when updates come out on Steam is on Tuesdays.
Yeah. Right.
And there's like a company who like looks up like patch notes or like coming patch notes for Steam games, and they said that there's a Cyberpunk one in there.
Right.
So something to look forward to.
Yeah,
yes,
I love
sir.
it.
Caitlin Dever, has been cast for Abby in HBO's new Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, which is hype.
Very good.
And a small quote I wanted to read. Our casting process for Season 2 has been identical to Season 1. We look for world-class actors who embody the souls of the characters in the source material, coming from series co-creators Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann. Said in a joint statement. They also said, nothing matters more than talent, and we're thrilled to have an acclaimed performer like Caitlin Joe Pedro, Bella, and the rest of our family.
I was going to say, Abby's performance is probably one of my favorites in that
the game, right?
If not my favorite.
Yeah. So that's hype. Yeah, because it seems like she was a good pick. I don't really know much about her other work.
Yeah, but I have not seen it either.
Like a bunch of people are going crazy over it, other than the fact that she looks more like Ellie than Abby, and that's been a point of conversation. But whatever.
That is absolutely so fucking funny.
It's just fitting the vibe of what we've been talking about.
Just what we've been saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Next piece on here is Pal World, coming January 19th to Xbox, PC, and Game Pass. This will be a Game Pass day one.
Pal World?
Yes, I put this on here because I know you and I traditionally were not big Xbox gamers, but I like to point some things out that look interesting, and this looks insane.
Really?
It is a anime-looking MMO-style third-person shooter game. It looks very colorful, fantasy vibe.
What's it called?
It's called Pal World. Palworld. It's one word. It's basically, the description of it is Pokemon.
Oh, it's the Pokemon shooter.
As a shooter MMO.
Oh my god, you're right.
I don't know if MMO is the right word, but it's done in like the style of an MMO.
That sounds so sick.
It looks really sick.
Yeah,
actually.
Pal World.
With like abilities, and you're sending out your monsters.
Yeah.
You're literally catching monsters in like a ball.
Yeah.
Right? And they're kind of doing their thing very similar to Arceus.
Yes.
It looks hype.
I am so down with this, and I am excited as fuck. This looks cool.
Yes, sir.
This looks sick.
Really cool. Yeah.
I love it.
Speaking of Pokemon,
yes.
Number 6 is Pokemon TV app has now been removed from digital storefronts.
No!
And service will end permanently March 28th.
No, I'm just kidding. I've never used that in my life.
I know. Yeah,
I don't know anyone.
We referenced it a little while ago. You said,
really?
I remember you brought it up. I was like, where can you even watch some of the Pokemon? You're like, well, you can watch everything, all the retro stuff on this Pokemon TV app.
That's right.
I thought it was ironic. They're literally canceling it.
They're shutting it down.
Shutting her down.
Respectfully.
Sakurai.
Yes.
Had a quote on X that he tweeted out. He said, I'm planning to wrap up Masahiro Sakurai on creating games. That's his YouTube channel. Sometime this year. Until then, I hope you'll stay tuned.
Dang, why is he ending everything, man?
I know, but a lot of speculation here that means he's working on a new game. Allegedly, the hope is Smash. So, stay tuned for that. I don't know if that's possible, to be honest, but hey, anything
Are you like me where you're just a little nervous about the next Smash?
Definitely. I don't know if I want another Smash. I don't even know if I want one. Because
I'm okay with
this is so perfect. As perfect as you could possibly get it.
Like I said, Ultimate Deluxe I would take. You can add new characters.
Yes.
Give me more spirit. Which, by the way, oh my god, they're adding new spirits.
They are?
For the first time in a year and a half. They haven't added new spirits in a long time.
What are the spirits?
It's from the only ones I saw was Rauru, from Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
And then some Pikmin 4 thing, and then some a Splatoon 3 thing. I don't know why they're doing it, but it's an event that's happening on the 11th. That is
crazy.
And I'm so excited. Literally so excited. I'm gonna. Oh my god! I gotta wait. I can't do it at midnight.
Yeah, that's getting my brain churning. I'm like,
isn't that funny?
Are they still? Wow.
I would love it, but anyway, my point being, Ultimate. Give me more spirits.
Yeah.
You could even just make a new story mode. You could do a new a World of Light 2, right? Right?
That'd be hype.
And you could do it with like more cinematics. You could do whatever you want. But give me more game, but keep that roster the same.
Yes, dude.
That's what I don't want to lose, because I know a new Smash would be losing characters.
Yes.
And I don't want that.
Yeah. I also don't want, on a deeper side, like, I don't want... Every Smash rendition has been, like, they've tweaked the gameplay.
Yes.
And you know, like, and sometimes it's not better, because, like, there was a lot of complaints on Smash 4, a lot of complaints on Brawl, and, like, coming from the previous games and the features. I think Ultimate has it locked in,
We got
man.
it.
Like, really.
We absolutely got it.
If they changed anything, you know, like, it would... ultimately make you feel like a different experience. If you, like, it would get to the point where after you play it enough, you can't go back.
No, absolutely.
You know, because you would be so used to the new mechanics. So it's not that I would be saying, like, oh, give me Ultimate Deluxe, but still let me go back to Ultimate. I'm not saying that, but I would honestly hate to go into a brand new Smash and feel like I need to almost relearn the mechanics. Because you have to do that.
I completely agree. I was ready when Smash Ultimate was coming out.
Right.
Because of what it represented.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And
absolutely.
that was a whole new time. But I feel like everything we go to from this point is just going to be a downgrade.
Yes, man. So, and I'll even add on to that. Coming from Wii U Smash, I didn't have the feeling of this is, like, perfect. Like, from the gameplay perspective, right? But now being an Ultimate, like, I'm like... I don't think, and maybe it's just my limited scope, I don't think this could be better on a gameplay side.
I'm with you.
So if you change it, I will be pissed. Right. You know? Like, I just don't, I'm not wanting that. I don't think anybody wants that. So
I did hear an interesting thing, though. I know we got to move on, but someone did say, I mean, one thing that I would be willing to see is a new Smash Bros. Where they rework every single OG character. So one thing is, like, a lot of people feel like the DLC characters get these really thought out, very, like, deeply dived into their series, like, movesets that are very interesting.
For sure.
And Mario is not as much so. Or Link or Zelda or, like, even, like, all those characters, Donkey Kong, giving them a new moveset and treating them all like a brand new character would interest me.
That would interest me too.
Cutting down the cast, truthfully, and being like, but focusing on, like, here's what I could see being good. Do that, and then focus on cut some people down if you have to, and then focus on new characters.
Yeah.
And have go crazy. Make 1/3 of the new, like, of it be new characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm with that.
Yeah, do some third parties too. Get Crash, Spyro. Get those characters in there. That'd be kind of cool.
That would be hype.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
And then, I could see that being a new experience that I would want to get into. If they were like, we have redone every character, I'd be like, I'm interested.
Yeah.
Because then it would feel like you were learning something new. But I don't even need that much.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's best case scenario if you have to.
Yeah.
If you have to.
Yeah, honestly, if they did, like, make a new Smash and Mario didn't change... Like, I'd be a little disappointed because he didn't even, like, the only change they gave him from going from, like, the Wii U one into Ultimate
was
they gave
purple
him
coins.
and a taunt and a costume that shows off his game, but it doesn't actually have any.
It doesn't have anything.
No cappy ability, like, nothing like that.
Or even just how disappointing it is for Breath of the Wild Link to have the exact same moveset as everything else. You're telling me, like, he doesn't have Rivali's Gale. Like, he doesn't have Daruk's Protection.
Yes, man.
You could have just made his shield look like Daruk's Protection. You didn't have
Literally.
It's so perfect. It's like those little things where you're like, you missed out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I could see there being something good that comes from that.
No,
but let's move on.
All right, yeah, let's move on. Okay, number 8 is Minecraft Legends. This is the last big Minecraft game that came out, right? Yeah, the one that... Because I was a big Minecraft Dungeons fan. Huge on Dungeons. I loved it. I want them to still make a sequel. Right. But Minecraft Legends came out, I think, like, last March, and they've announced that they are ending development less than a year after launch, which is very unlike Mojang and Minecraft in general.
Mojang?
Yeah, I always do.
Dude.
Mojang.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just always, like, my brain is like, oh, the J is silent.
Right.
For whatever
That's
reason.
Smart. I get that because it's like, it could be silent.
It could be.
And so everyone could be saying it wrong.
The English language is very strange, you know? Sometimes you just gotta guess.
I agree.
Okay? Yeah, so that's been my guess all this time, even though it's wrong, okay? But I thought that was worth pointing out, and honestly, like, good riddance. So it didn't like. It looked like whatever to me.
Yeah,
okay?
and I never thought about it.
Yeah,
ever.
no.
The only
never.
times I've thought about it is when we've reported it.
Yeah, same.
On here.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, the new hype game coming out that has reached gold
Dorian
status.
is so excited for it. It's crazy.
Yeah,
because the character looks just like Reese.
Yes, dude.
Because he's wearing the. I gotta keep Dorian informed on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can inform him that they've added a new accessibility feature to the Metroidvania genre. Which is, notoriously in the genre is a lot of going back and a lot of backtracking and a lot of like getting secrets because you have new weapons and new abilities now that you didn't have when you were at this place earlier. Right. So they added this ability that is a point of conversation. It was a whole news article basically talking about this needs to be a staple, which is that you can screenshot on your system anything, okay? So you take a screenshot, and then you can pull up that screenshot in your map, and you can mark on that screenshot and your map, and for points of reference.
That's pretty darn cool.
Pretty darn cool, yeah, especially
really
for the Metroidvania genre.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lot of hype behind just that one added feature.
I was going to say, that it sounds like... I mean, I don't know. I did not expect it to be as hyped, but it sounds like people are really getting down with it.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
It releases in 4 days.
4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's a fucking countdown on Google.
Let's go.
Isn't that wild?
The 15th, yeah?
15th, yes,
All
sir.
right, brother. Number 10 here, second to last one here is Hogwarts Legacy revealed its sales numbers, and it had sold over 22 million units last year.
Okay.
Which they're still tallying up the actual most game, like the NPD and like whoever does like the recording of like sales and whatnot.
Yeah.
They're still tallying, and it looks like it's literally between Hogwarts Legacy and Modern Warfare 3 for the top sold game last year, which is really hype for Hogwarts. I mean, like, honestly, anything competing with Call of Duty because it's won that I don't want to say award, but that feat every year,
absolutely.
right? Like, that's hype for a brand new like IP from Harry Potter to come out of the gate and do this. Man, that's just good for everybody.
That is good for everybody. I completely agree.
Yeah.
I still haven't played it. But
me neither. Well, just a little bit that I played at Marshall's. And, and I really liked it. I thought it was really... It captured the feel.
Yeah, I've avoided most gameplay because I want to kind of experience it for myself.
I think you should.
But I kind of have this feeling where I'm like, I kind of want to rewatch the movies and then play it. You know what I mean?
Plan of action.
Yeah.
You should do it.
Plan of action.
Yeah, hell yeah, brother. And the last one here, Joshie, for our bonus bites is 2024 Xbox Developer Direct. I love how it's called a Direct, by the way.
Is that what they call it?
That's literally what they call it. They had one last year, too, and that was when they shadow dropped
no way.
Hi-Fi Rush, during the Direct, right? But it's called a Direct. I'm so confused. How you could choose any other terminology here, right? That's a Nintendo. Anyways, okay. So this is coming out January 18th at noon Pacific time. Followed up immediately by the Elder Scrolls Online 2024 global reveal, which is set to be revealed that same day at 1 p.m. So this will be a little showcase with some news. So we'll bring that into next week because that's happening on the 18th, which is Monday. No, it's next Thursday.
Yeah, next Thursday.
We won't be covering it next week. We'll cover it the week after, okay? But confirmed details on there. It's going to be a new Indiana Jones game that's being developed by Machine Games. So that'll be unveiled. Obsidian Entertainment's Avowed is going to be shown off. Oxide Games' Aura History Untold. I don't know anything about that, but that has hit headlines a couple of times. There might be something to keep an eye out. And then Ninja Theory's Senua's Saga Hellblade 2.
Ooh!
Which, big hype.
Yeah.
Hellblade 2.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, hell yeah. And then there's a rumor that there will be a shadow drop by Double Fine Entertainment.
Okay.
And Double Fine previously did Psychonauts and that Headlander game that I told you about that was by Adult Swim.
Yes.
That was done by that studio. Wow. So... the rumor is they're going to shadow drop a game during that Direct, so something to keep our eyes peeled for.
Yeah, so wish we could report on it.
Yeah. No, we will. Don't you even sweat. Joshie, that wraps up our Pixel Press for this episode, brother. Thanks for bearing with me on that.
Oh, of course, man.
And we have no game drops this week. So we can move right along to hit side quest, our off topic for the week, before we dive into our main topic and completely exhaust ourselves.
Yes.
Joshie, the question I have for you today for side quest is, I would like you to share with me and the audience a embarrassing story sparked by a major fear or phobia you vividly remember growing up. So as a child.
Sparked by a phobia?
Yeah, like what's like a story that it comes to mind if I'm telling you like, hey, like what's like a major fear or phobia like experience you had growing up?
Oh my god,
see what comes to mind.
I don't know.
Or you could tell your Splinter story.
Oh, I can't.
You can't.
I literally can't.
It's facts.
Holy shit. Embarrassing. I don't know.
Did you get embarrassed much growing up?
Not really. I mean, yeah, like reasonably, but nothing like that sticks in my brain.
Yeah.
That hard, but like.
Yeah, I don't know if like embarrassing is the right word. Just
because I was afraid of something.
Yeah, just like some story out of like a fear, maybe like an irrational fear.
Irrational fear. I feel like this would be easy for me because of my wood fear, but like usually, I always had this thing where I didn't want to like stand out, so I'd usually try to fight my fears.
Okay.
Socially.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
I still kind of do that.
Yeah.
Right?
I feel like we all do.
No big deal.
Yeah. Maybe like at home, though, or something? Like with just your family or some close friends?
Gotta think.
Okay. I'll share mine.
Yeah, give me yours.
And, see if anything sparks.
Something comes in.
Yeah. I had an irrational fear of spiders.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Up until, like, probably middle school. I had this fear because... when I was like 8 or 9, I remember my dad, and my dad traveled when I grew up. So, like, a thing that I like vividly remember really is that like I never felt like I didn't have like quality time with my dad.
Yeah.
It's just that it happened few and far between because of his travels.
Right.
So a lot of like the memories I have with him, I really remember. You know, like I remember watching Star Wars with him and all these things. I remember Lord of the Rings and my dad would like he'd come home and he'd really make it count, you know. So I remember he came home from work and or like a little work trip, and he wanted to watch a movie, and we watched a lot of movies growing up, you know, and it was me and my 2 sisters, and we like my sisters were young. I remember, and so I like honestly I was probably
Jack
like
wasn't
8 or 9.
alive
Yeah, Jack's 9 years younger than me, so he either was like just born or like just on the horizon. Yeah. So I was probably 8 or 9.
Okay.
And the movie my dad brought home to show us, and usually my mom was home too, but this was a night where my mom wasn't there. She was out like doing something, which is unusual, which meant she had no say.
Oh boy.
And usually my mom's always been a good mediator. Me and my mom are really close now, and she's like said like how many times she's mediated between my dad and her kids because he would just sometimes do things, and my mom's like, "Were you thinking?"
Right.
And this is one of those moments because the movie he brought home was Arachnophobia.
That's what it's called?
Yes. Have you heard of this movie?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, let me run you through a little synopsis here, and then I'll give
Arachnophobia?
Arachnia. Oh wait, that's arachnia. Scratch the last A, do OPH.
Arachnophobia.
There you go. OBIA?
Movie.
Something like that.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's see.
So this is like a 90s movie, okay?
It's a horror comedy?
Yeah. I don't understand the comedy part.
Is it
Other
not
than
funny?
like there's like a couple of like scenes with the spiders just doing shit that like kind of makes you laugh, you know? Like there was like this guy that like got there's a spider hiding in his like sock drawer, and he puts on a sock and he like keels over and dies like right then and there, and it was like a whole scene. I don't think the movie's very funny. I don't understand the comedy part.
Interesting.
However, I only really remember watching this movie as a kid.
Right.
And my dad had seen it, okay? Which is probably a reason that he was on board for it, okay?
Damn.
And trying to show his kids a little thriller movie or whatever.
Right.
Not knowing the implications, or I guess the consequences of what would happen to his son after watching this movie. Let me give you a short synopsis, Joshie. The synopsis is that a group of archaeologists, if I remember right, go to like, they're exploring uncharted territory.
Yes.
And they're somewhere in Africa, and they discover a massive tree, like akin to like old world tree that had been around for like predating humans.
Right.
They find this tree and they're trying to like discover shit, and they in their like discovery, they notice like a wrapped up, kind of like curled up dead spider that is at the base of the tree, and then they start to notice there's a lot of them. Okay. And as they're kind of checking it out, you see like a couple more like fall from the tree, right? Like slowly, and they're massive, bro. Like, we're talking like this is the size of these spiders.
Big
okay,
old spideys.
Big Taranchi guy. Okay, and as they're kind of checking it out and trying to like get DNA and stuff, one of the archaeologists gets bit by one of these spiders, and he basically like goes into a coma. He's still alive, but like non-responsive. He's gonna die. Okay,
Right.
So they immediately evacuate and take this archaeologist to like give him a proper burial and like an autopsy back at the camp.
Right.
The spider sneaks onto the carriage trough of the guy into like a wood crate thing that he's in. Okay, so they get his body back to camp. The spider like bandwagons. Then they decide they're going to ship back this guy back to the United States, where his family's from, because he's no longer with us. Right. The spider bandwagons again onto the body's box and makes its way to the United States. The spider then escapes and nobody knows, and finds its way into like a small like a farm town in the middle of nowhere in like Missouri or something. Okay, and it finds its way into a house that's in the middle of nowhere on this farm. Okay, where just a little family, just like a normal family, with a couple of kids and some parents, whatever. And the spider makes its way into the basement and mates with a house spider that was living in the basement. This leads to thousands of spiders in this, and it's a new species because it's been mated with this big spider, and so all of these spiders kill with one bite. Okay, and they can be as small as like little like normal spiders, and that's basically like the setup synopsis for the movie.
Why did your dad think you could watch that?
I have no idea. I remember two things about the movie that were crazy. One was like when the house starts getting like big infected, and it leads to the end plot of them literally needing to like evacuate and like figure something out. So they're trying to get out of the house, and literally thousands of like these black spiders are like spawning from like the corner of the house and spreading, right? So they're freaking the fuck out. And there's another scene at the end of the movie where they literally treat this spider, the original spider, like it's a final boss. I'm not kidding. This spider is in the basement. The house is burning up, and the dad is in the basement. The family's safe, but the dad's like, no, I got to get this spider right here, right now. And he has a bat, and he's tried shooting the thing, and this spider is like in like a tube. Is one of those like pop out moments where it lunges out of the darkness at the guy's face, and he like gets it down. He's trying to beat it, and he like ends up killing it. It's the final boss. He like beats it into the fire, and you hear the spider too, like high pitched squeal, and the house like explodes. Right. So I had
fucking crazy.
Very, very like I said, like it was a what's the word I'm even looking for? Like a very exaggerated fear of spiders. There's another word I'm looking for.
Was that what started it?
Yes. Yes, bro.
Wow.
100%.
Wow.
So I remember when probably like a year or two later, family moves to Oregon, and I remember that I was home and it was just me and my mom. Oh, my dad was in the kitchen cooking because that'll lead to the story. And basically, I'm sitting at home in my room, and I had like a rough day for whatever reason, and I was like a 9 or 10-year-old kid. And I'm being overly emotional. I don't remember what it was about. I just remember being in my room with my mom, and she's like embracing me, like she's like on her knees, and I'm like just like hugging her, and she's just consoling me, right? And in the corner of my eye, I see like this black blur that looked like tarantula size go like from my room door right into the closet, which was like room door, closet. It just like, I just see like this like blur. I freaked the fuck out. I suddenly went from this state of like sadness and I'm being comforted to I'm on my bed, standing on it, screaming. And I'm like, what is that? My mom is literally trying to take everything out of the closet one at a time. And I didn't have a lot of stuff. Like I was like a 10-year-old kid. She didn't see it because her back was to the wall.
Right.
So she is like slowly, she's like trying to calm me down. She's slowly taking like my dresser. She's like moving everything out of my closet, which was not very big. Probably like the width of this table we're on, okay? And she moves everything, and We don't see anything. And then as she puts the dresser back, she goes to like reach for something else in there, and I just see like a black blur from like behind, or this is the dresser, and it's like out and back. And I'm like, dude, that's like a fucking like tarantula something.
So
like,
did you tell her to move the dresser?
Yes. And I'm like, I'm still freaking out.
Right.
Okay. And like I'm not okay. And then
right.
And then my dad like is trying to like come in like whatever, and she's like, no, I'll handle it. And then my mom moves the dresser, and it's a fucking mouse.
Oh, I knew it. I could feel it.
You could feel it.
Oh my God.
Instantly.
Yeah.
Me and my mom switched roles. Instantly.
Yeah.
Where she's like so calm, trying to calm me down. She's doing all the things. I'm on the bed crying. We switch. My mom is standing on my bed.
Oh my
Get
God.
it out. So I've never heard my mom like scream in the top of her lungs.
Right.
She's screaming at this thing,
crazy.
and it runs into the kitchen. So my mom is like freaking out.
Holy
and it led to
crap.
like my dad and I like getting behind the fridge.
So you weren't scared anymore?
No. Like a switch, suddenly I'm chilling. Now I'm gonna be the hero.
Right,
You know what I mean? Like I'm
right.
like, oh, it's just a fucking mouse. I'll get this, bro.
Mouse. Easy.
Yeah, I very much remember that story.
Wow, that's hilarious.
Like growing up, yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Thanks for sticking along for the journey.
No, I loved it. I was invested.
Yeah, good.
I could feel it.
The word I was looking for was irrational, by the way. I had an irrational fear of spiders.
Irrational.
That I realized I had to get over.
Irrational arachnophobia.
Yes.
Irrational
That's a perfect way to
arachnophobia.
put it. Yes.
Irrational.
Did any stories come to your mind?
I mean, not really anything that great. So I mean, we could just stick it with that.
Cool.
I mean, because I'm loving that story. That was great.
We got plenty more to cover here.
That's what I'm gonna say.
Joshie, let's end with that then, and let's go on a small break before we dive into our canon event, my friend.
Let's do it. I'm ready. You taking a break?
All right, we are back, Joshie. We are here for the main event today, the canon event of something we have been hyped about since towards the end of last year, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Finishing up Attack on Titan. This is going to be the Attack on Titan spoiler cast.
That's right.
Part 2. Last time we talked about basically a summation of all the events that happened in season 1 with, I think we like extended on to... We either talked about all of season 2 or we talked about like key events that happened in season 2. And so this conversation is going to wrap up the entire series, and it basically is now covering what has been season 3, final season part 1, final season part 2, special 1 and special 2, which we talked about earlier, which is like the last 6 episodes wrapped up into 2 like hour and a half long specials that... Also, I thought it was kind of interesting. Like, no anime opening, like nothing. I was almost expecting like
a new intro.
Yeah. Like I was almost expecting like the first episode in each special to kind of stop or to start, and then like once they had the second one, then it would be the opening or something. I was kind of surprised they didn't have it, but yeah, brother. Let's. I'm kind of. I told Joshie that as with like most, I feel like anime related. Like main topics over here, kind of giving him the floor, giving him the creative freedom to take this whatever direction he wants, because man, Attack on Titan is so much. There's so much to unpack. And like you have talked about, it's one of those things where whether you say anything, whether you watch it alone or not, this is something where you wrap up this experience, I would say, and you're in like a deep thinking mode. There's a lot of just things that are implied. Like we'd mentioned it time and time again, but what makes the ride of Attack on Titan so amazing and so like unique almost is the storytelling and how specifically they walk you through and present to you all these questions that, like you feel may or may not be answered, but truly, I think it wraps up and answers every question, whether they explicitly... Oh, is there someone peeking over there?
Yeah, is there someone peeking? Is that Gabe?
Yeah, it is. No, Gabe. I'm like, who's through the window? It's not Sophie, is it, bro? You want to come in?
It's locked. Oh, damn.
We'll be right there, bro.
You write the time down?
Yeah. All right, we're back. We said let Gabe in. We're doing our little guys smash night. We like to do like once a week, and Gabe is here a little bit early. Mostly my fault for not giving him a definitive time. And
that's okay.
That guy notoriously is just early to everything, and I love it. Right. Yeah, God love Gabe for that. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember exactly what I was in the middle of saying right before I hit pause, but I want to say like Just something about like the storytelling in Attack on Titan and how I really feel, and through having a lot of conversations with pretty much everyone aside from Josh, so I'm really excited to hear his analysis and take my brain in the direction he wants to go. But I feel like it really does answer all the questions, even if it doesn't, like the ending especially, it almost has a lot of things that you would think leaves it open to interpretation.
Right.
But the more I've thought about it, the more I feel like it doesn't. And I feel like it comes to like this place of like, you don't have to like or dislike what happened. You don't have to like or dislike how it ends. Sure. You just have to, they don't care about that. They just want you to understand. And that everything does get answered.
Yes.
So with that being said, Joshie, I want to give you the floor.
I was going to say, I'm ready to take the floor. So first off, Attack on Titan, I think is only as epic as the things that come after what is set up. And this is the ultimate version of that.
Yes.
Of the ultimate end to what is set up.
Yes.
Because the truth is, if the answer behind the walls, was not as compelling as it is, and as it sets up for the rest of season 4, right?
Yes.
It would not be as good of a show. If the answers were not as compelling, that opened up new questions and complex but contextualized the entire world and the show, it would not be what it is today.
Absolutely.
So to get us started, what I really want to get into, first off, full spoilers. I don't want.
Yes, I didn't mention that. This is a spoiler cast.
Yeah, I was gonna say spoiler cast, but to be honest, I am saying this because I think the show is worth putting all the time and the effort into. It's not even that hard to watch. I just rewatched the whole thing in like a week.
Yeah.
Right? It really is not like, and obviously, I didn't have a lot going on, so I was doing that, but I wanted to. Your brain keeps thinking about the show, and it masterfully does the thing where you can't not click the next episode.
Dude.
Every time something happens, it's literally like, okay, you gotta hit another. Going to bed is difficult if you're watching this show.
It is, man. And I'll attest, I was watching it like my second time with my partner, right? And we don't grind through shows
No.
unless we both want to grind through, right? And we were both like, I'm like, oh my God, we can't end on that episode.
Absolutely.
She's saying the same thing. Suddenly we watched 9 episodes tonight.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's definitely so bingeable, and it will be hard to not binge it.
Absolutely. So I'm saying that because not only is it a spoiler cast, if you haven't seen it, I truly think you should go and check it out.
100%.
And so I'll give you that moment now, and then we're gonna get straight into it.
Yes, absolutely.
Because this is your moment, and I'm promising you, it is one of the best experiences you could ever have.
Gosh.
All right.
Yes.
We gave our
That
warning.
being said,
everyone else who's still here either knows about it or is messing up a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you the truth. But what I want to get through right off the gate before I even get into my thing, what do you, Sam, believe the ending was supposed to represent or mean? And what was the point? And I'm talking the ending, the final act of Aaron's sacrifice.
Right.
The act in which to talk to them all individually in their heads, to tell them the plan, make them forget until the moment he's killed, right?
Yes.
What was the point of all this? The point of Ymir seeing Mikasa's kiss with Eren, that progression of love.
Yes.
The point of Armin retelling all of it. Historia kind of recontextualizing their military at the very end. The entire end credits, which are some of the most insane things that I've ever seen in any show. You see this tree just completely mature and grow with the entire civilization.
Yes.
And we're not just going towards modern times. This is the fucking, you see the future of this civilization blossoming into massive, like what could possibly exist in that world? We don't exactly get to see, but I want to ask, what do you believe that point is? Because one of the biggest things about having that story is you're right. It is to some degree open-ended, but it also has purpose and point.
Yes.
But I think the best pieces of literature, and I'm not kidding, this is up there with some of the best pieces of literature, in my opinion, that humanity has ever produced. So the point is, what did it mean to you? What did you feel it meant? And so I want to ask that number one right now, and I want to give you.
Yeah, specifically, like my brain is going to like right now with like Ymir, okay,
yes.
and what how that wraps up, like what exactly worked. Yes. Why was this able to break the 2,000 year cycle that Ymir was stuck in? What did Eren understand that nobody else before him, no Attack Titan before him, Zeke, no one understood what Eren understood? Is that what you're meaning? Or are you meaning like the takeaway beyond the story?
I'm talking takeaway beyond, but also like what you just said. Yeah. If you feel like that was an important takeaway that comes back, or even just like an immense aspect of the character of Eren, what do you think?
Yeah, I want to touch on it because I feel like I literally had a jaw drop moment with Mikasa and how when she is beheading Eren in that final scene, and like when Eren literally is like been lifeless the whole time other than his zombie form, right? And he looks up and smiles, right? He opens his eyes. Maybe I don't even know if he gives a big smile, but it's just like
he doesn't really give a smile, but
he smiles with his eyes.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
he has been. This is the moment that he hasn't been able to see past, but he has set up and he knows this is what needs to happen. What I took from that is interpretation, and I want to know, like, because it really seems like you have a lot of these things figured out, and I still have some questions that I feel like do have answers, but I don't understand.
And
them.
I also wanted to give this as a moment that you could ask those questions.
Okay,
to me.
Sweet.
So that's perfect.
It was for me a very full circle kind of moment with my jaw dropping of like, oh my god, I can't even remember if we've talked on cast about this too much, but a big theme that I've really noticed in a lot of mediums right now, and I think back to Interstellar. Yeah. I was talking to Kendall about this literally when the series ended. I said, Kendall, what is the theme of Interstellar? Right. It is that love is the only thing that transcends everything. In time, universe. Space, everything, right? And funny enough, I read a article that said that the director, the mangaka for Attack on Titan, Isayama, he had so much influence from other stories and other animes. He referenced Interstellar. Yeah. And why would he do that? Dude, it was so obvious to me because the takeaway I had of in that moment, like the answer basically stemming of like why this all makes sense is Ymir was bound by the chains of love and she couldn't break it. Even if on paper she knew logically she shouldn't be struggling with this. She shouldn't be chained by this king, right? But she was, and she couldn't escape. Yeah. And she was searching for thousands of years for some thing to get her out. And she needed two things. She needed an Attack Titan that understood her vision and understood how to execute it, because even she didn't know how. But she needed an Ackerman. And she needed an Ackerman because that's the only bloodline stemming from the Eldians that is not under the the Founding Titan's true power, right? At least in terms of controlling their actions.
To a degree, yeah, exactly.
To a degree. She could still put him in the zone.
She has that, and she does have slight influence. Yes. Because those headaches that Mikasa's been getting throughout the whole series are Ymir's pull towards what's been going on.
Yes, absolutely. And that actually was one of my questions, because I didn't fully understand the headaches.
So I want to, by the way, beautifully said. Okay. I think that is a lot of what the series is saying. Yeah. There's a lot that's also to be said where Ymir idealizes herself, immortalizes herself as a child. The girl who became a Titan wasn't the adult who had the children, who fell in love with King Fritz, or that laid with King Fritz. That's not the Ymir that exists in the same way that Eren showed up as the child. So there's a lot of shit that goes with that idea in the first place, which is, okay, why are Ymir and Eren set up like this idea? Because at the end of the day, Ymir and Eren are the same. To a degree, because but what Ymir was stuck on was love, quote unquote, but Mikasa says it at the end, your love was broken and toxic, and it was a chain. It was a prison for you. It was not real love.
Right.
What Ymir was looking for was real love. She
love.
pictures at the end, the way Ymir dies is she jumps in front of a spear that an assassin was going to kill King Fritz with. Right. She gets pierced in the heart, I think she gets hit in the neck.
The nape.
Yeah.
It's literally the nape.
She can't come back.
Yes.
Right? And at the very end, when she sees the kiss, and she sees the act of beheading the person that Mikasa was in love with, she sees the vision of her holding her daughters with the spear piercing King Fritz. King Fritz dead on the chair with her and everything that truly should have mattered to her. That love was not real. But what she was yearning for was Mikasa and Eren and her ability to fight against that love, to save the betterment of not only herself, but the rest of the world.
Yes.
And Ymir was just waiting for that moment. And so, it's a lot that happens with that idea of, okay, what is love really? Right? Because is love the ability to let someone go? Is love the ability to kill someone that you, like, truthfully, in this example, is it to kill someone that you know needs to be killed for this situation to work? Is that what love is? Or is it idealizing someone who enslaved you, chopped your tongue out, and impregnated you with daughters that you believed you wanted? That's an extreme example, but that is truly the way some children look at a child like mine can look at love. It's I am belonging to this person, or I am in some
maybe
way
even the
toxic.
love, the only love that they've known.
Right, that they've known. Absolutely.
Yes.
And so she is the child in the past. And Eren is the same way, because what he has is an ultimate goal. His ultimate goal, since he was a kid, was to destroy the walls and to end all Titans and to free his family.
Yes.
That is the ultimate truth. And so his ideals are just as childish. He is not an adult in the past. He is the mindset of a kid who will do anything to fulfill. You had ideas when you were a child.
Absolutely.
I had ideas when we were a child. But what happened? They've changed. They've morphed with who we've become as people.
Yes.
But Ymir and Eren stay the same because of what they know. And Eren even says it. He says, I am selfish. I don't want Mikasa to fall in love with anyone else. I want her to be with me forever, and I want her to.
That was an emotional ass moment.
The fact that he even says that, and Armin looks at him and says, "But that's pathetic. That's pathetic. You, Eren Yeager, are not some god deity. You are a little boy who wants these things so bad and is willing to die for them, just like Ymir." That's what Ymir sees in Eren, is this child in an adult's body who's willing to die for those that they love, right? That's what they see in each other, and that's why they can stand hand in hand.
And so to add on, the big takeaway I had, in the end, in that moment, what freed Ymir, ultimately, was reaching that point with Mikasa and Eren, and up until that point too, Mikasa had been heavily influenced by everyone around her. You will have to kill Eren. You will have to kill Eren. And she cannot, she knows in her heart that it's true. I literally had a moment where we paused it, some part of the first part when they're in the traveling, and I'm like, oh wow, it's really gonna wrap up the series at Eren. That's where the direction is going. Because I also thought, it's kind of a side note, but leading up to where it ends ultimately, I didn't think they were going to draw it out as much as they did. But there was so much intent and reason for that. It had to happen exactly the way it happened, because Mikasa fully embracing that she was the only one that could kill Eren.
Absolutely.
And realizing that and knowing it and accepting it and hitting that point for her, that was what Eren knew needed to happen, and why he did everything he did to make that happen, why he beat the shit out of Armin, preparing Armin and him for that fight, which you said, watch closely to that fight. Totally makes sense, right? And then also him saying every harsh word he did to the person he loved when, in the moment, you as the viewer, being in the mind of Mikasa, you're like, this fucking hurts.
Yeah.
How could he say these things?
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
Literally even throw that red scarf away, right?
Yeah.
And Eren needed for this cycle to end, he needed Ymir to see what true love is. That it only could work with Eren and Mikasa being who they were and Mikasa being the one to make the decision.
What was the furthest point he could see to?
That was And
the truth is it's that moment, and some of the most interesting parts of that are really brought up, which is Eren did not know that this would set up perfectly because he can't see anything, but he knew somehow deep inside that this would end Ymir's curse, a deep part of him, because with his death comes the end to all of these deep aspects, the Titans, the curse that's been, and then also his family becoming the heroes of the world. These things are all setups that he doesn't know everything. He just has to set up his family and his friends in the way that you would with any kind of like the people that you love. If you have to leave this world, that's how you would do it. And Eren, the whole thing too is he is not just stoic. He's not just the hero.
No.
He is selfish, and he did these things, a lot of them, because he wanted to. And because he wouldn't allow himself to grow beyond. He even Armin said to him, one of my favorite parts is that conversation between Armin and Eren throughout in the paths. Where they're talking, and it almost seems like for years they're talking, and they're just
and like going through like all these like
going through all
moments.
these places that they wanted to see, you know, fire that flows like water, you know, the sea, you know what I mean, all tainted by this horrible thing. And Eren even says he's like there's this incredible moment where, and I saw it when I was rewatching it, but
is it when they're keep going.
But there's a couple different. So Bertolt would have been eaten if Eren did not interfere and make the smiling Titan with the control that he had now. If he didn't send that Titan to his mother's house, Bertolt would have been eaten. And he couldn't have that happen.
No.
And so the true thing that sets up about this whole circle is that the villain that Eren wanted to fight the entire time was not only himself, but a piece of himself. And all of this is all a part of his plan that he is working. Right? And so then you look at it, and he says to himself, he's like, with all this access to everything, my brain has become a mess. I don't know what's what. I can't tell what's what, and I don't know. And Armin brings him back. Not completely, but he tells him to not worry about it. And he tells him, like, he comforts him in this way. And another one of the most incredible things was him finding the seashell. And holding that up. And Eren looking at it and being like, what is that? I don't know what that is. And he was like, it's the seashell. You never looked back. In season 3, if you look back, Armin, bright-eyed, bushy tails at the sea. What he believed, and I was just talking about this with Trinity, the truth of the matter is Eren and Armin have been staring at that book completely different than they ever could have thought, but they believed it was their dream. Armin saw it as all the beauties and the wonders of the world that could exist with, and this is just the two people. Right? This is just two people with a dream, that best friends who believe they held the same dream. Armin looked at these beautiful wonders, wanted to see the sea, and Eren saw the walls as cages. And he said, that's my birthright. This is my issue. The Titans are my issue. That's all he saw in that moment since he was a child. And he never grew from that point on. And so when you get to season 3 and Armin is looking at the seashell and he's saying, Eren, he calls out Eren.
He's thinking, we made it.
We made it. This is it. He says, Eren, and Aaron's not even looking. He looks and he points above the horizon and he says, if I kill all my enemies, will we finally be free? He got to the freedom that they've been fighting for.
Yes.
And he couldn't even look at it.
No.
He didn't look at the ocean. He looked at the horizon.
Yes.
He pointed beyond. He looked at everything as if it was a wall or some kind of... And this is incredible character writing because it's not just Aaron and Armin, the way that they are, it's people.
Yes.
It's the way that you see the world and the way that two people can view these things.
Absolutely.
And it's incredible to me because when Armin pulls it up in the paths and he is holding that thing, Aaron sees it. And something in him, he notices that he was missing something. And he finally sees what it was he was missing. And it was the sea, and it was the land, and it was the everything that existed beyond his goal and his everything. But it didn't change anything he had to do.
Nothing.
Because the inevitability of Aaron's mission was more important than anything he could have done.
Absolutely.
But at least he got to spend that moment with Armin, and Armin got to know that his best friend saw those things. And so it's incredible.
It's incredible.
It's heartbreaking.
It is
truthfully,
heartbreaking.
and it's a really hard ending to come to because this whole time Aaron has been on this path. And they even said, they say in the plane, they're like, how did we not see this coming? Like, it felt like he was just the same guy, but this entire time he was the suicidal maniac who's been building up this plan and has been doing all this to protect all the people around him. And so I want to talk a little bit more about, and once we get into this, I can get into kind of the topic that I'm going to talk about.
Can I interject too?
Please,
and just add on one of my interpretations from that scene, right?
Yes.
Is I felt like they really built it up
Yeah.
and spelled it out like you said, like there's these two perspectives
Right.
of the same dream.
Right.
But there was this massive difference, and it was the ideology. I mean, like, really the ideologies and terminology in the show, it's
Right.
so masterfully done because it's like humanity.
Right.
That resonates with us because we are humanity.
humans,
so
absolutely.
much, right?
Oh my God, you're so right.
And the wall. What is
Yeah.
the wall?
Right.
For a lot of people, most people live their entire life and they never ever know what true freedom is.
Sure.
So you learn to define for yourself what
Right.
freedom is, right?
Absolutely.
And for Armin, his freedom was what everyone on that squad, like, they all thought they had the same goal, which is breaching the wall.
Right.
Finding the outside. No matter what it had, no matter what mysteries were out there,
Right.
getting beyond the wall was the mission for humanity, whether they were
Right.
alone or not.
Right.
And Aaron, because he had that touch with Historia,
Right.
in that moment, that's when he's first connected with the paths. That's
Absolutely.
when he sees what his destiny will. He already knows he is going to be the one to
Right.
commit the rumbling and eliminate 80% of
Yeah.
humanity.
Absolutely.
He knows it's going to happen.
He knows it's going to happen.
And in
Absolutely.
that, he also knows, because it also says that he went through in that scene with Armin, he had gone through thousands and thousands of times. He could never change the key events that were going to happen.
Right.
Because in his heart, even knowing maybe what's the right thing, or maybe like the thing that would make like survival, whatever
Right.
it is,
Right.
he knew that only, like, he himself and in his heart, Aaron is not satisfied
Right.
with going beyond the wall.
No.
Aaron, from birth, which even shows that flashback showing Grisha pulling him out
Yeah.
and saying, Aaron, you're free. First words he says to his son, right?
Right.
And Aaron sees this and knows that, no, I've never been free.
Never been
How
free.
can you look at these walls and say that you're free?
Right.
Like, we are not free until we as humanity breach those walls, get rid of all threats, and war ends.
Yeah.
And so when he knows, when he realizes that there are humans and life existing outside the walls, that sends him into such a deep pitted rage.
Absolutely.
Because that's not okay.
No.
There needs to be nothing outside those walls.
Yeah.
For Aaron will not feel freedom until
all his enemies are killed.
gone.
Yeah.
Because his
killed.
and everyone out there is enemies to him. They're a threat to him and his friends.
Yeah.
You know, he
knows
knows
what's
this.
one of the and one of the most powerful scenes I think for me on the final season, one of the final parts was the fact that he recognizes all this, and a glimpse of humanity shows in a couple moments him saving that little kid from getting mugged.
Yes.
And bringing him all the way to a spot, and then literally out of just
like
pure desperation in Marley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of pure desperation, he just apologizes, and he's like, "I'm so sorry. Like, I'm gonna kill you." And he basically says, like, "I kill you." And he sees this boy as he like crushes his skull. Like, that's Eren doing that. Yeah. And yet in that moment he was crying, just like he was begging in that moment right there, standing in the alleyway.
Yes.
He was like, "I've seen this before. I know how this ends up. I'm going to do nothing because there's no point in there's no point in changing anything that's going to happen." And then he saves the little boy. Right? Because he knows he's going to kill him. But why? And then he literally picks him up and he's going away. And he's like, "The future never changes. I always do this. Even though I killed this child, I make the decision to murder this boy. I'm the one who makes the then conscious decision to save him in this moment."
Right.
And I think those moments are what makes Eren Yeager one of the most complex and seriously tragic characters
I completely agree.
Ever
completely
written. And so you see those things, and you see all those moments, and one of the most important moments that I wanna mention was Eren and Mikasa sharing the ice cream and then talking about what they are. So that moment in Marley was so important because there's almost this second life that they mentally live. In that cabin,
right?
Yes.
That
is all through the paths, right? All mental. But it's this idea of if the timeline could change, which in AoT, it can't.
It can't.
It's impossible. In that moment, the only thing Eren wanted from that interaction was for, if Mikasa said, "I'm in love with you," in that moment where he says, "What are we? What are we?" And she says, "Family, right? We're family." He wanted her to say, "I love you. Yes. I'm in love with you. I want to spend the rest of the time you have as this Titan together. Let's run away together." And he pictures that, and he sees that moment. And that moment is so important for them because that cabin represents the longing La La Land that will never exist in the timeline because it's impossible for something to exist beyond that. And this I want to lead into some of the things that I want to talk about.
Okay.
The points that I need to talk about. So in
please, and I'm just gonna jot down something I want to bring up later just as you're talking.
Please. Yeah. And so I want to show what ends at chapter 138, which is the scene right after Mikasa decapitates Eren.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
They picture themselves, this is chapter 138, they picture themselves, this is just from the manga, back at that cabin.
Yeah.
Right? And he's deteriorating, and look, his head is gone, and she says, "See you later, Eren," right? And look what she's wearing. That's what she's wearing in this timeline, right? This vision that he has, this is the last moments that he holds, right? Because his eyes start to shut. This is the moment, because he opens his eyes, sees her in that moment, and they're in this world together. And then she says, "See you later, Eren." I want to show you chapter 1. Actually, fuck it. I could show you right here.
Oh my gosh, she's holding the manga right here. Yeah.
Check this out. "See you later, Eren." It's the outfit. It's the cabin. This is the beginning of the series. That is the final moment that Eren sees, and he sends that memory. It all gets, because of his death, it all gets flashed back to one of the earliest moments, which was him sleeping underneath that tree. So right there, chapter 1, that's the first thing you see. "See you later, Eren." That's the first thing you see in the whole story, is the death of Eren. He dies right at the beginning, wakes up as a child, and then he literally says to her, "Mikasa, your hair has gotten longer, hasn't it?" Because the last time he saw her, she had the short cut hair. And then in these flashbacks, she has the long hair. This was chapter 1, written in 2013, man. So not only is this shit so incredible, I'm telling you, this is everything that Isayama has been setting up. Aaron's moment at the end, that sacrifice, that moment of Mikasa literally holding his head and saying, "I will see you later," is the last thing he ever sees until that moment. Everything is flashed because he's killed. Everything is flashed into the mind of that child Aaron. It's why he's crying at the beginning of the series. He sees all of that, and then he says, "I don't remember what I was." Aaron. Yeah. Why are you crying?
Why are you crying?
And he's crying.
Yeah.
He's got tears coming out of his eyes. So, just some incredible stuff. Seriously, some incredible stuff. I needed to bring that up. And the foreshadowing is incredible in the show. Just a couple other ones which I really liked was the shape of this right here. If you take a look, that's the amulet, and then that's
Astoria, right?
Right, and then look at the shape of the founding titan. You see that?
Oh my gosh!
Look at, and it's even got the 2 strings. That's his hair. That's his elbows. Those are the joints that go up that connect to the bones at the top. You see that?
Dude,
can you believe that?
No,
can you fucking believe that?
Crazy.
And those kind of things, it literally are like, they are.
I live for that shit.
Those are some of the details where it's like, Aaron has been. This has been his story he's been telling even before we knew. Even before we knew this, what he got that flash of was the understanding that Mikasa would be okay and the rest of everyone would be okay. And as soon as he connects again with Historia, he remembers everything that was already in his brain when he was a child, and all of it reconnects. Until that moment, that's the end of the moment. Right. He doesn't see anything beyond that.
Right.
But that's the end. And that's where the series starts.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow.
Come on. Are you kidding me?
It's stupid.
No, it has to be.
That's amazing.
It has to be some of the most like wild shit I have ever seen. And the next, I want you to ask your question though, real quick, and then I want to get on to my final kind of topic.
That sounds great.
And then we could wrap up everything that we're talking about right now.
Specifically, I have a couple of things I want to bring up.
Okay, bring it up.
Question I have is the cabin. Watching it, I was a bit confused. I thought it took place in the paths. I thought it maybe was like an alternate, like my takeaway in the moment was like, okay, is this like an alternate reality where like Aaron gets to like a happier ending for him, but he's living it out in a like not real kind of way, right? I was kind of just confused with the cabin scene and then how they were back, but they were like flipped, right? Because also in that scene before that flashback when they're at the cabin, it's the other way around where Mikasa's sitting there and Aaron's like he's working, right? And like this is our life together.
She wakes up and it's a dream. Everything that she had been. So that is just an extension of the paths. Okay. And to be completely honest with you, I believe it's the extension of the theme of that love. This idea that, truthfully, as a human, every decision you make is either, the way you look at it, is either destined to be made or there's no changing. Like, or destined to be made and there's no changing it, or you build up your own life, right? Yeah. And you make those decisions yourself. The decision that they did not run away that day is what caused that cabin to never exist. And so all it is a branch of a timeline that doesn't exist. That timeline doesn't. It's their shared, almost like mental path that only they share together, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So there's this idea, and to be honest, like, I couldn't really tell you why they specifically. It's not because she's an Ackerman. It's not because. I think it's because of their love. I think it's because of what they represent towards each other and what they probably will regret forever. You know, that idea of, I didn't run away with her. I didn't do this stuff with her. Yeah. And it's incredibly powerful and heartbreaking in the same exact way. I also... Yeah. Okay. You had another question.
My other thing here was I wrote down Aaron never confesses, because the only time you ever see a confession from him is to Armin in that one moment, and he breaks down. So it shows that like his emotions in that are very real, even if even as he's saying that he has to massacre humanity. Yeah. And you know he doesn't want to.
You don't think he ever confessed?
No.
Well, he talked to everybody individually.
But he didn't confess. I guess my point is directly to Mikasa. But he never confesses.
He talked to everybody. We just don't see it.
We just don't see it.
You remember what he says is that he says, yeah, I'm going to talk to everyone. And then the minute he dies, all of their friends are like crying. And they're like, Eren, why did you do this?
Right.
And Mikasa has this contentment while she holds his head.
Yeah.
Like she's holding this death, which also what you mentioned earlier about this idea of death and life.
Yeah.
She's holding his head, content in his death, right? Because Armin sees it and he's crying because right when he dies, the second she slashes his head, not the second because the brain lives for a little bit longer, and that's why he was able to keep his eyes open. And when he closed them in the cabin, that's why, because the mind exists for like 17 or 20 seconds, upwards to 30 seconds after being decapitated until all brain function. Well, that's just how a decapitation works.
Yeah,
like if you are perfectly, like your head is cut off. Yeah, obviously your spinal cord is all, but your brain is still active.
I think it's cool that they added like a real life
Well, that's what happened. He opened his eyes, he gets his head chopped off, and then in the cabin he closes his eyes. That's the moment he dies. Well, and that moment that happens, that's when all of his friends are able to see it, and even Levi gets it. And Peak makes a joke where she's like,
I wish we were friends.
Yeah, I wish I got a fucking whatever. So I believe he did.
You think he did?
I do.
I think he didn't because I had my own theory that along with the idea of love and the idea of love basically transcending everything, I think Eren knew that everything he needed to do and the way he needed to do it. Right. And if he confessed his love to Mikasa in any way before that final moment, before, yes, right, even in the paths, like I'm seriously convinced that because even when they were in the away together and he had the ability to reset her memories and do what he did, have time with them, sometimes a lot of time with them, and then have the memories come back. Maybe he did that with Mikasa, but I don't think he ever confessed his love to Mikasa, because if he did, Mikasa would have been unable to make that moment happen.
To make the killing happen?
Yes.
But also think about this, though. He erases the memories. So technically he didn't.
I understand, but I'm saying love transcends. So even if he erased the memory, I feel like it was set up in a way where if he ever confessed his love to her, he knew that would break something. And also she's an Ackerman, so she can resist kind of the powers to a degree, right? So
I would say so. I mean, yeah, I think that, I completely see that point. Absolutely. I guess I find it hard to think about a world where if he had that last moment with her, what would he say? Because what I feel like he did with all of his friends was have that final moment with all of his family. Yeah. And I don't see him passing up that moment in the same way that he confessed everything to Armin. Yeah, and he said all those things. I think that's a beautiful idea, though, because that idea of love is true. That idea is definitely just I think that is one of the most powerful things. Yeah. That even that visual of Historia's baby and his death, with that same, with life comes or with death comes life. Yes. And that continues. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So
the last thing I wanted to say,
please,
so I can let you wrap up, is in the same vein of all we're talking about, especially life, because they make it a point. Yes. I can't remember if it's at the beginning of the special, if it was in the last episode of Final Season Part 2. Yeah. It talks about, what is this creature that made Ymir a Titan, right? And it's life. Right. So that's the only identity that we were given is this worm thingy in the tree. Yeah. That is life. And the purpose of life without consciousness is living. It's reproduction. It's creating more life, right? So that was the intent, and then basically conferring that, okay, so due to the corruption of mankind, the corruption of love, whatever, that created the Titans in their form and everything that happened, right? Yeah. But
because of Ymir's yearn to be powerful enough to not
definitely, and
die.
With that power comes immortality, right? And I've gained immortality, so I do not want to let it go, right? Even if it's torturous for eternity, right? Absolutely. And I feel like a big theme takeaway I had from that, going along with everything we just brought up with life and death, was that it was another part of the puzzle for breaking the curse, in that Eren with everything. He like with his desire that is bigger than the desire to not kill innocent human, was the desire to flatten the earth, right? Was the desire to protect his friends.
Right.
And the biggest desire there at the end with like, hey, how do we permanently solve the Ymir Titan problem?
Right.
My life has to end.
Absolutely.
And no other Titan before, no other like being before within the chain of events that happens in the plot leads to something literally with unimaginable power and immortality, because who knows how many actual years Eren was alive. Right. It never says. So we can basically infer he's been alive for a very long time, to the point where mentally he doesn't even know.
His brain isn't there at that point.
And he's not aging, right?
Yeah,
so,
no.
I felt like a big, like, that was like a theme that they stuck in there very intentionally, that was another piece of the puzzle. Not just like the true love being the cause and it had to be Mikasa killing Eren, but also Eren had to desire and want and like construct a way that he needed to die.
And I think that with what you said is so accurate, because then you, after the finale, you understand why Eren, Mikasa, and Armin are the three main characters. It's not just because it's the trio that every shonen needs.
No.
Armin is the representation of what life truly means. When he's talking with Zeke, and Zeke says, the only point we have is to reproduce, like die.
Yes.
And then why do you yearn to do this? Because you as a species are essentially a bacteria that wants to reproduce and continue your species. For what point?
Right.
Why do you find that purpose?
End?
To what end? And Armin, he picks up the leaf, and Zeke sees the baseball, and he says, that moment where I raced Mikasa and Eren up that hill, and like I remember Eren, he like got a head start. Mikasa was obviously right behind him, and I was so far behind him, but I wanted nothing more than to be in that moment, and that was like the moment of my life. That was all. I remember the breeze. I remember all these things, because truthfully, what the point of Attack on Titan is that your life is not, and the point of at least Armin Arler and everything that he brings to the story is that you are not the cage that holds you behind. You are not the monsters that keep you hidden. You are not any of those things. It's what you see beyond and what you build in that moment.
Yeah.
And those are ideas that humanity, I think, people should like idealize forever. Those ideas are the human experience. And so you see Eren as this freedom-bound time like God who's working his way through things while still being a child. While being a child, Armin is this man who has to grow up, this kid who has to grow up and recognize that his life is meaningful from the little things, from those things that matter, right? Mikasa is so important to be the true lover of this story, the one who this entire time has been madly in love with Eren, but cannot admit it, will not stop like fighting for that love. And yet, in the moment that matters, she does what a lover would do, which is to let that person go, and to let that person, the person you're in love with, be. And she sees Ymir, and she says, "Ymir, you are free from that curse. You don't have to be." And beautiful. Ymir sees the pole and her hugging her daughters. And that is the moment where Ymir lost it. So all that, so important. I want to talk about the final point, which is the absolute ending.
Okay.
The credits and the post credits and everything that happens.
Yeah.
There.
Can I add on real quick?
Please.
Too?
Yeah. Please.
I just wanted to say that I feel like the putting it into like my own words on kind of like what I took away from like Eren and Armin, right? And like the differences between them. It almost as if you kind of just made me realize too, like, Eren is like this representation of like being a creature, like an instinctive creature, right? Before he's a human, before his humanity.
He had to kill his mother and make those decisions.
Yes.
And that was the creature part of it.
Yes.
It was,
and
it was
like
even just not like a complete creature, but the intellectual side of a human of this is why this needs to happen for the greater good, quote unquote, or not even for the greater good, because I want it to happen.
Yes. Because
you know what I mean?
Like going like selfishly.
The selfish
like,
creature aspect.
Yes. Like putting it even simpler, like freedom with Armin and Eren.
Right.
Eren, as an instinctive creature, being a human, he can't feel freedom unless he is truly free from all other life. Right. And Armin, seeing that true freedom is not about that. No. It is about you feeling free, you accepting your humanity.
Love, humanity, the moment.
You don't like
the moment that exists, because Eren, as a child, it looks like he was and he says this, I was always looking up.
Always.
I was always looking up. I was looking, and the first thing you see him say as like a kid beyond, or the first thing you see before he sees the book, before Eren really becomes Eren Yeager, is he says, I'm so bored. And that means so much, because this creature cannot look down and appreciate what he has in front of you. He looks up and says, God, I wish something would happen. I have nothing to yearn for. And guess what? The second Armin shows him that book, a fire is lit inside him.
Yes.
Right? And
for a different reason.
For a completely different reason. Because not only is that boredom squashed, but he has a purpose. As a child, he has this purpose. And we watch in these, or we read in these manga, or we watch in the show, the story of this lunatic lose his mind. And truthfully, I know that sounds like a crazy idea, but he's insane just going through this like structure of how can he kill everything so that he doesn't have to be bored. And Armin is the human that looks down and says, I want to see the ocean, I want to see these glaciers, I want to see this, I have found happiness at the ocean. Armin would have found complete happiness if it weren't for Eren at that ocean. And so that part is so incredible. I'm gonna extend.
I have one question I actually want to say for the very end. I'm done talking.
I'm gonna extend. Yeah. I'm gonna extend to the very, very end.
Okay.
Mikasa buries the rest of his body. She leaves. Right, goes back to Prelude before anyone could, because Eren is the villain of the fucking world, right?
Literally.
They would not allow him to have a funeral, no question. So she leaves with his head and buries him underneath that tree. That we see him wake up underneath at the beginning of the whole series, right?
Right.
So he, so there's a lot to be said about this whole thing, and it's shown a lot better in the manga, but I've seen some people debate, because it's very up to debate for what Mikasa does after this point. There's the idea that she gets married. In the manga, we see her showing up with another man. It's a little far away.
I'll be honest. Yeah. It looks like John.
It's absolutely John. I'll show you from the manga.
Yeah, okay.
All right, here. Let me try and find. In the anime, they show this. It's like she's got a little child.
Yes.
It's her, and then it's some guy, right? Same hair color as John, but hey, no big deal.
No biggie.
I'll try to find that.
The manga.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all, because I've only seen I haven't seen like the manga panel. Yeah. So I want to see, especially if it looks.
It's
even
literally
more like
John's hair, bro. I swear to God, look at this. That's it,
dude. No question.
And he's got the beard.
No question.
Look.
The only other person that could possibly be is for who it looks like is like I can't remember his name, Ackerman, the guy who like had the dual guns.
Kenny,
but just because he's the same hair, and he's dead anyway.
Yeah,
right.
And so you see in this page right here, you see them all visiting. Right, that's this idea. Oh my God, people are trying to say it's Armin. It's absolutely not Armin. So look, this is them visiting his grave. Mikasa's there.
Yes.
Armin, Connie, we see everyone right there, right? And then we see her coming back with a child and visiting. And after all these years, I think that ending is one of the most profound, because what you see is a static shot of what truly happens in this world and life and everything that happens beyond this story, right?
Yes.
Because this story is going to have an end. There's a last manga book. There's a last episode. There's a finale.
Yes.
But the truth is, in our world and the way these worlds are set up, there is no ending.
There is no ending.
There is no true ending. Even after the world is going to be exploded by the sun, you think that's the end of everything? Even if every human dies, is that the end of everything? No. And so there's this profound idea where you see the rest of this. You see Mikasa move on. Truthfully, that's what she would need to do. She has a child. She creates life. She has a family. You see her old. She gets buried next to Eren, right? You see 3 stone heads, actually, which I believe the third one is Armin. Right? They don't say it. Yeah, they don't say it specifically.
Right.
But that's what I believe is and so we see her dead. Like as an old woman, she lives to grow, to be happy. She's surrounded by family. You see this big group of people. We couldn't point out who's who, because I bet they're new friends they've met, children they've had, grandchildren, all these things. The world keeps going in this moment, right? And a beautiful little detail is the original Japanese voice actor is the one who sing that final song.
Okay.
And the second that Mikasa dies of old age and you see her body, it switches to that voice actor for Eren. And so if you listen, it's like right when it happens, it starts singing this duet, this beautiful duet where Eren's the one singing it on that point on. And even the idea of just like this time starts passing in a ridiculous amount of time. Parody being behind the times starts becoming with the times, right? Beyond the times. We don't get a date.
Parody becomes because of the events, and because Marley is basically wiped out to nothing. Right. That becomes like the civilization, it's the most advanced that there is.
Probably one of the most advanced civilizations, and with that is the idea that Historia brought up at the very end, which is she is creating a new military for any enemy that could possibly show up. And it's crazy because then you'd say, okay, well then, what was truly the purpose if war is never going to end? What's the purpose of your life if war is never going to end? Truthfully, in this world that we live in, the idea of war, and Isayama has said this many, many times, war is not going to end anytime soon, and that's the dark path that humanity has set itself onto, right? But
it's human nature.
It's human nature, but with every dark, terrible piece of life comes beauty and life and things that spring. And what we look at is the tree. We don't look at the civilization because the important part isn't the way it advances. It's this tree blooming and growing and being large. And there's this idea where you see war continue, very futuristic style war, right? There's missiles and all these things, and it levels. Who knows how long that war lasted for? But guess what continues? Even after the war, life. You see this young boy walking around in the rubbled city of a parody that doesn't look anything like the parody we know, right? Walking around with his dog. And finding the original spot, that one tree, and walking towards it. Right. What that means for the future of the world, who knows? Who knows? But it's the idea of everything that existed and everything that will exist. It's not just a story about this is the most important part of history. It's not. No. It truly is not. Yes, Eren did what he wanted to do. He got rid of the Titans. He saved his family. Mikasa, Armin, all of the loved ones he ever had have long, beautiful lives, but that's not the ending that matters, because that's not the story that Isayama is telling. It's not the story of humanity. That's not the way that the world goes. We see the true life, the tree that grows and blossoms, and we see the life that exists afterwards. Yeah. They even almost almost like don't really show some of the action. You know?
No,
that is not truthfully the point of that last part. It is to show life persevering, and it's to show that humanity and those moments are the important parts, and that there is so much to the world and too much, and there's so many theories you could make about it.
Yeah, I have I have to add on. I think you said all that so beautifully, by the way, bro, because you're so right. Like on every aspect of what this show, the story that the show and Isayama is trying to tell. Yeah. And I had like two big takeaways from the ending.
Hit me with it.
Like one of them really being like, okay, the boy is approaching the tree. Yeah. We see everything we do, and that this is the far future, right? Maybe even a time where it's been forgotten what has happened.
Absolutely.
Right?
If anything, that's what I think it is.
Yeah.
That's what I think, because there is no civilization there.
And even go back though, we find out as the audience and as some of Aaron's friends what the truth actually is. Right. But most of them are pretty left in the dark. Like no one really knows what we see that Aaron finds out, which is and the backstory that we get with Ymir and how Ymir started, because think to how the premise was even given to us of what Ymir is, what is revealed in the book at the end of season 3, right? About like the truth, and we like humanity doesn't know. They don't really know. They painted Ymir to be an evil god that had a contract, and like that's not what happened at all, right? And so I feel like it was such big symbolism beyond the show about us and about humanity, and everything being so intentional with its themes, with like I said, the walls, with humanity, with freedom, with living, everything that you and I have like really touched on the last hour of conversation about this, right? It's a beautiful story, and it like if you really like hone in on humanity and what we are, it's like there's a big takeaway in like number one, and there's a big theme, and like Xenoblade's got this theme, like it is that humanity somehow, because we're a really intelligent species, we will, no matter what the odds are, we will always survive. Okay. We will always carry on. And even if we get this close to extinction, we won't be extinct, okay? And in carrying out whatever needs to be carried out, whoever gets control, fucking it's Zanza, like taking over, making a new world. It always leads back to a full circle. It's always that humanity is super cyclical in how it functions, okay? It's that history will repeat itself, okay? So that was like this big theme I instantly thought of as it's showing the boy approaching the tree. You don't know if he went in and if it spawned something new, if Titans get reborn again, whatever. You don't know. But it's implying that something like that might happen because that is the origin of Ymir and what happened, right?
But that's the point where you look at it and you're like, okay, this distant memory that the Eldians didn't exactly have it right. They said that Ymir was this god who built roads for them, and then the Marleyans say she was some devil. None of them had it right.
No.
And so that
no one
idea
really knew
of 2,000 years ago what that could have been, I believe that boy shows up in 2,000 years. So all that time that passes is 2,000 years. It's a highly advanced society.
Yeah,
that is not.
I think that's a great guess.
That is not just. That's what the point of the first episode. To you in 1,000 years, and from you in 2,000 years. 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. I'm with you. Yeah.
And so I see that as just another level to that idea.
Yes.
And that idea being fully utilized, which is also incredible.
Yeah.
It takes a story, and I don't know how this story exists. It takes a story that makes you reflect on the existence of life and time and what it means to be a creature versus a human, to be one of the greatest stories of all time. This story is already, since it finished, it showed up on Ames testing. There was an Ames testing in fucking America that was talking about the themes and the ideas that was in Attack on Titan. I am telling you, this is one of the, and we just witnessed it, one of the greatest stories that humans have ever told in the history of humanity.
Completely
and
agree.
I am just so happy that it has had an adaptation, and I hope it is watched forever, because amount of things that you can get from this text, the amount of things, even if you want to break it down as a writer, you would be like, how do you write this well? Right? Or you want to break it down as characters. How were Armin and Eren set up so perfectly, and Mikasa, all these characters set up so perfectly without it being shoved in your face? Or do you want to study it as the sense of philosophy and this idea that you are more than just the species that you are? It helped me at a time where I was very much so not looking at myself. When I read the manga with Zeke and Armin, I started to cry. Oh I cried because I was finding myself down this rabbit hole of what's the point of living. I remember I even told Dorian, I was like, if I could give up my physical existence to like ascend and just know all the answers to the universe, I would do it. And I would be ruining my humanity by doing something like that, because it's not about those things. It's not about the species or saying, oh, humans are all screwed. It's about the leaf and the breeze and the moment of trying to beat your friend that you know is going to beat you up the hill. That's what it's about.
Yes, bro.
That's what it's about. And so, just to wrap it up, incredible. If you have something else you want to say too, I want you to say it now, because I also want, after this, I want to give it a score.
Yeah, I would love that. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll hold the score for a second, because the second like big thing that really stuck out in the ending to me was that this idea of kind of like how the whole story perfectly kind of orchestrates who is the real enemy. Like, what is the real goal? Like, when thinking about like kind of like, you know, beyond your existence, like with war, with conflict, with like finding your place in life, you know, it is set up in a way so that you are made to think things are very black and white. And the more that the show goes on, you realize, especially with what is kind of told as they reach the wall, as they open the book and find the truth, like, it's never what you think it is, okay? And that it's a direct translation to everything you're saying in our real lives in humanity. Like, even if like we look at like any real world thing that's happening or has happened, it could be so easy to look at like 9/11, the towers falling. Who did this? Who's the enemy? Blame them. Start a war. It's never ever that simple. And we as humans, you and me sitting here as American citizens, we only know what we've been told. You know, and like, and what are drawing our own conclusions from our limited space within our own walls. Right? Every city you live in, like if you're like completely just wanting to like excavate yourself from the world and like be a hermit and play video games, you are literally making your wall of reality tiny, okay? And you can't see beyond the wall and learn the truth unless you go out and see it for yourself, you know? And it never, from all aspects, because then it dives into season 4 and it kind of does a little reboot of kind of following a different set of characters and what they're experiencing and what they're being told about parody. And it's so different. It's never black and white.
No, it never is.
So the answer, and then I think it really brings it to how you kind of interpret and how you are interpreting the ending actively as it's unfolding in front of you. You, even if like you can come up with some idea of like what will solve the problem, it's never that simple. No,
it never is.
Ever.
Yeah. And I agree completely, because that is the human experience that not a lot of people will realize. And that's I think also once again a testament to a story. If you can bring in an idea that everyone can relate to, and yet maybe 95% of the people will never realize in their lives that is the truth. That everything that Eren and Rhina said to each other is true. The fact that they understood each other because of everything they had been through, and yet they still did what they had to do. Those ideas are what a true like next level story would bring up, right? That idea is unbelievably like advanced. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, bro. And 100%. And I also like I really like the theme too that just to touch on it for a sec, is when they're, like it really like culminates to the last kind of like episode where it's all of the 9, like besides Eren, battling like all the Titans and all of Eren's friends from Parody, right? So at many points in the story, these are like mortal to the death enemies, and they have united for a common cause because Eren made himself the final cause. But also is just this big beauty in that, hey, even if you don't fully understand, even if you were being told black and white and you realize it's not, like, we also as humans have the ability to forgive and let go, and understand, right? And come together for a common cause, right? And it was so beautiful, seriously, beautifully well done, bro. Like in its execution, all avenues. I want to touch on one last thing, please, which is kind of a question I very much had. Did a little bit of digging on kind of what other people thought, and I have my own conclusion. I want to see what you thought.
I'm so down for
that. It's about kind of the time travel-esque like nature of how they explain things at the end, right? And kind of how it's explained, and we've kind of touched on it, is like Eren goes back through the timelines, goes back and sees, he can go back and he can go back, I think, as far as, can he go beyond like the past of his own like life? Can he go to previous Attack Titans? Yeah, absolutely. He can, right?
Yeah, because it's all the memories are shared.
So it's like over like the 2,000 years. That's how he knows the truth and all that stuff, right? And he can see into like every Attack Titan can see in the future of the next Attack Titan.
Especially once he becomes the true founder and he merges with Zeke. He also has the ability to manipulate moments in time too.
That's true.
So that's what kind of causes those really, really insane moments.
Right, like the whispering to like Kruger and like small, like redirecting the mother. Yeah, so
or redirecting his dang dad to get up in that
literally,
moment.
Man. So my question was like that I had when watching it, and I feel like I've kind of got a theory now, which was like, okay, if he's gone back and he said like he'd gone back thousands of times and he could never change key events, it will always happen the way it did. I was wondering why. And if that's true, then what would be the purpose of Eren going back and making these subtle little influences to make sure it happened? Why would he need to do that if it already was going to happen? And the conclusion that I haven't really found anywhere else, and I've kind of drawn my own, is that the reason Eren went back and meticulously did all these things was because it was the only way, it was the best way that all the main events, the canon events, if you will, would happen with the like basically the least catastrophe. So like for example, like the rumbling is going to happen, but maybe in like his OG timeline experience that we don't get to see. We only see the story of how Eren manipulated it to be the story it is. Okay, but before it happens, he obviously went through it to a certain degree and still got to the point where he merged and became founder with Zeke. And I'm thinking that he went and manipulated what he did because even though Hanji and he mentioned another character that died, like in like the last scene, he said when in that scene with Armin, he said like it sucks because we lost Hanji and Sasha. Okay, he mentions them by name because I think Eren's goal with going through thousands of retries was trying to make it so every single one of his group made it, okay, to like be the heroes and have the life, but this was the only way it could happen, and those two couldn't be saved, but everyone else could be if he went about the events in this very specific way.
Here's the way I kind of predict it, or I see it. In Attack on Titan, one of the things that I like about it is that it is one timeline. There is no other existing timeline. There's no access to any other timeline.
Yeah, it's not a multiverse.
Exactly. Everything happened because it happened. And so it's almost a more complex philosophical idea. If you look back in this time and you see, oh, I manipulated this Titan to not kill Bertolt. I did that already. This already happened. Then I have to do it. In a way, Eren becomes a slave to the inevitable, which is because it already happened and everything he did before already happened because he did it. It's the reason why did Grisha beg Zeke to make a change Zeke, you can change something. Not me. Because guess what? I just saw my son literally staring me in the eye and telling me to kill these people. You can do something, not me, because I already gave him the serum in the future. I did that, so I have to do that. I am a slave to this timeline in the same way that every change that Eren did wasn't because he meticulously planned, it was because he saw it happen. The reason he freaked out the first time when he kissed his hand was because one of the memories he unlocked from his father was him seeing himself talking to his father, saying, get the fuck up, murder those people, this is what we have to do in order for me to start the rumbling. He saw that memory and said, oh, I'm going to do that, and therefore I have to do that. I am no longer in any way free. I am a slave. And so that theme, that idea.
I think
you're right. The truth is,
right.
No matter what, he would lose Hanji and Sanji. Sanji and Sasha. Fuck.
Sanji and Hasha.
No matter what, yes. Hashi and Sanji. Hanji and Sasha, no matter what, would be lost. And every decision that was made was because he already made that decision, because you wouldn't exist in the world where Eren existed if he never manipulated that Titan to not touch Bertolt. And so therefore, when he becomes a part of the founder, he sees, oh, I did that at this point in time. Then I have to do it right now. There's no changing the inevitable. So it's almost a paradox of why did it happen in the first place? Because Eren knew it was going to happen, because that's what time manipulation is.
I think you're explaining it way better than I could wrap my head around.
I promise, I see this whole, I understand it so well that I think I could teach a class on it, because Attack on Titan is not like Marvel. Marvel is if something has changed, a new timeline is split.
Yeah.
And splitting timelines is the way that it kind of works. In this, it's if it happened, there is only one world where it ever happened, and it's because I did that. Right?
Yeah.
There is no universe where Grisha didn't kill those people. And that's why that part at the end with the cabin is so tragic, because it's not real and it never could happen. And it never will. You don't see other timelines of things happening. That is the dream that Eren wishes he could do, but guess why it can't exist? Because it never did. Because it never will. Because there's nothing he could do to create that exists, because when he saw all the future visions, he saw everything he was going to do.
Yeah.
And even in that moment when he was looking down the hallway, he was like, I know what I'm about to do, but there's no point, because in the future I'm going to kill him. But I still did it. Why did I do it?
Bruh.
Right? So that's the way I think Attack on Titan is explaining all those ideas.
I think it fits all the theology better with that explanation.
It's the true tragedy of Eren Yeager, because yearning for freedom turned him into the ultimate slave. The ultimate, where everything that happened, he has to do, he does because he has to do it. And you know what's so tragic? The creator, Isayama, it's not even tragic, it's incredible. Isayama was explaining that since the beginning, he had this whole story planned out, and there were so many moments when he wished he could make a change. He wished there was something he could change, because you can open up the first chapter,
and look, it's right there in your face.
That's the ending of Attack on Titan. He had that plan from the beginning. He said, I felt like Eren. It was an inevitable fact that I was a slave to this story. I wish I could change something, but I can't, because that's the inevitability. Everything that happened was because I made it happen, and everything that will happen, I have to make happen, because I already made it happen in order for the beginning to exist. And so Isayama is relating to the main character in a way that no one else will ever understand.
It's literally fucking crazy.
And I'm telling you, it's some of the most incredible, like character writing, with writing in general, artistry that we will ever experience in our lifetime.
Oh my gosh, you're so right, Josh. Thank you.
That's how it goes.
Seriously, okay.
I
have one more kind of like tidbit of. In my kind of going ham on some of the, okay, what do people think on Reddit and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I don't want to make it too long, honestly, because I want to get the review and wrap this up. But I wanted to ask, because there are a lot of people, as you said, who do not like the ending.
Absolutely.
And a big a lot of people are on different reasons for why, but kind of the consensus that I got for a lot of these arguments is that it was very, like, a lot of these people's opinions, and maybe you saw this too, it's almost as if, like, they couldn't, like, it's not, like, well received of who Eren ends up being revealed to be, like, being a, like, masochist, right, and just, like, psychotic, borderline insane.
Right.
You know, like, it was really pointed out, like, when he's going through that scene with Armin and they reach the point where they're at, like, the world's been flattened, and there's the blood, right? Everywhere. The blood of everyone.
And guts and nails.
Yes,
and
dude,
teeth
yes. And like the thematic shit of, like, reaching in and looking in the, like, everything that it could ever go wrong. And Eren, like, it's all him, and he's not really that upset by it, right? And kind of like then, I don't know, putting a label on it that like when he reveals that it was him that sent Miss Smiley, right?
Yeah.
What was her name? Dana?
Dina Fritz.
Dina, yes. When he sends Dina,
Dinah.
It is Dinah.
Yeah, Dinah.
Thank you very much.
Dina.
Yeah, fuck.
Dinah.
When he sends Dina to kill his own mother, the first instinctive thought you have in a heroic sense, like if you were thinking like Armin, it would be that, oh, he did that. Yes, it was to save Bertolt, but he also did it because that was a motivator for him to kickstart everything that happened. But he basically reveals in the scene that that is not true, that it actually is way less exciting than you think. He just did it to save Bertolt. That was the only reason. Kind of stemming like a part of him that not a lot of people want to see, right? Like almost like the monster within, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so you obviously don't agree with that.
Well, I can understand it because I think that a lot of people want a story where I think that it's almost like the psyche of a person and how they want to view either the main character or a stoic silent character. It's very important for certain people that those characters literally abide by a certain set of rules. But the truth was they are experiencing everything that the main cast experienced, which is the fact that they said, how did we get to this point? I thought I knew him. I thought we knew all these things. Where did we go wrong? Where did
I'm
he
hearing
go
John
wrong?
right now. Like,
absolutely. That's what he said. That's what they say, because this writing was written so that you, as the literal, like, you would not see it until you rewatch the series and you look for all those tiny details of, oh, he's just a child. He is just an immature brat that has this yearn to create something that he knows is so wrong, but that doesn't matter. He doesn't care that it's wrong. He doesn't care. He says it to Reina. He says, I'm the same as you, but I got to do what I got to do. And guess what? You know, to a degree, I'm probably going to enjoy it, right?
Right.
Because he is not a stoic, silent, like, Sigma male character. He is a child, a little bitch, to be completely honest with you, who does not care about anything beyond solving his own boredom. And that's what it comes down to. And there are people like that in our society. There are disgusting people who don't grow beyond that. And the truth is, you don't want it to be that way. That's why it's written like this. You want to love Eren. You want to see him as this hero to Marley. You want to see him, hero to the Eldians. You want to see him as this stoic hero, just like his friends did. Just like the people, the Jaegerists did. But the truth comes out that he's not. And people don't like that. Guess what? His friends didn't like that. The truth is, not a lot of people are going to like that. And the fact of the matter is, if you are not ready for a story that challenges your own humanity and your own idea of what anime or storytelling could be, because guess what? There are some people, like we said with Yoel, you know, some people don't want that challenge. No. Some people can't accept that challenge. No dog on them. But the truth is, that's not what this is.
No.
It's not meant to be an anime that will hit the top of the charts because the fights are so good or the theme songs are so good. It is meant to tell you something. And that something is an uncomfortable part of humanity that no other story I've ever seen in my life is willing to tell the way that Isayama is willing to tell it.
Beautiful.
Eren is an example of the most well-written character that you don't even know the true motivation of until you step out and you look at all of it from the very end. From that point on, you say, I see what he was doing. I just rewatched the whole show. He is a child the entire time. He doesn't care about anything beyond murder and solving the boredom that was put on his own life. He's staring into the sky. He doesn't care about anything. The true main character of the story is Armin. The true main character is the triumph of the human spirit, the triumph of what it means to be human. And he's the one that reports this whole story, the story of Eren Yeager and how the world, 80% of the world's life was destroyed. He's the one reporting it. And if you go back and watch all the series, he says it all started on that one day. That's him at the courtroom explaining what happened. The entire series he's narrating because it's him at the end when they're sailing on that boat. That's them going to report to Historia and all these things for historical texts what happened.
Yes.
And what was the most important thing that happened? The deaths, all these important, the colossal titan breaking it because it created the murderer, the insane man that Eren Yeager was and is. And I understand. I understand completely when someone says, even Kendall to a degree, when she's like, I don't know if I like the ending. I'm like, that's all right.
Yeah.
You know what? That's
Absolutely.
okay. Because guess what? It's not made to be loved. It's not made to give you this feeling of complete contentment. It's made to be that thought-provoking, human experience. It's made to be an experience. And guess what? There were good parts, there are bad parts, there are scary parts.
And sometimes humanity's fucking ugly, bro.
So ugly. And that's what you see in that ending. That's what you see in all of it. That's what you see in Eren. But guess what? Sometimes it's beautiful. Armin is beautiful. And Armin's love is beautiful for the world. And everything that you see set up. Truthfully, Gabi and Falco learning this love for each other. And you see them at the end planting trees, ready to rebuild. And you see Historia's people ready to go kill whoever the fuck they deem a threat. Those are two very different sides of humanity, but you saw exactly how every character got to that point. You saw how Historia came to be who she was. You saw how Falco and Gabi came to be who they were on two different sides of every character having that example. Yeah. And then guess what? It doesn't stop there. You see our characters quickly get old, age, die. And guess what? There's thousands of millions and billions of other people out in that world. That's just parody we saw getting larger. The whole world's probably doing that right now. You know what I mean? Yes. And there's people in every single one of those buildings. You see someone fire a cannon. There's a reason he fired that cannon. And everything that you see in this story is made to incite a human experience. And that...
Wow.
That is Attack on Titan. And that is the greatest story I have ever read in my life, and I probably will forever. And I'm saying that not as in I like it better than One Piece.
No.
Because I like One Piece more, but I can recognize that this is pure literature that is beyond even natural comprehension. And to be honest with you, I like that some people don't like it. I like that some people do not understand the ending, because if it was so simple that everyone had to love it, it would not be as deep and complex and philosophical as it is. If people are not liking it, I'm like, good. It's challenging people.
Absolutely.
It's challenging humanity.
Yes.
It's challenging humans. That's incredible. Attack on Titan, I want to give it a review score. Let's do it right now.
That was beautiful.
I think it's very clear. I think this might be...
a 4?
Probably a 2.
Okay, yeah.
Just fucking kidding, dude. This gets a fucking solid 5 out of 5, no question.
No question.
If I could give a golden masterpiece award in some way, I would. I would give, if there was a golden plaque for the, just hands down, best written story ever, it would be this one. And I love other stories. There are some that I like more. But this is hands down the greatest.
Hands down.
So anyway,
and I completely match the score.
Are you with that?
Yes,
yeah.
100%, bro.
Yeah, and I recommend even now. I know you're about to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh,
you got to work on that rewatch. You will see so many things. I still want to watch that video with you. There's a video on YouTube for anyone who's interested who finished the whole series. It's called This Video Will Change the Way You See Eren. It explains the timeline really well. It explains, it's like an hour, but it is, if you are down, I am down to sit down and watch it. Yeah. You will see exactly what Isayama is trying to do with Eren as a character.
Oh my gosh.
Because it's just all the subcontext and all those things all put into one. So
yeah. Hell yeah. Especially like, because I feel like, oh man, like with everything that we just said too, there's still so much we havened touched on.
Oh, absolutely.
You know? Like,
and I plan to bring this conversation beyond just talking about that final season, but I think we need to, talk about that as the Flash Bros take.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I completely agree.
On AoT.
Yeah, I'm good to wrap it up right there.
Let's wrap it up right now.
Yeah, perfect.
What else? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add on real quick too. I thought about it'd be a little fun to not just give it like a numbered score for games like with 1 through 5, but also kind of like a category name, if you will, right?
Oh yeah.
And some tentative ones I brought up was like give it a 1, hot garbage, right?
Oh yeah.
I feel like that just fits, bro. Yep. And it probably won't be very common that we're seeing a lot of like 1s and 2s here because we're usually not. Yeah, right. Yeah. We're probably like playing the game enough or going through enough and beating it, and we're miserable and to enough to talk about it and give it a 1. It's probably not going to happen, right? We're mostly viewing games that we know we're having a good experience with. Yeah. If we're making it to the end, we're talking about it.
That's
but we still need to put it there. It's important.
It is.
Hot garbage. Number 2, I thought it'd be fun if we said it was like a common. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
3, be rare. 4, legendary. 5, mythical. What do you think?
I'm with it.
You with it?
I think this is mythical.
Mythical is fuck, brother. Yeah, dude, it's a unicorn because I think you really, really nailed it. Like, final thought, no story will tell like this type of like deep level, and you and me play a lot of like we experience deep level thinking shit.
Absolutely.
Xenoblade is a great example. It's a lot of deep thinking. It's
Very
a lot
much.
And it doesn't. It's just in its own category.
It's in its own league. I'm not kidding.
It is.
AoT is in its own league of just. Like I said, I know it sounds so ridiculous, but it is one of the best stories I think humanity has ever made, and I stand by that. In 200 years, 2,000 years, you could bring this up as some of the most incredible text that it explains through action and adventure, which is what a story contains. As humanity, you're gonna want these things. Everything that it holds, it is the story of humanity. And it's incredible.
It is, bro.
It's incredible.
All right.
Let's move on. Let's wrap it up.
Let's wrap up this episode, brother. All right.
2 out of 5.
Let's jump to 2 out of 5. Party chat. Okay. I got one question here for you from Johnny. He asked, what was the best video game based on a TV show or movie?
It was based on a TV show?
Yeah.
My favorite was Hey Ice King, Why Did You Steal Our... Or Adventure Time, Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage?
Yeah.
It was done by... It was Way Forward, which is the same people who did... Shantae.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Bro. I didn't know that.
Full pixel art. It was a Metroidvania with different, like, you got upgrades over time. I 100%ed it. I'm not kidding. And I only had it because my little brother had it on his 3DS. And so I took it from him, just plugged it in because I had nothing to play.
Yeah, true.
And I just fucking played the shit out of it to a point where that I played before Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. And I fell in love with Shantae's and the Pirate's Curse because it felt like that game. It just...
That makes so much sense.
It was just so good.
Yeah.
It just was, seriously, like, as a Metroidvania, like, one of the most fun ones I played, because also it took the world of Adventure Time, and you're exploring everywhere you saw on the show, and there were different characters that you saw. Cool. It was just so good.
Yeah.
So, that was mine, no question.
Okay,
no
sweet.
question.
I don't know, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if anything is, like, really coming to my mind as, like, because I feel like growing up notoriously, it hasn't really been up until like this last decade, really, that if a game was coming out and it was based on a TV show or movie, that it was actually good. You know what I mean? Or better than watching the original source.
It's rough.
It usually is rough. Like, it really is like a trope that's been turned around kind of recently. Like, I feel like Batman was kind of like the Arkham trilogy. That was kind of like the start of like, okay, these are like some actual like really good quality like AAA games that are coming out, right?
Right.
I don't... I'll be honest, nothing's like really coming to my mind. Johnny added on though, he said for him it was Jackass, the video game on PS2. He said you're pretty much reliving / replaying the classic stunts they've done. for years in their shows and movies. And speaking of multi-tap, it was like the only game I ever played that it worked for. LOL.
Nice.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah,
love it. You can't think of anything?
You know what? Just in the same vein, I remember that game that I talked about, SpongeBob SquarePants, Lights, Camera, Pants.
Oh, yeah.
That was really fun.
Yeah, you love that one.
That was really fun. For what it was and being pretty simple, that was based on SpongeBob, obviously. And that was great. And PS2 also. So there you go.
Hey.
Joshie, let's jump into some class trial, brother. You got some trivia for me?
I absolutely do.
Hell
Alrighty.
Let's do it, bro.
It's going to be pretty simple stuff because we just went over a majority of it. And it's not too long, so it's not going to be able to get you but I might have some tough ones. You ready?
I'm ready, baby.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling
buddy.
real good. Yeah.
We're getting it started with a pretty simple one.
Okay.
What was the name of the character who piloted the flying boat all the way to Marley?
Shit. Oh, Onyonkapon.
That's right.
Yeah.
First one, you got it.
Let's go, baby.
Why did Annie wake up at the time that she did?
Because Aaron, when he got control of his founding power, dissipated all hardening.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Perfect. What was the name of the owl that helped feed information to the Eldian restorationists?
Kruger.
You know his first name?
Is it Aaron?
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron
That's
Kruger.
Right. Nice.
Yes, sir.
All right. What name did...
Was that a coincidence, by the way, or was that, like, intentional?
No, he was the one that told Grisha to have a family inside the walls. So he has a child and then he literally gets saved by Aaron Kruger, the attack titan that he gives the ability to. And then he names his son Aaron. Isn't that wild?
Right.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Oh my gosh, you're so right, bro.
No,
okay,
Aaron Kruger. He was the first Aaron. He's who's Aaron's named after.
Yeah, shit.
Isn't that wild?
Dude, even with that, you just brought me back to that scene too, where he literally mentions Armin and Mikasa.
He's like, you have to go. You have to save Armin and Mikasa, and he's like, who the hell are they?
Who the hell are they?
And he's like, I don't know.
I have
it's
no
not
idea.
from
what
my,
a
it's not
weird
from my memories.
moment.
So insane
in it, bro.
So
oh
insane.
My gosh. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Next one.
Yeah. Let's keep it going. What name did Aaron Yeager go by during his time he spent in Marley?
Oh shit! That is a really good question.
Remember, Falco called him that.
Dude.
And he said, "Oh, this is your friend Blank, from War Times, right, Rhino?"
Dude. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No. What was it?
It's Kruger.
It's Kruger.
Yeah, he went by Aaron Kruger.
Well, shit.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Who was present during Aaron and Reiner's fated reunion?
Falco.
That's right.
Yeah.
Who tried to kill Gabi after finding out she was the one that murdered Sasha? I'll accept two answers.
You'll accept two answers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a stab at one. I'll say Connie.
No. I'll let you do another. One more guess.
Can you tell me the scene in which they tried to make this happen? Was it on the plane?
No.
Like right when Sasha died?
No. They beat her up and then tied her up. So it wasn't attempted murder. They were going to trial her and then they threw her in prison. Then, later, remember, she sneaks off, goes to that farm, and then later, things happen. If I say it, it'll spoil. Or it won't spoil, it'll tell you the answer. And then remember, they get invited out to go somewhere. They go somewhere and someone finds out. And
dude, it was...
tries to kill her.
Oh, I know who it is. It was it was that girl that Sasha saved.
I will accept that as one of them.
You'll accept it?
Yeah.
Okay. What's her name?
I forgot.
It was definitely her, though, right?
Yeah, well, her and Niccolo. Sasha's boyfriend who...
Dude, yes.
Yeah,
oh, my gosh.
He's the one, because they knew he was a Marleyan captured soldier, and she told him, I was like, yeah, I killed someone on that plane.
Yes.
And he tries to kill her, and then holds the knife up to her.
Oh, my gosh,
so,
bro.
yeah.
That was an emotional moment.
Insane moment.
Sweet.
And, once again, Sasha's dad being the fucking most wise character in that entire show.
Dude.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Second to fucking Iroh, I swear to God.
Yeah, no cap, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else you got for me?
How was Aaron first decapitated during his last moments before the rumbling started?
He was decapitated by Gabi.
How?
Shooting him in the head.
In the neck.
Because, as you said, Gabi don't miss.
She don't miss at all.
Miss a
Not
single
once.
shot, bro.
Alrighty, just 3 left. All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
All right. What kind of animal was the face of the Titan that captured Armin during the Battle of Heaven and Earth? What type of animal was it? Because they kept calling it something, and then all the people who were inside the walls were like, "Oh, it's some kind of pig. It's like a pig thing, right?"
Yeah.
And then Annie's like, "That's not a pig. That's a blank. So it's not a pig." Because she's the only one that knows about outside world animals from different places. Because she's from outside of the walls, and they have no idea. I didn't even catch
that detail.
They have no idea. So you don't know. It's a
but I can see it. I'm just like, what kind of fucking animal is that? Is it a?
I learned what it was when I read the manga.
Really?
I never knew this was an animal, but here.
You never knew it was an animal? I'm fucked. So it's not like a basic animal. It's not like a.
You didn't look it up?
No. Did not look it up. No. Just based on what I saw, like it almost looks like a minotaur looking thing, but it's
but it had the head of an animal.
Like a bull? Cow?
It had a long tongue. No, not bull, not cow.
Like anteater? No.
I will let you have this if you can guess what family it's a part of.
Oh.
It has a long tongue. It kind of had horns a little bit.
Yeah.
It had big ears and a long snout, but not that long.
It's got to be from like the horse or bull family, right?
Close. There's something else you're missing.
Yeah, I guess.
Something else.
I'm like thinking.
And they're not technically horses.
Like an antelope?
They're distantly related to antelopes, but they're not technically.
All right, what's the right answer?
You want to know?
Yeah.
It's an okapi, which is a type of giraffe. It's a short-necked giraffe.
Okay, I was going to say...
And the reason that they have extremely long tongues because instead of, growing really long necks, which giraffes also have extremely long tongues, their tongues are just ridiculously long. And so what it did was it captured in its mouth, and it captured Armin with its tongue.
Wow.
Yeah, I just learned that detail back when I was reading it, and I was just so...
I'm sorry, one more time?
It's an okapi.
Okapi?
Okapi. Okapi. For anyone who doesn't know, it is essentially a short-necked giraffe. It looks just like a giraffe with a couple different colors, and it's got no long neck.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Pretty crazy, right?
Thanks, Joshie.
Of course, buddy. Alrighty. What was the surname of the royal family that still lived on the island of Paradis?
Price. No. Not Price. Oh, fuck. Now that I said Price, now that's all that's in my head. I'm like so visual. Like usually I like read the names and I'll remember that way.
Right.
Give me a sec. I got this.
Take your time.
Yeah, it's the Rice family.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Not the Price
Final
family.
question.
Yes.
What was Ymir sentenced to death by King Fritz for? When she was sentenced to a firing squad that chased her through the forest.
Is it treason?
When she was a little girl?
Yeah.
Treason? How would she pull treason to the king?
Because
you don't remember what the detail is?
I don't remember.
It's important to know.
Okay.
Because it's very, very minuscule. And all her friends, all the other slaves snitched on her. She let a pig go. She let a pig go from she opened the gate, which is incredibly metaphorical for what she is as a character. Because she had no reason. She just saw these pigs in this pen, opened the gate, and that's all she did, and a pig got out. And then she was sentenced to death for it. For letting a pig get free. Crazy, right?
Wow,
yeah.
bro.
Well, you did great. You did really good, though.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
You did really good.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'll take 7 out of 10.
Yeah, you got 7 out of 10.
Fuck
really
yeah,
good.
baby. All right, Joshie, I got a Shonen Sentiment here for you before I send you and everyone else on their way to the weekend this week.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. I think you'll like this one.
I hope.
It is, see if you can,
I'll try to
identify.
I'll try to guess.
Yeah. You might struggle. We'll see.
We'll see.
It's a little lengthy, so buckle in. There is no such thing as a painless lesson.
Oh, I already know.
Do you already know? Oh, I fucking knew it, bro.
Are you serious?
They just don't exist. It is impossible to gain something without losing something first. But if you can endure that pain and walk away from it, you will find you now have a heart strong enough to overcome any obstacle.
Yeah.
A heart made
of Full Metal. Okay, it's Edward fucking Elric.
Yeah, you already know, baby.
Come on now.
Beautiful.
Literally one of my favorite quotes of all time, by the way.
Dude.
Because it's just true.
It's just so true.
Everything you go through has an effect on who you are. And even if you feel like you've gone backwards, every hardship that you have endured has genuinely changed your heart to be stronger. And it's one of the biggest pinnacle ideas of life, of being alive.
Bro.
By the way, another amazing story that talks about humanity, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Oh my gosh,
it's a very human story, and it has a lot of like the ideas of father and of greed, and all these like ideas are really philosophical. And
absolutely, and I love like
really
that and like Seven Deadly Sins too. Like touching on like what are emotions, right? And
absolutely.
like and the Seven Deadly Sins are like, you know, they literally make those ideologies into physical manifestations, right? And how it handles it, and how different like a show like Seven Deadly Sins and Full Metal and how they take that. I mean, I look at like something like Seven Deadly Sins, and it's amazing for its own kind of like fantasy aspect that a little less theological. It's definitely theological, right? And like philosophical, kind of like what we're talking about with AoT, but like Full Metal is like it's packed to the brim with just philosophical, deep thinking concepts.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like especially like Pride. Pride's like one of my favorite characters from the show, probably.
You thinking of Pride? The little boy?
I'm thinking of
Pride. Greed.
Greed is
Greed's the one who becomes Ling, or Ling becomes Greed.
The one that's like the eyes and like the darkness.
Oh that's Pride.
That's Pride. Yeah. Just everything just involved with Pride, right? And how powerful they seem. But
first homunculus,
yes, dude. And just even homunculus. That's got connotations there. But Joshie, let's wrap up the episode, brother. Thank you so much to all of you who have stuck through, and hopefully, you know, if you guys hopefully you guys listened to the main topic after watching Attack on Titan, reading Attack on Titan, experiencing it for yourself. If you haven't, you skipped it, and now here you are.
That's right.
Definitely go and watch that and listen to this episode, because I think it'll really open your eyes up to much like what Joshie was saying about that hour-long kind of explanation of Eren Yeager. You know, like really, like the more you really like ponder and take this as like a personal level for yourself, philosophically, like that is what opens up AoT to go beyond. Kind of what I think like Kendall thinks of it as an example of like a beautifully written story.
Right.
It's so much more than that.
Agree completely.
Thank you all so much for sticking around. Yeah, for real.
Love the discussion.
And if you didn't listen, come back and listen, man. For real. Just pull up that main topic, and we'd love to know all of your thoughts. But we'll wrap this up this week, Joshie. Thank you so much, my friends, for joining us for episode 21, season 2 of the Flash Bros podcast, baby.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget to write in, send any write-ins through Patreon or our Discord, or a direct message to Joshie and I. Would love to add it into next week's episode. And don't forget to check out that Spotify Q&A.
Yes, sir. Please do
that at the end.
Yes,
we invite you again to get plugged in. Check out our Patreon page, which is patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, or send us an email, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
That's right.
And we will see you all next
week, baby.
Grateful as always for you, brother.
Of course we are.
Thank you for sticking with
me,
and
stay human. Enjoy those moments.
Stay human.
Please do.
Hell yeah.
Enjoy those little moments.
We love you guys. You all be safe and have a wonderful weekend.
Yes, we love you so much.